Sam stares up at the slowly lightening ceiling and practices her breathing, like the doctor advised her, as she tries to stop her 5 a.m. thoughts congealing into one enormous dark cloud above her head. In for 6, hold for 3, out for 7. I am healthy, she recites silently. My family is healthy. The dog has stopped that weeing in the hall thing. There is food in the fridge, and I still have a job. She slightly regrets putting in that "still" because the thought of her job makes her stomach clench again. In for 6, hold for 3, out for 7. Her parents are still alive, although, admittedly, it can be hard to justify including that in a mental gratitude diary. Oh, Jesus. Her mother is going to make some pointed comment on Sunday about how they always visit Phil's mother, isn't she? It will come at some point between the small sherry and the over-heavy pudding, as inevitable as death, taxes, and these random chin hairs. She imagines fending her off with a polite smile. Well, Mum, Nancy has just lost her husband of 50 years. She's a bit lonely just now. But you visited her all the time when he was still alive, didn't you? She hears her mother's response. Yes, but her husband was dying. Phil wanted to see his dad as much as possible before he shuffled off this mortal coil. We weren't having a bloody knees up. She realizes she is having another imaginary argument with her mother and pulls it back, trying to put the thought into a mental box, like she read in an article, and place an imaginary mental lid on it. The lid fails resolutely to shut. She finds she has a lot of imaginary arguments these days, with Simon at work, with her mother, with that woman who pushed in front of her at the checkout yesterday. None of these arguments ever leave her lips in real life. She just grits her teeth and tries to breathe. In for 6, hold for 3, out for 7. I am not living in an actual war zone, she thinks. There is clean water in the taps and food on the shelves. No explosions, no guns, no famine. That's got to be something. But thinking about those poor children in war zones makes her eyes prickle with tears. Her eyes are always prickling with tears. Kat keeps telling her to go and get HIT, but she still has periods and occasional hormonal spots. How is that fair? And anyway, there is no time to book a doctor's appointment. The last time she rang, they didn't have a single one available for 2 weeks. What if I was dying, she had thought, and had an imaginary argument with the doctor's receptionist. In real life, she simply said, "Oh, that's a bit far off. I'm sure I'll be fine. Thanks anyway." She glances to her right. Phil is slumbering, his face troubled even in sleep. She wants to reach over and stroke his hair, but lately when she does that, he jumps awake, looking startled and unhappy, as if she has done something cruel. She folds her hands in front of her instead and tries to adopt a relaxed, even pose. Rest is as good as sleep, someone once told her. Just clear your thoughts and let your body relax. Let your limbs release any tension they're holding, from the toes up. Let your feet grow heavy. Let that feeling travel slowly up to your ankles, your knees, your hips, your... really, says the inside of her head. It's 5:45. I might as well get up. There's no milk, says Kat. She is staring accusingly at the interior of the fridge, as if waiting for some to materialize. You could run to the shop? I haven't got time, Kat says. I have to do my hair. Well, I'm afraid I haven't got time either. Why? Because I'm going to that gym and spa you bought me a day pass for. Bodyworks. It expires tomorrow. But I gave you that a year ago, and surely you'll only get a couple of hours in there if you're going to work. I've arranged to go in a bit late. At least it's right near the office. I just haven't had any time. She never has any time. She says it like a mantra, along with, "I'm so tired." But nobody has any time. Everybody is tired. Kat raises her eyebrows. For her, self-care is a necessity, coming before the more prosaic needs of money, housing, and nutrition. "I keep telling you, Mum, use it or lose it," says Kat, who eyes her mother's increasingly indistinct hip-to-waist ratio with barely concealed horror. She closes the fridge. "Ugh, I just don't know why Dad can't even buy a carton of milk." "Leave him a note," she says, gathering her things. "Maybe he'll be feeling better today. And maybe monkeys will fly out of my butt." Kat stalks out of the kitchen in the way that only a 19-year-old young woman can. A few seconds later, Sam can hear the furious roar of her hairdryer and knows that it will be left in Kat's room until she retrieves it. "I thought you didn't drink cow's milk anymore anyway," she shouts up the stairs. The hairdryer stops briefly. "Now you're just being annoying," comes the response. She locates her swimsuit at the back of the drawer and shoves it into her black kit bag. She is peeling off her wet swimsuit when the yummy mummies arrive. Glossy and stick-thin, they swiftly surround her, talking loudly and across each other, their voices filling the fuggy silence of the changing room, completely oblivious to her presence. Sam feels the brief equilibrium gained by her 20-length swim evaporating like mist. It has taken her an hour here to remember that she hates these places, the apartheid of hard bodies, the corners where she and the other lumpy people try to hide. She has walked by this place 1,000,000 times and wondered whether to go in. She realizes that these are the kind of women who leave her feeling worse than if she'd never come in at all. "Are you going to have time for coffee afterward, Nina? I thought we could go to that lovely cafe that opened up behind Space NK, the one with the poke bowls." "Love to. Gotta be away by 11, though. I'm taking Leonie to the orthodontist." "Ems? Oh, God, yes. I need some girl time." These are women with designer athleisure, perfectly cut hair, and time for coffee. These are women's kit bags bear designer labels rather than her fake Marc Jacobs knockoff, and have husbands called Roop or Triss who carelessly toss envelopes containing hefty bonuses on shining Conran shop kitchen tables. These women drive huge off-roaders that never get muddy, double park their way through their day, and demand baby chinos for querulous children from harassed baristas, tutting when they are not made to their exact specification. They do not lie awake until 4 a.m. worrying about electricity bills, or feel sick about greeting their new boss with his shiny suit and his barely disguised disdain each morning. They do not have husbands who stay in their pajama bottoms till midday and look hunted whenever their wives mention maybe having another go at that job application. Sam is at that age, the age where all the wrong things seem somehow to stick: fat, the groove between her eyebrows, anxiety, while everything else, job security, marital happiness, dreams, seems to slip effortlessly away. "You have no idea how much they've put up the prices at Le Meriden this year," one of the women is saying. She is bent over toweling her expensively tinted hair. Sam has to wiggle sideways to avoid touching her. "I know. I tried to book Mauritius for Christmas. Our usual villa's gone up by 40%. It's a scandal." Yes, it's a scandal, she thinks. How awful for you all. She thinks of the camper van that Phil bought 2 years ago to do up. "We can spend weekends by the coast," he had said cheerfully, eyeing the huge van now blocking their driveway with its giant sunflower on the side. He never got beyond replacing the back bumper. Since his year of carnage, it has sat in front of their house, a nagging daily reminder of what they have lost. Sam wriggles into her knickers, trying to hide her pale flesh under the towel. Today she has 4 meetings with important clients. In half an hour she will meet Ted and Joel from Print and Transport, and they will try to win their company some vital business. And she will try to save her job, maybe all their jobs. No pressure there, then. I think we're going to do the Maldives this year, before they sink. Oh, good idea. We loved it. Such a shame, the whole sinking thing. Another woman pushes past Sam to open her locker. She is dark-haired, like Sam, maybe a few years younger, but her body has the toned look of someone for whom hard exercise, moisturizing and buffing are daily occurrences. She smells expensive, like it actually oozes from her pores. Sam pulls her towel tighter around her pale, dimply skin and disappears around the corner to dry her hair. When she returns, they have all gone. She breathes a sigh of relief and slumps onto the damp wooden bench. She thinks she might just go and lie down on one of the heated marble beds in the corner for half an hour. The thought fills her with sudden pleasure, a half hour of just lying there in blissful silence. Her phone buzzes in her jacket, hanging in the locker behind her. She reaches into her pocket and pulls it out. "You ready? We're outside." "What?" she types. "We're not due at Frampton's till this afternoon. Didn't Simon tell you?" "It got moved up to 10. Come on, we need to leave." She glances at her phone in horror. This means she is apparently due at the first meeting in 23 minutes. She groans, wriggles into her trousers, sweeps the black kit bag from the bench and stomps off toward the car park. The dirty white van with grey-side print solutions on the side is waiting by the loading doors, engine idling. She half runs, half shuffles in the gym flip-flops. She will return them tomorrow, but already feels guilty, as if she's committed some major transgression. Her hair is still damp, and she is puffing slightly. "I think Simon's gunning for you, sweetheart," says Ted as she climbs into the van. He shuffles up the front bench seat to make room for her. He smells of cigarette smoke and Old Spice. "You think?" "You want to watch him. Double-check all the meeting times with Genevieve," says Joel, wrenching the steering wheel around. His dreadlocks are pulled back into a neat ponytail, as if in deference to the day ahead. "It's just not the same since they took over, is it?" says Ted as they pull onto the main road. "Feels like we're walking on eggshells every day." There are 2 empty, sugar-strewn paper bags on the dashboard, and Ted hands her a third, containing a huge, still warm jam donut. "There you go," he says, "breakfast of champions." She should not eat it. It contains at least twice as many calories as she has just burned off swimming. She can hear Kat's sigh of disapproval from here. But she hesitates, then stuffs it into her mouth and closes her eyes at the warm, sugary comfort. These days, Sam takes her pleasures where she can. "Genevieve heard him talking on the phone about redundancies again," says Joel. She says when she walked into his office, he changed the subject. Every time she hears redundancy, a word that now flutters around the office like a trapped moth, her stomach clenches. She doesn't know what they will do if she loses her job, too. Phil is refusing to take the antidepressants the doctor prescribed. He says they make him sleepy, as if he doesn't sleep most days till 11 anyway. "It won't come to that," says Ted unconvincingly. "Sam's going to bring in the business today, aren't you?" She realizes they're both looking at her. "Yes," she says, and then more positively, "yes." She does her makeup in the small vanity mirror, cursing quietly every time Joel goes over a bump and rubbing off the resulting smudges with a licked finger. She checks her hair, which has not dried too badly, all things considered. She flicks through the file of paperwork, making sure she has all the figures at her fingertips. She has a vague memory of when she felt confident about all this stuff, when she could walk into a room and know that she was good at her job. "Come on, Sam, just try to be that person again," she tells herself silently. And then she slips her feet out of the flip-flops and reaches into her kit bag for her shoes. 5 minutes away, says Joel. It is only then she realizes that although the kit bag looks like hers, it is not hers. This bag does not contain her comfortable black pumps suitable for pounding pavements and negotiating print deals. This bag contains a pair of vertiginous red crocodile skin Christian Louboutin slingbacks.
She pulls out a shoe and stares at it, its strappy, unfamiliar weight dangling in her hand. "Blimey," says Ted, "is the first meeting at Stringfellows." Sam bends down and rifles through the bag, coming up with the other shoe, a pair of jeans, and then a neatly folded pale Chanel jacket. "Oh my God," she says, "this isn't mine. I've picked up the wrong bag. We have to go back." "No time," says Joel, staring straight ahead at the road. "We're pushing it already." "But I need my bag." "Sorry, Sam," he says. "We'll go back later. Wear what you wore to the gym." "I can't wear flip-flops to a business meeting." "Wear the shoes that are in there. You're kidding me." Ted takes the shoe from her. "She has a point, Joel. Those shoes aren't very." "Sam, why? What's very me?" "Well, plain. You like plain stuff." He pauses. "Sensible stuff." "You know what they say about shoes like that," says Joel. "What?" "They're not for standing up in." They nudge each other, chuckling. Sam snatches the shoe back from him. It's half a size too small. She eases her foot into it and fastens the strap. "Great," she says, looking at her foot. "I get to pitch to Frampton's looking like a coal gal." "At least it's an expensive coal girl," says Ted. "What? You know, rather than the 5 quid no teeth kind." Sam waits for Joel's laughter to die down. "Well, thanks, Ted," she says, staring out of the window. "I feel so much better now." The meeting isn't in an office, as she had expected. There is a problem in transport, and they will have to pitch in the loading area, where Michael Frampton is going to be overseeing some issue with a botched hydraulic system. Sam tries to walk in the heels, feeling the cold air on her feet. She wishes she had had a pedicure, maybe sometime since 2009. Her ankles keep wobbling, as if they're made of rubber, and she wonders how on earth anyone is expected to walk normally in footwear like this. Joel was right. These are not shoes for standing up in. "You okay?" says Ted, as they draw closer to the group of men. "No," she mutters. "I feel like I'm walking on chopsticks." A forklift truck carries a huge bale of paper in front of them, causing them to swerve and her to stumble, its beep a warning that sounds almost deafening in the cavernous space. She watches as every man around the lorry swivels his head to look at her, and then down at her shoes. "Thought you weren't coming." Michael Frampton is a dour Yorkshireman, the kind who will let you know how hard he's had it and simultaneously imply that you haven't, in any conversational exchange. Sam musters a smile. "So sorry," she says, her voice bright. "We had another meeting, which traffic," says Joel simultaneously, and they glance awkwardly at each other. "Sam Kemp. We met at. I remember you," he says, and looks down. He spends an uncomfortable 2 minutes talking through the contents of a clipboard with a young man in overalls, and Sam stands helplessly, conscious of the casual, curious glances of the men around him. Her inappropriate shoes glow like radioactive beacons on her feet. "Right," says Michael when he finally finishes. "I have to tell you before we start that Printex have offered us very competitive terms." "Well, Sam begins. "And they say you won't have the flexibility now Grayside has been swallowed up by a bigger company." "Well, that's not entirely true. What we have now is volume, quality, and reliability."
She feels faintly stupid as she speaks, as if everyone is looking at her, as if it is obvious that she is a middle-aged woman in somebody else's shoes. She stammers her way through the meeting, stumbling over her answers and flushing, feeling everyone's eyes on her feet. Finally, she pulls a folder from her bag. It contains the quote she has spent hours refining and laying out. She makes to walk across to hand it to Michael, but her heel catches on something. She stumbles and twists her ankle, sending a sharp pain up her leg. She turns her grimace into a smile and hands him the file. He glances down at it, flicking through the pages, not looking at her. Eventually, she walks away, slowly, trying not to wobble. Finally, Michael looks up. "We're looking at serious numbers for this next order, so we need to make sure we're with a firm that can definitely deliver. "We've delivered for you before, Mr. Frampton, and last month we worked with Greenlight on a similar run of catalogs. They were very impressed with the quality." His whole face is an extended frown. "Can I take a look at what you did for them?" "Sure." She flicks through her folder and remembers suddenly that the Greenlight catalog is in the blue folder on the dashboard of the van, the one she had thought she wouldn't need, and that involves walking out of this loading area and across the car park, in full view of all the men. She looks meaningfully at Joel. "Why don't I go and get it?" says Joel. "What other samples have you got in the van?" says Frampton. "Well, we did a similar run for Clark's office supplies. In fact, we have quite a few different catalogs from last month. Joel, could you—" "Nah, I'll take a look myself." Frampton starts to walk. This means she has to. She sets off, a little more stiffly, alongside him. "What we need," he says, thrusting his hands into his pockets, "is a print partner who is fast-moving, someone flexible, fleet-footed, if you like." He is striding too briskly. It is at this point that she turns her ankle again on the uneven surface and lets out a yelp. Joel thrusts out an arm just as her knees buckle, and she's forced to grab it to stay upright. She smiles awkwardly as Frampton looks at them, his face unreadable. Later, she will recall, her ears hot with embarrassment, his muttered words to Joel. The last words he will utter to Grayside Print. Is she drunk? Nisha Cantor is running furiously on a treadmill. Music pumps in her ears, and her legs are pounding like pistons. She always runs furiously. The first mile is the worst, fired by a choleric mix of resentment and lactic acid. The second makes her really, really angry. And the third is where her head finally starts to clear, when she feels suddenly like her body is oiled, like she can run forever. And then she's angry again because she has to stop and do something else just at the point when she started to enjoy it. She hates the run, and she needs it for her sanity. She hates visiting this very city, where there are people all over the sidewalks, meandering slowly. So the only place she can run properly is this crappy gym, to which the hotel has siphoned its guests while its own superior facilities are apparently being renovated. The machine informs her that it's time for her to cool down, and she turns it off abruptly, unwilling to be told what to do by a freaking machine. "No, I will not cool down," she thinks. As she pulls out one of her earphones, she becomes aware of a ringing sound. Nisha reaches over to pick up her phone. It's Carl. "Darling, excuse me." Nisha looks up. "You need to turn your phone off," says a young woman. "This is a quiet area." "Then stop talking at me. You're very loud. And please, don't stand so close. I might be absorbing droplets of your sweat." The woman's jaw drops slightly, and Nisha presses her phone to her ear. "Nisha, darling, what are you up to?" "Just at the gym, my love. Are we still meeting for lunch?" Carl's voice as smooth as butter, one of the things she has always loved about him. "Yes, but perhaps we could have it at the hotel. I have to come back to pick up some papers." "Of course," says Nisha, automatically. "What would you like me to order for you?" "Oh, anything." She freezes. Carl never says anything. "You want Michael's special white truffle omelet or the seared tuna?" "Sure, that will be lovely." Nisha swallows. She tries to keep her voice level. "What time would you like it?" Carl pauses, and she hears the muffled sound of him talking to someone else in the room. Her heart has started to pound. "Midday would be wonderful, but take your time. I don't want to rush you." "Of course," says Nisha. "Love you." "You too, darling," says Carl, and the line goes dead. Nisha stands very still, her blood pumping in her ears, in a way that has nothing to do with running. She thinks briefly that her head may actually explode. She takes 2 deep breaths. Then she punches another number into the phone. It goes straight to voicemail. She curses the time difference with New York.
"Magda," she says, her hand raking through her sweaty hair, "it's Mrs. Cantor. You need to get onto your man, now." When she looks up, a gym attendant in a polo shirt and cheap shorts has appeared. "Ma'am, you cannot use a phone in here, I'm afraid. It's against—" "Just back off," says Nisha. "Go clean a floor or something. This place is a very petri dish." She pushes past him toward the changing room, snatching a towel from another attendant as she goes. The changing rooms are packed, but she sees nobody. She is running through the telephone conversation in her head over and over, her heart thumping. So this is it. She needs to clear her head, to be ready to respond, but her body has gone into a weird stasis, and nothing is working as it should. She sits down on the bench briefly, staring blankly in front of her. "I can do this," she tells herself, gazing at her trembling hands. "I have survived worse." She presses her face into the towel, breathing in until she's sure she's got the shakes under control, and straightens, pushing her shoulders back. Finally, she stands and opens her locker, pulling out her Marc Jacobs gym bag. Someone has placed their bag on the bench beside her, and she shoves it on the floor, putting her own in its place. Shower. She must shower before she does anything. Appearances are everything. And then her phone rings again. A couple of women look over, but she ignores them and picks it up from the bench beside her. "Raymond? Mom? Did you see the picture of my eyebrows?" "What, darling?" "My eyebrows. I sent a picture. Did you look?" Nisha holds out her phone and flicks through her messages until she finds the picture he has sent. "You have beautiful eyebrows, sweetheart," she says reassuringly, putting the phone back to her ear. "They're terrible. I just feel really down. I saw this program on, like, the dolphin trade, and there were all these dolphins just being made to do tricks and stuff, and I felt so guilty because we went to that place and swam with them in Mexico, remember? I felt so bad. I couldn't leave my room. And then I thought I'd tidy up my eyebrows, and it was a disaster, because now I look like mid-90s Madonna." A woman has started drying her hair nearby, and Nisha briefly considers wrenching the hairdryer out of her hand and clubbing her to death with it. "Sweetheart, I can't hear you in here. Hold on." She walks out into the corridor, takes a deep breath. "They look perfect," she says, into the muffled silence. "Gorgeous. And mid-90s Madonna is a totally hot look." She can picture him, cross-legged on his bed back in Westchester, the way he has sat since he was tiny. "They don't look gorgeous, Mom. It's a disaster." A woman comes out of the changing area and passes her, her feet slopping in flip-flops, her head down as she hurries past in her cheap jacket. Why don't women stand up straight? The woman's shoulders are slumped, her head dipped into her neck like a turtle's, and Nisha is immediately irritated.
If you look like a victim, why are you surprised when people treat you badly? Then we'll get them microbladed when you come home, so they do look terrible. No, you look gorgeous. But sweetheart, I really need to go. I'm right in the middle of something. I'll call you. Not until 3 my time, earliest. I have to sleep, and then we have self-care. It's so dumb. They make you do all this mindfulness stuff, like it wasn't being stuck in my head that got me here in the first place. I know, darling. I'll call you after that. I love you. Nisha ends the call and dials again. Magda? Magda, did you get my message? Call me as soon as you get this, okay? She is ending the call when the door opens. A gym attendant walks in and spies her holding her phone. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but—" "Don't, even," she snarls, and he closes his mouth over the words. There are some advantages to being an American woman over 40 who no longer has any patience left on the shelf, and he can see it. It is the first thing she has felt glad about all week. Nisha showers, moisturizes her limbs with the gym's inferior products, she will smell like an Amtrak restroom all day, ties her wet hair into a knot, and then, her feet safely on a towel, changing room floors make her nauseated, the skin cells, the verrucas.
checks her phone for the 18th time to see if Magda has responded. Trying to suppress the giant ball of fury and anxiety that is swelling in her chest is getting harder. She takes her silk blouse off the hanger, feeling the liquid fall of it sticking to her warm, damp skin as she pulls it over her head. Where is Magda, for God's sake? She sits and glances at her phone again, reaching absent-mindedly into her gym bag for jeans and shoes. She feels around and finally pulls out a very tired, ugly, block-heeled black pump. She turns and blinks at her hand for a moment before dropping the shoe with a little gasp of horror. She wipes her fingers on a towel, then slowly opens the bag with a corner of it, peering inside. It takes her a moment to grasp what she is looking at. This bag is not her bag. This is fake leather, its plastic covering already peeling at the seams, and what should be a brass Marc Jacobs tag has tarnished its way to a dull silver. Nisha peers under the bench, then behind her. Most of the annoying women have gone now, and there are no other bags, just a few gaping lockers. There are no other bags. This bag looks like her bag. Same size, same color, similar handles, but it definitely isn't hers. "Who took my bag?" she says aloud, to nobody in particular. "Who the hell took my bag?" The few women in the changing room glance over at her, but look blank. "No," she says. "No, no, no, no. Not today, not now." The girl at the desk doesn't blink. "Where's the CCT?" "Madam, there's no CCT in the ladies' changing room. It would be against the law." "So how am I meant to find out who stole my bag?" "I don't think it's been stolen, madam. From what you said, it seems like an accidental switch, if the bags were so similar." "You really think anyone would accidentally pick up my Chanel jacket and custom-made Louboutin heels made by Christian himself when they dress themselves normally in," she peers into the bag, grimaces, "Primark?" The receptionist's face doesn't shift a muscle. "We can go through the CCT at the entrance, but we'll have to get clearance from head office. I haven't got time. Who was the last person out of here?" "We don't hold those records, madam. It's all automated. If you hold on, I'll call the manager, and he can come over." "Finally! Where is he?" "He's staff training in Pinner." "Oh, for God's sake. Give me some track shoes. Do you have track shoes here? I just need to get to my car." Nisha peers out of the window. "Where is my car? Where's the car?" She turns away from the desk and punches a number into her phone. No answer. The receptionist pulls out a plastic packet from under the counter. She looks as bored as if she has just had to listen to a 2-hour TED Talk on the drying of paint. She plunks them on the counter. "We have flip-flops." Nisha looks at the girl, then at the shoes, then at the girl again. The girl's face is a blank. Finally, she snatches them off the counter and, with a low growl of frustration, wrenches them onto her feet. She hears the muttered, "Americans," as she leaves. "Never mind, love. Still 3 to go," says Ted, kindly. They have driven in silence to the next meeting. Sam has spent the past 20 minutes in the van under a cloud of crushing misery, guilt seeping into every cell that once contained what remained of her confidence. What must they have thought of her? She could still feel the disbelieving stares of those men, the barely concealed smirks as she wobbled back into the van. Joel had clapped her on the shoulder and told her Frampton was a jerk, and everyone knew he was a late payer anyway, so it was probably the best thing all round. But even as he spoke, all she could see was the distant curl of Simon's lip as she had to tell him that she had lost a valuable contract. In for 6, hold for 3, out for 7. Joel pulls up in the car park and switches off the ignition. They sit for a moment, listening to the engine tick down and looking up at the glossy-fronted building. Her stomach is somewhere in the footwell of the van. "Would it be really bad to go into this meeting in flip-flops?" she says finally. "Yes," say Ted and Joel at the same time. "But babe," Joel leans forward over the steering wheel and turns to face her. "You wear those shoes, you've got to style it out." What do you mean? Well, you looked embarrassed back there. You still look embarrassed. You've got to look like you own them. I don't own them. You've got to look confident, like you just threw them on, while you were thinking about all those big bucks deals you already signed today. Ted compresses his mouth into a fleshy line and nods. He nudges her with a ham-like arm. He's right. Come on, sweetheart. Chin up, chest out, big smile. You can do it. Sam reaches for her bag. You wouldn't say that to Simon. Ted shrugs. I would if he was wearing those shoes. So the lowest we can do on that job is $42,000. But if you switch the page numbers and change the title page to mono, we could shave $800 off that price. She is outlining their print strategy when she observes that the managing director is not listening to her. For a minute, she feels the flush of embarrassment again and stammers the rest of her words. So how do those figures sound? He doesn't say anything. He rubs a spot on his forehead and makes a non-committal sound, like she used to when Kat was little and she was listening to her endless babble with only half an ear. Oh God, I'm losing him. She looks up from her notes and realizes the managing director is staring at her foot. Mortified, she almost loses the thread of what she is saying. But then she looks again, registers his glazed expression. It is him who is distracted. And, of course, we could do that on an 8-day turnaround, as discussed, she says. Good, he exclaims, as if hauled from a daydream. Yes, good. He is still staring at her foot. She watches, then tilts it slightly to the left and extends her ankle. He gazes at it, rapt. She glances across the table and sees Joel and Ted exchange a look. So, would those terms be acceptable to you? The managing director steeples his fingers, briefly meets her eye. She smiles encouragingly. Yes, sounds good. He can't stop looking. His gaze slides from her face downward, back to the shoe. She pulls a contract from her briefcase. She tilts her foot and lets the heel strap slowly down her heel. So, shall we agree to terms? Sure, he says. He takes the pen and signs the document without looking at it. Don't say anything, she tells Ted, her gaze fixed straight ahead as they walk out through reception. I'm saying nothing. You get us another deal like that, you can wear a pair of flippers for all I care.
At the next meeting, she makes sure her feet are on display the whole time. Although John Edgemont doesn't stare, she sees that the mere fact of the shoes makes him reassess his version of who she is. Weirdly, it makes her reassess her version of herself. She walks into his office with her head high. She charms. She stands firm on terms. She wins another contract. "You're on it, Sam," says Joel, as they climb back into the van. They take an actual lunch break, something they haven't dared do since Simon was put in charge, and sit outside at a coffee shop. The sun comes out. Joel tells them about a date he went on the previous week, where the woman asked him what he thought of a wedding dress picture she had cut from a magazine. She said, "It's okay, I only show people I really like," and Ted spits his coffee through his nostrils. And she laughs until her sides hurt, and realizes she has no idea when she last laughed at anything. Nisha is pacing up and down the chilly sidewalk outside the gym, the bathrobe over her blouse and flip-flops. She has left 9 messages on Peter's cell phone, and he is not picking up. Not a good sign at all. Not a good sign at all. "Peter? Peter, where are you? I told you to be outside by 11:15. I need you here right now." The final time she calls, a tinny, automated voice tells her this number is unobtainable. She checks the time, curses loudly, reaches into her pocket, and pulls out her room key card. She stares at it for a moment, then stomps back into the gym. The bag outside her locker is still sitting on the bench. Of course it is. Who would want that? She rifles through it, grimacing at the thought of touching clothes that aren't hers. She pulls out a damp swimsuit in a plastic bag, winces, and dumps it on the bench.
Then she reaches tentatively into the side pockets, emerging with 3 damp 10-pound notes, which she holds up. She can't remember the last time she held actual money in her hand. It's the most unsanitary thing, worse than toilet brushes, if some article she read was right. She shudders and puts them into her pocket. She rips one of the plastic bags from the dispenser above the swimsuit spinner and wraps it around her hand. Then she picks up the gym bag by its handles and walks out through reception. "Madam, you can't take the bathrobe." "Yeah, well, this country is freezing, and you've lost my clothes." Nisha pulls the robe tighter around her, knots the belt, and walks out. They can moan incessantly about how much trade Uber has cost them, but it turns out no fewer than 6 taxi drivers will still ignore a woman in a bathrobe trying to hail a cab before one stops. He winds down his window and opens his mouth to say something about what she is wearing, but she holds up a hand. "The Bentley Hotel," she says, "and just don't. Thank you." The taxi journey costs $9.80, even though it took barely 5 minutes. She walks into the hotel without acknowledging the perplexed glance of the doorman and straight across the foyer to the elevator, ignoring the swiveled heads of the guests around her. A couple, middle-aged, him in a suit jacket and slacks, her in a badly cut dress that reveals 2 oysters of armpit fat, probably down from somewhere provincial for a treat, are already inside as she sticks out an arm and stops the door closing. She walks in, stands in front of them, and turns to face the doors. Nothing happens. She glances behind her. "Penthouse," she says. When they stare at her, she flicks a hand at them, then flicks it again. "Penthouse." "The button," she says, finally adding, "please." And the woman reaches over tentatively to push it. The lift hums upward, and Nisha feels the tension clawing at her stomach. "Come on, Nisha," she tells herself, "you can fix this." And then the lift shudders to a halt, and the doors slide open. She is about to step out into the penthouse suite, but collides instead with a broad chest. 3 men are standing in her way. She recoils, disbelieving. Ari, who is in the middle, is holding out an A5-sized envelope. What she begins, making to push past him, but he steps sideways, blocking her. "I have instructions not to let you in." "Don't be ridiculous, Ari," she says, batting at him. "I need to get my clothes." His face wears an expression she has never seen before. "Mr. Cantor says you are not to enter." She tries a smile. "Don't be silly. I need my things. Look at me." He's like someone she's never met. Nothing in his expression registers that he has known her, protected her, for 15 years. This is a man she has shared jokes with. Jesus Christ, she's even remembered to ask about his annoying wife occasionally. "I'm sorry." He stoops and places the envelope on the floor of the elevator behind her, then steps back, to send her down again. She feels the world tilting around her and wonders briefly if she might pass out. "Ari, Ari, you can't do this. Ari, this is insane. What am I supposed to do?" The lift doors begin to close. She sees him turn and exchange a look with the man beside him. It is a look he has never before allowed himself to use in front of her, a look she has been familiar with her whole life. Women. "Just give me my handbag, for God's sake," she yells as the doors close against her. "I cannot get over the way you nailed that, babe," Joel says, banging the steering wheel for emphasis. "Absolutely nailed it. The way you walked in there, like a boss. Edgemont was going to sign before you even sat down. He couldn't stop staring at your legs," says Ted, slurping at a can of Coke, then belching discreetly. "Didn't hear a word I said about batch production. He would have signed over his missus if you'd said the word." Joel shakes his head. His firstborn. Anything. "You know, I could have sworn you said we were going to do that job for 82, says Ted. "I did," says Sam, "but when I saw how it was going, I just had this sudden urge to push it to 90. "And he just nodded," Joel exclaims. "He just nodded. Didn't even look at the small print." "Wait till Simon sees that." Brenda's been going on about getting a new Peugeot for months. If we bag this last one, I'm going to put down a deposit." Ted takes a last swig from his can and crushes it in a fat hand. Sam will get it. She's on fire, man. You what? On fire? She's that all right. Who have we got next? Ted scans the folder. Oh, it's the new one. Aha, Mr. Price. This is the big one, sweetheart. This is the big bucks. This is the Mrs. New 205. Sam is reapplying her makeup. She purses her lips in the mirror, then thinks for a minute. She reaches down into the kit bag and carefully pulls out the Chanel jacket. She holds it up, admiring the cream wool, the immaculate silk lining, breathing in the distant smell of some expensive scent. Then, briefly releasing herself from the seatbelt, she slides into it. It's a little tight, but the weight and feel of it are delicious. Who knew expensive clothes could actually feel different? She adjusts the mirror so she can see the way it hugs her shoulders, the way the structured collar frames her neck. "Too much?" she says, turning to the men. Joel glances over. "Never too much. You're freaking owning it. You look good, Sam." "He's not going to know what hit him," says Ted. "Do that thing where you dangle the strap off your heel again. They totally lose focus when you do that." Sam gazes at her reflection and preens a little. It's an unfamiliar feeling, and she is warming to it. She looks like someone she doesn't even recognize. Then, abruptly, she stops and turns to the others, her smile suddenly fading. "Am I letting down the sisterhood? What? By out-negotiating a bunch of men in suits?" says Ted. "By, using sex as a weapon? They are basically sex, these shoes, right? My sister says she has period pains to cut short staff meetings that go on too long, says the men can't get out of there fast enough. My wife once showed a bouncer her bra to get into a club," says Ted. "I was actually quite proud." Joel shrugs. "Far as I can see, you use the weapons at your disposal."
"Forget the sisterhood," says Ted. "Think of my new car." They have arrived. Sam steps out of the van, one leg at a time. She stands a little straighter. She is more confident in the shoes now, has worked out a more deliberate way of walking so that her ankles don't wobble. She checks her hair in the wing mirror, then gazes down at her feet. "Do I look okay?" The two men beam at her. Ted gives her a wink. Like a boss. Mr. Price doesn't stand a very chance. Sam enjoys the brisk click of the heels on the marble floor as they walk to the reception desk. She sees the girl check out her jacket and shoes and observes the way she tilts her chin, as if she is about to be just that little bit more receptive to whatever Sam wants. Imagine being the kind of woman who wears these shoes every day, she thinks. Imagine living the kind of life where you only ever walk short distances across marble floors. Imagine having nothing to worry about except whether your pedicure matches your expensive shoes. "Hello," she says, and she registers distantly that her voice has a new tone, a confidence and ease that she didn't have at the beginning of the day. "Gray-side print solutions to meet Mr. M. Price." "Thank you." She is that woman. She is going to nail this. The receptionist scans a screen. She taps at her keyboard, expertly slips 3 name cards into see-through plastic fobs and hands them over. "If you could just wait over there, I'll call upstairs." "Thank you so much." "Thank you so much." Like she's royalty or something. Sam sits, carefully, on the lobby sofa, her ankles together, then quickly checks her lipstick and smooths her hair. She is going to get this deal. She can feel it. Joel and Ted exchange smiles behind her. She hears footsteps on the marble. She looks up to see a petite, brown-skinned woman in her 50s approaching the sofa. Her black hair is shaped into a neat bob, and she is wearing an unflamboyant, beautifully cut navy suit with a cream silk t-shirt and flat pumps. Sam looks up and glances behind her. The woman holds out a hand. "Hello,"
Grayside print, I'm Miriam Price. Shall we go up? It takes a second before she realizes her mistake. She glances behind her at Ted and Joel, whose expressions have frozen. Then they all stand abruptly with smiles and gabbled hellos, and follow Miriam Price across the lobby to the lifts. It takes 10 minutes to discover Miriam Price plays hardball, and an hour to discover quite how hard those balls are. If they go ahead with what she's insisting on, their margins will be sliced to almost nothing. Miriam is small, serene, implacable. Sam feels hope draining away as Joel and Ted slump in their chairs. If you want the 14-day turnaround, I can't go higher than 660, Miriam says again. Our transport costs get higher the closer we are to deadline. I explained earlier why 660 makes it very difficult for us. If you want the high-gloss finish, it takes longer because we have to use a separate press. Whether or not you have all the presses you need shouldn't be my problem. It's not a problem, just a question of logistics. Miriam Price smiles every time she entrenches. A small, not unfriendly smile, but one that says she is in complete control of this negotiation. And, as I said, my logistics require a more expensive transport because of the reduced travel time. Look, if this job is problematic for you, I'd rather know now while we have the time to find alternative providers. It's not problematic, I'm just explaining that the print processes of that size of order require a longer lead time. And I'm just explaining why I need that reflected in the price. It feels impossible. They have hit a wall. Sam is sweating inside the Chanel jacket and feels a faint anxiety that she will leave marks in that beautiful pale lining. I just need a word with my team, she says, rising from the table. Take your time, says Miriam, leaning back in her chair. She smiles. Ted has lit a cigarette and is smoking it in short, hungry drags. Sam folds her arms in front of her, unfolds them again, and folds them again, staring at a Renault van that is reversing repeatedly and pointlessly into a too small space. If I go back with margins that small, Simon is going to blow his top, she says. Ted grinds the cigarette butt with his heel. If you don't go back with a deal, Simon is going to blow his top. This is impossible. Sam shifts her weight. Ugh, these shoes are killing me. They stand in silence for a moment. Nobody seems to know what to say. Nobody wants to be responsible for either course of action. The Renault van finally turns off the engine, and they watch as the driver discovers he has no space to open the driver's door. Finally, Sam says, I really need a wee. I'll meet you back in there. In the ladies, Sam sits in the cubicle and takes out her phone. She texts, Hey love, how's your day? Have you been outside yet? She waits, and after a moment a response comes back. Not yet, bit tired. X. She can picture him in a t-shirt and tracksuit bottoms, barely rousing himself from the sofa to pick up his phone. Sometimes, she hates to admit it, it's almost a relief when he isn't in the house, as if someone has suddenly opened all the curtains, letting in the light. She wipes and flushes and adjusts her clothes, feeling suddenly guilty and stupid for using the shoes and the jacket. Could you be prosecuted for wearing someone else's clothes? She washes her hands and gazes at her reflection. All the confidence of earlier seems to have drained away. She sees a woman of 45, the past year's sadness, anxieties, and sleeplessness etched onto her face. Come on, old girl, she tells herself after a minute. Push on through. She wonders when she started calling herself old girl. The door of one of the cubicles opens and Miriam Price steps out behind her. They nod politely at each other's reflection while washing their hands, Sam trying not to betray her sudden feeling of awkwardness. Miriam Price smooths imaginary stray hairs from her face, and Sam reapplies her lipstick, mostly just for something to do. She keeps trying to think of something to say, something that will convince Miriam Price to work with them, some magic few words that will casually betray what a great and professional company they are, and stretch those tiny price margins. Miriam smiles, that small, serene smile. She is clearly not trying to think of something to say. Sam wonders if she has ever felt so inadequate in a ladies' loo before. And then Miriam Price looks down. "Oh my God, I love your shoes," she exclaims. Sam follows Miriam's gaze down to her feet. "They are absolutely gorgeous. Actually, Sam stops. "They're great, aren't they? Can I see?" Miriam points at them. She holds the shoe that Sam removes, lifts it up under the lights, and examines it with the reverence one would apply to a work of art or a fine bottle of wine. Louboutin, right? Yes. Is it vintage? He's made nothing like this for at least 5 years. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen anything like it at all. Yes, it is. Miriam runs her finger down the heel. He's such a craftsman. You know, I once queued for 4 hours just to buy a pair of his shoes. How crazy is that? "Oh, not crazy at all," says Sam. "Not where I'm concerned." Miriam weighs it in her hands, examines it a moment longer, then hands it back, almost reluctantly. You can always tell a proper shoe. My daughter doesn't believe me, but you can tell so much about someone from what they wear on their feet. I always dress from the ground up. These old things are Prada. I just felt like I needed an on-the-ground kind of a day, so I'm wearing flats. But honestly, looking at those, I'm overcome with heel envy. I tell my daughter the exact same thing. The words are out of Sam's mouth before she even knows what she's saying. Mine just wears trainers the whole time. I don't think they understand the totemic power of shoes. Oh, mine too. Enormous Dr. Martens boots.
And they really don't, says Sam, who is not sure she understands the meaning of totemic. I tell you what, Sam. Can I call you Sam? I hate negotiating like this. Shall we speak next week? Let's the two of us thrash something out away from the boys. I'm sure we can reach a deal that works for both of us. That would be great, Sam says. She wrestles the shoe back onto her foot and takes a breath. So, can I say we have an agreement in principle? Oh, I think so. Miriam's smile is warm, conspiratorial. I have to ask, is that jacket Chanel? Nisha sits in the depths of a plush rose-colored sofa in the foyer of the Bentley Hotel, a towering arrangement of birds of paradise in a torso-sized vase beside her, her cell phone pressed to her ear. Around her a few guests cast glances at the woman in the dressing gown when her voice lifts over the sound of the chatter. "Carl, this is ridiculous. I'm in the foyer. Come down and let's talk." The message ends. She redials immediately. "Carl, I'm going to keep calling until you pick up. This is not the way to treat your wife of 18 years. The message ends, and she redials again. "Nisha? Carl? Charlotte? Charlotte? No. He's forwarding his calls. I want to talk to Carl. Please put him on." "I'm so sorry, but I can't do that, Nisha." Charlotte's voice is as calm as if she featured on a meditation app. There is something new in her tone that makes Nisha bristle too, a faint air of superiority. And then she registers, "Oh my God, she called me Nisha." Mr. Cantor is in a meeting and has issued direct instructions that he can't be disturbed. "No, you get him out of the meeting. I don't care if he doesn't want to be disturbed. I'm his wife. Do you hear me? Charlotte, Charlotte." The line has gone dead. The girl actually put the phone down on her. When she looks up, the people on nearby sofas are staring at her. She stares back until their heads swivel away in a flurry of raised eyebrows and murmurs. Her whole body is suddenly flooded with cortisol, and she might actually want to kill someone, or run somewhere, or scream. She is not entirely sure which. Nisha looks down and realizes she cannot get through this wearing a cheap robe and flip-flops. She thinks of her clothes upstairs in the penthouse and feels an almost maternal anxiety that she cannot get to them. Her clothes! She glances around and sees a concession store across the foyer. She shoves her phone into her pocket and walks over.
The clothes are predictably awful and hideously overpriced. Nisha rifles quickly through the rails, pulling off the least gaudy jacket and shoes she can find, trying to ignore the awful music being piped through the tiny store. She looks at the shoes in their size-delineated boxes and grabs a pair of plain beige pumps in a size 7. She piles them onto the checkout desk, where a young woman is watching her with a faint air of anxiety. "Charge those to the penthouse, please," she says. "Certainly, Mrs. Cantor," the girl says, and starts ringing them up. "I need to try the shoes with a stocking, a new one. She stops abruptly. Nisha glances up at her, then follows her gaze and turns. Frederick, the hotel manager, has entered. He smiles at her and stops several feet away. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Cantor. We have instructions not to charge anything to Mr. Cantor's account." "What? Mr. Cantor says you are no longer authorized to charge anything to his account." "Our account," she says icily. "It's our account." "I'm sorry." Frederick stands completely still, his eyes never leaving her face. His manner is unruffled, his tone completely implacable. It is as if everything is crumbling around her. An unfamiliar feeling of panic is rising in her chest. "We are married, as you know. That means his account is my account." He says nothing. "Frederick, how long have I been coming here?" She takes 2 steps toward him, resists the urge to grab his sleeve. "My husband is clearly in the grip of some kind of episode. He won't even let me get my clothes. My clothes! Look at me. The least you can do is let me get something to wear, surely." The manager's expression softens very slightly. There is a faint wince when he speaks, as if it pains him to do so. He has given very emphatic instructions. "I'm so sorry. It's not up to me." Nisha lifts her hands to her face. "I don't believe this is happening. And I'm afraid," he says, "I'm also going to have to leave. The bathroom, the other guests are. They stare at each other." Some distant part of Nisha registers that the checkout girl takes advantage of this moment to sweep everything swiftly off the counter. 18 years, Frederick," she says slowly. 18 years we've known each other." There is a long silence. It is the first time he has looked properly embarrassed. "Look," he says finally, "I'll organize a car for you. Where do you want to go?" Nisha looks at him, opens her mouth a little, then gives a small shake of her head. She feels suddenly swamped by an unfamiliar sensation, something huge and dark and ominous, like quicksand sucking at her feet. I don't have anywhere to go." And then it is gone. She will not have this. She will not tolerate it. She crosses her arms and sits down firmly on a small wicker chair beside the shoe area. "No, Frederick, I'm not going anywhere. I'm sure you'll understand, but I'm just going to sit here until Carl comes down to talk to me. Please go and fetch him. This whole thing is ridiculous." Nobody speaks. "I'll stay here all night if I have to. Please go and get him. We'll sort this out, and then we'll work out where, or if, I go anywhere." Frederick gazes at her for a moment, then lets out a small sigh. He looks behind him, and as he does, 2 security men walk into the concession and stand there. All eyes are on her. "I'd really rather there wasn't a scene, Mrs. Cantor." Nisha stares. The 2 security men move forward, 1 step each. The neat choreography of it is almost impressive. "As I said," Frederick continues, "Mr. Cantor was very emphatic." "Nice one today," says Marina, lifting her hand for a high five as they pass in the corridor. "Joel says you played a blinder." Sam is back in the flip-flops, had put them on in the van, as her toes had begun to go numb, and the balls of her feet ache in a way that tells her she will be hobbling in trainers tomorrow. But she is still buoyant, an unfamiliar smile creeping into the corners of her mouth with every conversation. She feels a strange mixture of invincibility and slightly limp relief. "I did it. I brought in the business. Maybe this is the turning point. Maybe now everything will be okay." She meets Marina's palm with a slap that is only mildly self-conscious. She is not normally a high-five sort of person. Ted says everyone's going for a drink later. He said we haven't had that much business in at once since he was in 36-inch waist trousers. You're coming, right? Sure, why not? I've just got to call home first. White Horse, is it? Sam gets back to her cubicle and dials home. It takes Phil 6 rings to answer, even though she knows the phone will be on the coffee table in front of him. How are you doing, love? I'm okay. Just for once she had hoped she wouldn't hear that defeated, resigned tone. She forces a smile. Listen, I had a really good day today. Brought in a lot of business. A few of us are going to the pub after work to celebrate, and I thought maybe you could come down and meet us. Ted will be there. You like Ted. And Marina. You and she did that Spirited Islands in the Stream at the karaoke night, remember? There is a short silence on the other end, as if he is considering it. Just a drink or two? We haven't been out together for ages, have we? It would be nice to have something to celebrate for a change. Say yes, she urges him into the silence. Kat says her dad looks like he's on standby mode these days. Sam keeps thinking that there will be one thing that unlocks this, a night out or an event that will suddenly switch Phil on again.
I'm a bit tired, love. Think I'll stay here. But you haven't done anything. Sam closes her eyes, tries to disguise the sound of her sigh. Okay, I'll be home once I've done these figures. Less than a minute after she's ended the call, her phone rings again. It's Kat. So how did it go? She feels a surge of love for her daughter, who has remembered how important this day was. It went really well, thanks, lovely. I got 3 deals out of 4, and they're all big ones. Yay! That rocks! Well done, Mum. It must have been the trip to the gym that did it. She lowers her voice. What was Dad saying? Oh, I invited him to the pub, but he's not really feeling up to it. I'll get some food on the way back, and I'll be home at about 7:15. I've got to pop to the gym first and hand something back. Why are you coming home? To cook dinner? Mom, go to the pub. You haven't been out in months, and you just pulled in a massive deal. What are you, a Stepford wife? I don't know. I don't like leaving your dad when... Go on, let your hair down for once. You don't have to look after everything. She reassures her mother that yes, she is sure. Yes, it's all fine. Yes, she can make sure her father eats something. She is 19, not 12. Dad is more than capable of making himself beans on toast. Women do not have to do all the emotional labor, she tells Sam emphatically, with the assurance of someone who has never had to do any. And Sam puts down the phone and thinks, suddenly, that it might be quite nice to have an evening somewhere other than her front room with her sad husband staring at nothing beside her. Sam finishes her paperwork, enters the figures into the software, and tots up the zeros with satisfaction. She pulls a little face to herself as she does it, wrinkling her nose and nodding. This morphs into a little dance, her head bobbing on her neck as she bounces in her chair. Oh yes, 92 in that column. Tot up those totals. There's another 0, and another, and another. I am going to the pub, to the pub, to the pub. She lets out a little, ooh, yeah. She turns to reach for a pen and yelps. Sinan is standing in the entrance of the cubicle. She does not know how long he has been standing there, but from the studied insouciance of his expression, probably long enough to see her pulling her victory chair dance. Simon, she says when she's recovered herself, I was just entering today's figures. Mm-hmm. He gazes at her impassively. I heard we got Piltons and Bedicare, he says. That smile again. She can't help herself. Harlan and Lewis, too. Yes, she says, turning to face him fully. And on better margins than last time. It is only as she speaks that she registers his use of the word we, as if he'd had anything to do with any of it. Swallow it, she tells herself. Everyone knows who brought these deals in, and the numbers do not lie. I've also managed to extend the deadline on the, what happened to Framptons? I'm sorry? Why didn't we get Framptons?
She has just brought in nearly £250,000 worth of business, and he wants to talk about the small one that got away? She feels winded, stumbles over her words, and he leans back against the doorframe. He sighs. I think we need to talk. What? Why? Because I had a call from Michael Frampton's office. He said you turned up to the meeting drunk. She stares at him in disbelief. Are you serious? Oh, for goodness sake. Simon puts his hands in his pockets and tilts his groin forward slightly. He does that a lot when he's talking to women. Oh, God, that man. I wasn't drunk in the slightest. There was a mix-up before work, and I had to wear high heels that weren't mine, and there was an uneven surface in the loading area, and what are those? She is interrupted by his finger pointing toward her feet. What have you got on your feet? She follows the line of his finger. Oh, flip-flops? I hope you didn't go to the meetings in those. They're hardly professional footwear. His shoes, she notices, are perfectly shiny lace-ups, slightly pointed at the ends, in a nod to fashion. She thinks about what Miriam Price said. Something about Simon's shoes tells her everything she has ever needed to know about him. Of course I didn't, Simon. I was just telling you that, if you're meant to be representing our company, and I would remind you that it is a very different matter now you're representing Uberprint too, then you need to be doing it in the utmost professional manner, at all times, not slopping about wearing bloody flip-flops. Simon, if you let me finish. I told you I haven't got time for this, Sam. It's not just Grayside now. I hope you can conduct yourself in a more professional manner in future. I can't be worrying about whether I'm going to have more clients calling up to complain about you being drunk or whatever it is you're wearing on your feet. You've put me in a very awkward position today. But I wasn't, she begins. But he has already turned and left the cubicle. Sam stares at the space where he had been, her mouth hanging slightly open. Then she shuts it abruptly. Knowing Simon, he will suddenly reappear and accuse her of wearing an unprofessional facial expression. He's a grade A wanker, says Ted, shaking his head so that his jowls wobble. A proper waste of skin. She had been so shaken by the exchange that she had nearly gone home. She should stop off at the gym after all. But Marina had come past just as she was packing the cream Chanel jacket into her bag and told her there was no way she was letting her go straight home tonight. She was the one who had brought in all the money. She could drop off the bag in the morning. Don't let that little scrote ruin your day. Don't give him what he wants. Come on, Sam, just for one drink. So she has come next door to the White Horse, surrounded by the workmates she has known for more than a decade, a family of sorts. She knows the names of their partners and children, the various pets of the child-free, and often, these days, people's ailments. She used to bake birthday cakes and bring them in, but the first time she had done that after Uberprint took over, Simon had walked into the breakout area as they gathered round to sing Happy Birthday and said he really couldn't believe they thought they had time for this. What was it? A kindergarten? How's Phil? Marina puts another glass of white wine on the table in front of her and settles in. Has he found another job yet? She does not want to talk about Phil tonight, so she utters a bright, "Not yet," the kind that suggests she has every confidence that this is the most temporary state of affairs, and changes the subject swiftly. "Hey, you'll never guess what happened to me this morning." Marina is agog. "Show me," she demands, as Sam tells the story, and Sam reaches under the bench and pulls out the kit bag, unzipping it to show her one of the shoes. "I should really have taken them back instead of coming here," she says. "I'll have to do it tomorrow." But Marina isn't listening. "Oh my God, you did a whole day in these? I wouldn't have been able to walk 5 steps. I nearly didn't. But Marina, by the end of the day, I was working it. I swear it was wearing them that got me the deals." "Well, what are you doing?" Sam looks at her blankly. "You're not celebrating in those bloody awful flip-flops. Put them on. I want to see." Marina is exclaiming about the beauty of the shoes. I bet they cost the same as my mortgage. When Lenny from accounts asks what they're talking about. And before she knows it, Joel is telling the other end of the table, and her workmates are demanding that she parade up and down in the shoes. She is 3 glasses of wine in now, and despite the acid warning in her stomach that she will pay for this, especially on an empty stomach, she finds herself doing a fake catwalk-type strut up and down in front of her colleagues, while they hoot and clap approvingly. "You should wear heels every day," says Ted. "Yeah, we will if you boys do too," says Marina, and throws a peanut at him.
Someone has put on music, and the pub is now packed with people competing for space on the little square dance floor. Office workers marking their survival through the stress of another week. Those with quiet crushes on colleagues looking to alcohol to ease their way forward. Those unwilling immediately to embrace the responsibilities, the dread silences of a weekend at home. Marina grabs her hand, and they are suddenly in the throng, arms up, clapping to the music, dancing in the way that middle-aged people do, badly, but with the confidence that comes from the fact that they no longer care. That sometimes just the act of dancing, letting go in a room of people while a beat thumps through your veins, is an act of rebellion. Against the dark, against the tough times that will inevitably come tomorrow. Sam dances, closes her eyes, and enjoys the clench of her thighs, the feel of the heels on the hard floor. She feels powerful, defiant, sexy. She dances until her hair sticks in strands to her face, and sweat runs into the small of her back. She feels Joel's hand around her waist, and he takes hers and lifts it so that she twirls under his arm. "You looked absolutely gorgeous in those shoes today," he murmurs into her ear as she spins. She laughs and blushes. She has just sat down, still pink and giddy, when the man appears. "Blimey, you've pulled," Marina mutters as he stops in front of her. Tall, wearing the kind of dark uniform and muscular bulk that shows this is a person who takes themselves very seriously indeed. He looks her up and down. Hello?" she says, half laughing, when he does not speak. She wonders briefly if the shoes have gifted her some strange new sexual potency. "This is what you want." He hands her a jiffy bag. And before she can say anything, he turns and is gone, swallowed by the throng of sweaty, extravagantly gyrating bodies. The problem with having more than one home is that the thing you want at any given time is nearly always in another place. Likewise, the problem with only having rich people as friends is that they are always in the wrong very country. Nisha has 3 friends living in London, if you can call them friends. Olivia, who, her answering service tells her, is currently at her house in Bermuda, and Karen, who is back in the U.S. visiting family. She calls both, but is put onto voicemail. It's a time zone thing. She asks, in as casual a tone as she can manage, whether they might call her back when they get this message. When she puts the phone down, she realizes she is not entirely sure what she will say to either of them when or if they do. Angeline Mercer has been divorced twice, the second time after she discovered her husband's infidelity with the nanny. She at least might be sympathetic to Nisha's situation. Angeline greets her charmingly, listens while Nisha explains insolently that there has been a little situation with Carl, rather embarrassing, and could she possibly just see her way to wiring her a small sum while she sorts it all out. Angeline's voice is just as smooth when she tells her that, yes, Carl had explained the situation to James, and she is very sorry, but they don't really feel they can get involved. "It would be like taking sides," she says sweetly, making it quite clear which side they have taken. Nisha wants to ask what the situation was that Carl had described, but some last vestige of pride will not allow her to. "I quite understand. So sorry to have troubled you," she says calmly.
and then lets out 3 curses so bald and extreme that they would have sent her grandmother racing for the emergency Bible. She does not try anyone else. Nisha is not big on female friends. School had left her with a deep distrust of the subtly volatile dynamics that form when girls get together. Female friendships were febrile, prone to little explosions, frequently leaving you feeling like the ground was shifting under your feet in ways you couldn't quite fathom. After she left home and started her new life in the city, she was too nervous of betraying herself to feel she could truly unburden herself to anyone, except Juliana. And she doesn't think about Juliana anymore. Some things are just too painful. No, women trade compliments or troubles like currency. Women smile understandingly at your confidences, then use them against you like weapons. Men she finds predictable, and Nisha likes predictability. You behave a certain way, a man responds in a way that is manageable. She understands the rules of this game. And then, of course, as the wife of any wealthy man knows, other women become competitors, threats to a hard-won status quo. When she was newly married to Carl, there were the women who eyed her with disdain, Team Carol, who couldn't believe Carl had been so disappointingly predictable, so obvious. But Nisha didn't put a foot wrong as Carl's wife. She educated herself into his world so comprehensively that there was no tiny crack in which weakness could be exposed. She had watched Carl's friends' marriages implode around her in stages, just as his first had. And she understood exactly what was going on with the new wives, their careful, blank faces and honeyed words, that each was loyal only unto her husband and her own position. Yes, that had served her very well indeed, until she reached 40 and learned there was a whole new threat. The younger women, the ones who would sniff out a sell-by date and decide, like a targeted missile, to home in. Tight young bodies, willing to please, pleased to be willing, with nothing to lose, and not yet weighed down by disappointment or anger or just plain exhaustion at trying to be all the things all the time. Nisha, in response, learned just to be better. She was a good-looking woman, her hair lustrous, her skin the constant recipient of whatever top-of-the-range serums and moisturizers hit the market, so that she frequently passed for someone 10 years younger. She worked out every day, had her nails done weekly, her waxes done fortnightly, her hair extensions refreshed every 4 weeks, Botox every 12. She was there, ready for him, in La Perla, fresh flowers in his room, his favorite wine in the cellar. She laughed at his jokes, applauded his speeches, flattered his colleagues, and emphasized his superiority and virility in public and private. She replaced his shirts and pants, booked his barber's appointments before the assistant knew they were even due, made sure every property was ready for his arrival with his favorite food and wines. She allowed no domestic stresses to impede his path. She let nothing drop. She was all over this being female thing. And it turns out, even that isn't really enough. Nisha has walked to 4 different cash points in the vicinity, and each one has either swallowed her remaining array of cards or spat them out, telling her in bald digital terms to contact bank staff. But she doesn't have to contact bank staff to know what is going on here. She had walked to Mongol, the exclusive boutique she had used for the past 5 years whenever she was in London, and before she had even tried on the thick Alexander McQueen coat, Nigella, the manager, had come out to explain that she was very sorry, but Mr. Cantor had closed their account that morning, and without a credit card, they were not going to be able to help. She had peered subterraneously at the toweling robe as she said the words, as if trying to assess if this was some new season fashion-forward item she hadn't been aware of. Nisha sits in the coffee shop, ignoring the curious stares of the other customers, and tries to think. She needs something to wear, she needs somewhere to stay, and she needs a lawyer. Without money, she can access none of these things. She could ask Ray to wire some, but then this will be out there, irreversible, and she does not want to drag her son into it. Not just yet. Not with everything else he has gone through this year. Hello? She snatches up the phone. It's me.
"I'm so sorry, Mrs. Cantor." Magda's voice is hushed. "I had to use my husband's phone because mine was cut off. Did you speak to your guy?" "Yes. He's got it. He's going to call me shortly and tell me where to meet you. He doesn't want to call you directly. In case. This is why it's taken me so long to get back to you." She sounds genuinely apologetic. "When is he going to call? I need help here, Magda. I've got nothing." "He says within the next hour or so. I am literally wearing a bathrobe. Carl won't let me get my things. Can you send some clothes? And I'm going to need my jewelry FedExed, and some cash. And, oh, my laptop. This is the other thing, Mrs. Cantor." Magda sniffs noisily down the phone, and Nisha shudders slightly. "Mr. Cantor fired me. I didn't do anything, and they say he fired me." Nisha knows she should say something comforting, but all she can think is, really, really, really. "The housekeeper shut me out of the house, and they said he's paid me off with immediate effect. I don't know what we're going to do because Lainey's medical bills. You can't even get in the house? No. I had to get the subway all the way to Janos' work to use his phone because they took the phone off me before I left. I got there 7 a.m. as usual, and they threw me out by 7:15. Luckily, I knew your number by heart, so I could still call you." She must write down every number in her phone book, she thinks suddenly. He will cancel her phone, too, as soon as he remembers to. "I need money, Magda. I need a lawyer." But Magda has started to cry. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Cantor. I couldn't get any of your jewelry, your photographs, anything. They said they would get the cops if I tried to remove anything. It would be theft, and they would get immigration involved. They literally pushed me out of the door. I tried to get your—" "Yes, yes. Look, call me as soon as you hear back. I need to know where to meet him. This is really important." "I will, Mrs. Cantor. I'm so sorry." She is sobbing now. A ringing sound has started in Nisha's head. She has to get off the phone. "Don't worry, okay? Don't worry. We'll fix this, and then I'll rehire you, okay?" She has no idea if this is possible, but it makes Magda stop crying. She ends the call with Magda's grateful exclamation still echoing over the line. The stares of the people around her are becoming unbearable. Nisha is used to being looked at. She has always drawn attention, but it is for being fit and beautiful and privileged. These looks, she sees, are suffused with pity or wariness or even revulsion. What is that crazy lady doing in her robe? She has to get hold of some clothes. She has avoided looking at the shop across the road the whole time she has sat here nursing her soy latte, but now she knows she has little choice. She gets up, tucks her phone into the pocket of her dressing gown, and makes her way across the road to the Global Cat Foundation Goodwill store. The smell. Dear God, the smell. The very air in the shop is a stale perfume of scraping by, of a singular lack of beauty, and of despair. She walks in, turns on her heel, and walks straight out again, standing on the roadside breathing gulps of the relative freshness of traffic-filled Brompton Road. She waits a minute, composes herself, then turns and walks back in. "It's only for a few hours," she mutters under her breath. She just needs something that will get her through a few hours. The barrel-shaped woman with turquoise hair looks at her as she walks in, and she ignores her, slightly challenging hello. Everything here looks and feels cheap. She doesn't even want to touch the blouses on their rails, the nylon shirts and market stall sweaters. There is an old woman 2 rails away looking at the shoes, her face screwed up in concentration as she examines each for size. She is going to have to wear the kind of clothes a woman like this is buying. Just for a few hours, she tells herself, you can do this.
She picks through the rails with the tips of her fingernails until she finds a jacket that looks barely worn, a pair of trousers that look like they might be a US 4. The jacket is £7.50 and the trousers 11. Get locked out, did you? She doesn't want to speak to this woman with her blue hair, but she forces a half smile. Something like that. Do you want to try them on? No, she says curtly. No, I do not want to try them on. No, I do not want to go into your horrible, reeking, curtained-off corner cubicle. I do not want to be in the same zip code as these cheap, stale-smelling clothes that have been worn by God knows who. But my husband is having some kind of midlife crisis and trying to destroy me so that he can get a divorce. Would you like to fill out a gift aid form? Gift aid? That way the charity gets to claim back tax. You just put down your name and address. I don't have an address just now. The truth hits her like a punch. She recovers herself. Actually, I do. My address is in New York, 5th Avenue. If you say so. The woman lets out a quiet snigger. She pays for the items, waving away the change, then demands it, a move that makes the assistant humph audibly. Then Nisha pulls the tags from the clothes, hauls on the trousers, grabs the jacket from the counter, and walks out, dropping the toweling bathrobe in a heap on the floor of the shop. Magda books her a hotel she says is not far from the Bentley, the Tower Primavera. I told them to tell the front desk you couldn't give your credit card for security as your purse was stolen, and they finally agreed. Oh, thank God. The used scent of these clothes has somehow lodged in the back of her throat, and she thinks she may be coming out in hives. She once read that if you smell something, you're absorbing actual molecules of it into your body. The thought makes her retch. She keeps plucking at her sleeves to try to keep the fabric from touching her skin. But I'm afraid they say without a card you cannot have a minibar. I don't care. I just need to shower and make some calls. There is a long pause. I have to tell you something else, Mrs. Cantor. Nisha checks the map on her phone and starts walking. What? It's not the kind of hotel you and Mr. Cantor are used to. Magda rambles on about how she was sorry, but they had no credit on their card this month, something to do with her copay, blah, blah, blah. It was $140, but there is a kettle in the room to make a drink, and maybe cookies. I asked for extra cookies for you. I was thinking you must be hungry. She is too distracted to be mad about it. Whatever. She thanks Magda and ends the call, thinking at least now Magda will be able to reach her, if or when he cuts her phone. The walk is interminable. Magda is clearly useless at judging distances on a map. Nisha slaps along the gray pavement in the two large flip-flops as the skies darken and lower, and eventually it starts to spit with the kind of chill, malevolent rain that you seem to get only in London. Nisha stops briefly and, admitting defeat, takes out the shoes from the bag. There is at least a clean pair of socks in there. She puts them on and then, wincing, puts on the black, clumpy, tired-looking shoes. They fit reasonably well, but possess the unnerving contours of someone else's long-term use. I will not think about them, she tells herself. These are not me. Then she puts on the jacket, feeling the cheap fabric weld to her shoulders, and pushes away feelings that suddenly threaten to swamp her. Her walk becomes something like a stomp, the unfamiliar flat heels changing the way even her hips move. There has always been a car waiting like a shadow outside whichever building she happened to be in, and to be out here without one, in a city that is suddenly unfamiliar, makes her feel untethered, as if she is just floating wildly in the atmosphere.
"Keep it together," she mutters to herself as she powers on, scowling at anyone who has the temerity to look at her. She will get what she needs, and she will be back in the penthouse by this evening. Or some other penthouse. Either way, Carl will pay for this. The hotel is a squat, modern building in cheap burgundy brick, with a plasticky, illuminated sign over the sliding doors, and when she finally reaches the street, she pauses, double-checking that she has the name right. As she gazes up, a man in a football shirt walks out holding a can of beer. He stops to shout something at his companion, who is eating from a packet of potato chips held high up to her nose, like a pig in a trough. She watches as they veer off, yelling about needing a Big Mac. The receptionist has a note against her room and repeats several times that she will not be able to have the minibar. So sorry, given that they are not able to take a card. We wouldn't even normally accept the booking, she says, but we're not that busy today, and your friend was so sweet and worried about you. I'm sorry about your stolen bag. Thank you, I won't be staying long. She hesitates before pressing the elevator button to the 4th floor, not wanting to touch the button. She jabs at it once, twice when it fails to register, then wipes her finger several times on her sleeve. When she arrives at room 414, having navigated a long stretch of bright, swirling carpet, clearly designed by someone who wanted an entire customer base to pass out from nausea, she opens the door and stops. The room is small, with a double bed facing a tired, fake wood sideboard on which a flat-screen television sits. The carpet and the drapes are turquoise and brown. It smells of cigarettes and synthetic air freshener, with notes of something sour and Clorox-like underneath, like the aftermath of a crime scene cleanup. What terrible thing has happened in here? The bathroom, while apparently clean, houses its shampoo and conditioner in locked canisters on the wall, as if its clientele cannot be trusted even with that. She takes off the jacket and tosses it onto the bed, then washes her face and arms thoroughly with the cheap soap. She checks the thin, slightly rough towels, apparently laundered, then dries off with them. She sees herself in the mirror, her hair still scraped back in the ponytail from her shower at the gym, her face free of makeup. She looks 10 years older, furious, exhausted. She sits on the edge of the bed. Hotel bedspreads make her shudder. Have you seen what shows up under ultraviolet light? And waits for Magda to call. He says somewhere low-key and busy so that he doesn't attract attention. He is worried about Ari finding out. He wants to meet in a British pub. A pub? Okay. She remembers a pub she had stopped outside to refasten the awful shoes. The White Horse. Tell him to meet me at the White Horse. How will I know who he is? He knows what you look like. He will find you. He says you must be there from 8 p.m. 8 o'clock tonight. That's 4 hours away. Can't he get here sooner? He says 8 o'clock. He will be there with what you want. Wait inside. He will find you. Nisha stares at the carpet. Her voice, when it emerges, is less confident. Can I trust him, Magda? Do we know what he has? There is a short silence. He says he will be there, Mrs. Cantor. I just tell you what he told me. It takes 16 paces to go fully backward and forward around the bed in the little room. It is 1,348 paces before she finally stops. Her heart is racing, a Rolodex of thoughts spinning as she registers what Carl has done, what he has tried to do to her. She has witnessed Carl's ruthlessness with his business enemies, the way he would summarily bring down a guillotine on even long-standing relationships without turning a hair. One minute they were embedded in the inner circle, lunched handsomely, lent a driver, or consulted over late-night cognac with jokes and bonhomie. The next, it was as if they had simply been erased. He would pick up and drop people as they suited him, and it was as if he could barely remember their names afterward. Carl has never worried about parking tickets, legal problems, or employment tribunals. He always says that's why he employs other people, to sort out life's messes. She realizes that she, his wife, has suddenly morphed into one of his messes. There is a tight knot in Nisha's stomach that just keeps getting tighter, as if someone were pulling a cord around her waist.
Every time she stops walking, she feels as if she can't breathe properly, as if the air won't reach the bottom of her lungs. She needs a drink, but she doesn't want to drink the water. What might be lurking in those pipes? And she doesn't want to leave the room to get a bottled water in case Magda calls. So she deliberates and finally makes herself an instant coffee, boiling the kettle 3 times with fresh water before she feels safe drinking it. She had once watched a morning show item when they said some guests had used kettles to boil wash their underwear. It had actually given her nightmares. And what was she going to tell Ray? He'd have to know eventually, of course. They would concoct some mealy-mouthed statement about people changing, not being able to live together anymore, but Mummy and Daddy still loved each other, blah, blah, blah. Carl would probably get a lawyer to write his, and she would have to put on a brave face, pretend that this was what she had wanted too, make it as easy and light as possible so that Ray could cope with it. Who was it? That's the question, a drumbeat running through her head underneath every new thought. She runs through a mental list of eligible women who had raised her internal red flag in the past months. A little too much attention, a casual hand on an arm at a fundraising dinner, a whispered joke through heavily glossed lips. There were always women, and she has watched them carefully, always closely monitoring the vibrations in the atmosphere. She had known something was off, but she couldn't think who might be behind it, or that Carl, reliably, sometimes annoyingly, passionate, was suddenly tired more often than he was not. It wasn't that she enjoyed the morning intimacy she was obliged to give him, but it unnerved her more when they stopped. She never asked him what was wrong. She was not the kind of woman to be needy, but she bought new, outrageous lingerie and took charge of their connection when he got back from his last trip, using methods she knew he couldn't resist. He was less tired then. Of course he was. But even as she held him close, there was something different, a discordant note humming away in the background. She had known. Oh, she had known. And that was what had finally persuaded her to seek insurance. Well, thank God she had. She's hungry. That's not unusual. Nisha has been hungry her whole adult life. You think you could maintain a figure like hers otherwise. But she thinks back and realizes suddenly that she has eaten nothing at all today. She goes to the tray with the plastic kettle, and there, in a brightly colored wrapper, are 2 packets of cheap cookies with something unidentifiable and creamy in them. She scans one of the little packets suspiciously. Carbs have been the enemy for so many decades that it requires a huge mental leap to persuade herself that on this occasion she needs to consume them. God, what she really wants is a cigarette. She hasn't wanted a cigarette for 5 years, but she would actually kill for one right now. To distract herself, she boils the kettle 3 times again, makes a black tea, and drinks that. And finally, when she can take the clawing hunger pains no longer, she rips open the little packet and puts a cookie into her mouth. The pale cookie manages to be both dry and claggy at the same time. But it might be one of the most delicious things she has ever tasted. Oh God, it's so good, so full of mess, and so very good.
Nisha closes her eyes and savors every mouthful of the 2 small cookies, letting out little noises of pleasure. Then she eats the second packet. She shakes it onto her palm to retrieve the last few tiny crumbs, rips it open, and licks the inside. Then, when there is definitely nothing left, she throws it into the bin. Nisha sits and checks her watch, and she waits. She had been to an English pub once before, in the Cotswolds, with one of Carl's associates who owned a sprawling shooting estate and thought it would be fun for them to partake in the English tradition of sinking a pint.
The building had been straight out of the history books, full of beams and wonky ceilings, suffused with the smell of wood smoke, with a cute hand-painted antique sign outside and the door surrounded by roses. The landlord had known everyone by name, and had even allowed entry to dogs, which lay at the feet of men in tweed with bad teeth and braying voices. The car park a mix of mud-spattered old four-wheel drives and the immaculate Porsches and Mercedes of weekenders. A bar girl served up little plates of cubed cheese. You wanted to see the lab bacterial results on shared plates? Ugh! And small brown pies with unidentifiable meat that she had pretended to nibble at. The bottled water was lukewarm. She smiled at the raucous jokes and wished she had stayed back at the house. But she had made it a habit to be at Carl's side at all times. This is not that kind of pub. This is like the bars in roadside joints several miles off the highway where she had grown up, where girls wore tank tops and short shorts and men wished they were at a Hooters and behaved as if they were. She walks into the White Horse and is instantly enveloped in a sea of bodies and noise. Groups of people yelling beery fumes at each other over thumping music that is just a few decibels too loud. She pushes her way through the crowd, trying to shrink to avoid the men who are lurching around aimlessly, apparently already drunk at 7:30 in the evening. She had hoped to sit quietly in a corner somewhere, but all the seats are taken, people elbowing their way in as soon as a table vacated, like some kind of muscular game of musical chairs. She waits instead, in a porch area by a door, as if she were thinking of going for a smoke, and shaking her head at the guys who asked her if she has a spare fag. All the while she scans the crowd, waiting for a man who will give her a nod of recognition. He has come via a friend of Magda's husband, who knew people, and has contacts in every country. She had made the arrangements directly on a burner phone 6 weeks ago, so that Magda was involved as little as possible. She had pleaded to be kept out of it. "It is better if I know nothing, Mrs. Cantor. I do not want to get into any trouble." And when the guy had reported back last week, he said the surveillance job had been embarrassingly easy and that she would not be disappointed. She had sent him cash and a Patek Philippe watch that Carl had decided he needed 2 years ago at the airport in Dubai and had been too drunk to remember buying afterward. There was no point in her trying to identify this guy by his looks. They were all the same, these goons anyhow, with their military haircuts and their thick necks. She'd know him because he'd be the only guy here who wasn't drunk and spraying saliva halfway around the room. "Got a fag, darling?" A young man appears in front of her. He wears a white polo shirt and track pants whose crotch sags down to his knees, and he has a glassy flush to his cheeks that says he has been drinking for some time. "No," she says. "Waiting for someone, are you?" She looks him up and down. "Yes, waiting for you to get lost." "Whoo-hoo!" She sees then that a group of other young men are with him, equally well lubricated, nudging each other and howling. "You're sassy. I love a sassy lass," he says, and raises his eyebrows suggestively, like she might find that a compliment. "American, are you?" She ignores him and shifts slightly so that she is facing away from them all. "Aw, don't be arsey. Come on. Let me buy you a drink, darling. What do you drink? Vodka tonic?" "Let him buy you a drink, Yankee Doodle." She keeps her face turned away. She can smell his aftershave, something cheap and pungent. "I don't want one. Please go right ahead and enjoy your night. I won't enjoy it without you. Come on, darling, let me buy you a drink. You're all on your." He puts a hand on her arm, and she whips around and hisses, "Really off and leave me alone." This time the hoo-hoo from his friends has a slightly harder tone. They are getting annoying. She needs to focus to make sure she doesn't miss her guy. The young man's face has flushed and hardened to a blank stare. "No need to be rude," he says. "Yeah."
"There is, apparently," she responds. And then, as they shuffle off back into the pub with a couple of sulky backward glances, she walks over to a portly middle-aged guy in a rumpled jacket talking to a friend, leaning against one of the windows. "Excuse me, would you happen to have a spare cigarette?" She smiles sweetly at the man, and he is disarmed immediately. Doesn't even speak as he rummages hurriedly for his packet. He lights the cigarette, like a gentleman, keeping his hands from hers, and she rewards him with another smile. "Actually, you couldn't give me a couple for later, could you? I've left mine at home." He gives her the packet, insisting she take them, that he can buy some more. "You're a doll," she says, and his ears go pink. She smokes the cigarette in short, angry puffs, relishing the acrid taste of the smoke, the chance to do something for a few minutes. Where the hell is he? She stubs the last of the cigarette out with her heel. "Just hurry up," she wills him. She cannot remember the last time she was on her own in a public bar at night. She is normally insulated from people like this. That snotty kid wouldn't have approached her if she was in her normal clothes. This is what she's spent her whole life getting away from. She checks her watch, then shoves her hands into her pockets and pulls them out again quickly with an audible ugh when she remembers what she is wearing. At 9:15, she makes her third circuit of the pub, pushing through the groups of increasingly raucous customers, her head dipping and bobbing as she tries to make out who is there. A young woman, no longer wearing any shoes, offers her a cigarette outside and tells her her hair is beautiful. She says thank you nicely because she wants the cigarette. She suspects the nicotine will give her a headache tomorrow. Nisha waits as the hours pass and the bar takes a more bacchanalian turn around her. The voices louder, the glasses sloshing alcohol as people push past her. A group of office workers start dancing on the tiny, sticky dance floor, and she stares at them, marveling at people's willingness to humiliate themselves. The side door is locked at 11:15, and people begin to spill out of the main doors, laughing, stumbling, stopping to smoke or kiss messily or wait for taxis. He does not come. "Is it closing time?" she asks a young Asian man, part of the office celebration. "Yes, babe," he says, saluting. "Nearly 11, innit?" He slings an arm around the shoulders of a ginger-haired man in an ill-fitting t-shirt, and they walk off singing. She cannot believe it. She turns and peers inside. The place is emptying, barman wiping tables and stacking chairs. Could she have missed him? He couldn't have been here without her knowing. He just couldn't. She curses under her breath, preparing to walk back to the hotel. She is only a few minutes away from the pub when she hears them behind her, catcalling, their footsteps echoing on the wet pavement. "Oi, Yankee Doodle!" She turns and recognizes him immediately, pushing forward like a pustulant boil from the surface of their little gang. Ugh, great.
She picks up her pace, but they pick up theirs too, and she knows they are gaining on her. Her heart thumps in her ears with a sudden surge of adrenaline. She runs through the calculations that every woman knows as standard. This street is too dark. There are no other people nearby. The main street, with its strip lights and traffic, is still 100, 200 paces away. She has no Ari, no personal alarm, not even any keys to wedge between her fingers. He is coming. She knows it in her gut. 3 strides, 2 strides. She hears his approach, feels the hot breath on her neck. Just as his arms surround her in a clumsy bear hug, Nisha squats and drops abruptly, shifts her weight onto her back foot, turns, and swings her right forearm up hard, striking him effectively. Just as her Krav Maga tutor had shown her. She hears his high-pitched cry as he collapses onto the pavement behind her, the shocked exclamations of his friends as they reach for him, the curses, really? But they are drunk, and before they can fully grasp what has happened, she is sprinting away down the unlit back road, all the power of 1,000 tedious daily sessions on a treadmill in her feet, suddenly grateful that, for this day in her life at least, She is not wearing a pair of beautifully handmade couture high heels, but a pair of cheap and nasty, perfectly flat pumps. She is almost at the hotel, her brain still fizzing, before she discovers that during the scuffle, her phone has fallen out of the too shallow pocket of the second-hand jacket. She curses, then doubles back and runs the route she has come, ignoring the drunks weaving their way along the street. She scans the sidewalk, but there is nothing. Of course there isn't. How long does a cell phone last on an inner-city street? Nisha stands under the flickering sodium light, closes her eyes, and wonders how much worse this day can get. Magda, there are 6 different white horses in London. Why didn't you tell me? I just looked them up. He must have gone to a different one. She has borrowed the phone of the soft-voiced Nigerian man on reception, and as Magda answers, she is standing in the corner by the vending machine, ignoring the anxious glances he is sending in her direction. What? But he called me. What do you mean he called you? He said he handed it to you 2 hours ago. He got held up, so he was late, and he called me. He did not give it to me. He went to the wrong bar. No, Mrs. Cantor, the white horse. I told him what you would be wearing. I knew this was Friday's outfit because I have them all on the chart. He said he recognized you by your shoes. What? The Louboutins. He said there are too many women your age with dark hair, 5'6". So I said this would be the best way to recognize you. Because there's only one pair in the world, right? Very distinctive shoes. I even sent him a picture of them, just to be sure. I knew you'd be wearing them because you said Friday you were going to get your hair done after the gym and then straight to Hakkasan for dinner. And you said Mr. Cantor wanted you to wear them. But my shoes were stolen. They were stolen this morning. There is a silence at the other end of the line. You weren't wearing the shoes? Nisha stands up, her hand gripping the phone as she realizes what Magda is saying. Oh my God! Who the hell has he given it to? There is a particularly vindictive tenor to the kind of hangover that occurs in your 40s, as if the body, not content with acting as if it has been poisoned, also decides to send furious signals across all nerve endings. How old do you think you are? Was that really a sensible idea? Think you're still young enough to play hard? Well, try this. Sam, her eyes screwed shut against the light and the terrifyingly loud noises coming from the kitchen, observes she is now having imaginary arguments with her nervous system. She knows she'll have to embrace the day, or at least touch it gingerly with her fingertips, and possibly weep a little. Good night, was it? Kat appears in front of her in a satin bomber jacket and huge, clumpy black boots, and places a mug of coffee on the table with what feels like a malicious level of enthusiasm. I think so. Sit up, or it'll dribble down your chin. Sam pushes herself up upright, groaning softly at the pain in her head. Where's Dad? Still asleep. What time is it? 9:30. Oh, God, the dog. I've walked him, and I bought some more milk, and I washed up Dad's stuff from last night. Can I borrow your gold stud earrings? I'm going to a fur farm protest after work, and I worry that my hoop ones will get ripped out if there's trouble. Sam's gaze slides toward her daughter. The ones I said you couldn't borrow under any circumstances? Hang on. Ripped out? What? Fake gold ones make my ears itch. Here, drink your coffee. Sam takes a sip. It tastes like a lifeline. Nice negotiating. Get her while she's vulnerable. I learned from the best. Kat beams. Thanks, Mom. I promise I'll look after them. Sam has a sudden memory of Joel, the weight of his hands on her waist, smiling at her in that way he does. Marina's voice in her ear. He's sweet on you. She flushes and is not sure whether the prickling heat in her face is alcohol, embarrassment, or something hormonal. Either way, she pushes herself up from the sofa. Have a lovely time at... Wait, did you say protest? What are you doing? Protesting. Just winding up the police a bit. Have a nice day, Mum. Wait, is that a tattoo? She hears the door slam and her daughter is gone.
Phil is curled up in the duvet like a human sausage roll and does not stir as she enters the bedroom. The air in the room seems peculiarly still and weighty, as if it sits more heavily in here. She stands for a moment and observes him, his brow furrowed even in sleep, his hands close to his chin, as if unconsciously braced to defend. Sometimes she wants to scream at him. You think I wouldn't like to lie around all day and let someone else take over? Let someone else worry about the bills and my awful boss, and walk the dog and do the shopping and vacuum the bit on the stairs that always gets covered with hair. You think I wouldn't like to abdicate responsibility for everything? Other times she feels a terrible sadness for him. Her once cheerful, motivated husband, who used to sing tunelessly in the shower and kiss her when she wasn't expecting it, and who now looks hunched and haunted all the time, buffeted by the double whammy of losing his beloved job and even more beloved father in the same 6 months. "I couldn't help him, Sam," he would say, chalk white when he returned home night after night. He had told her a few weeks ago that being this age was like walking among snipers, that people he cared about were being picked off, and there was nothing you could do, and no way of telling who was next. "That's a bit of a gloomy way to look at it," she had said. It had sounded feeble even as it fell out of her mouth, and he hadn't said anything after that. Unlike Sam's house, outside which the rusting camper van is now host to a growing fortress of weeds and shelter to a collection of takeaway cartons thrown from passing cars, the frontage of Andrea's little railway cottage is always immaculate. No weeds sprout in the cobbled frontage, and the row of terracotta pots is dutifully tended, bright blooms switched according to the seasons, fed and watered daily with almost maternal care. She knocks on the door, the special knock that tells Andrea this is neither a weirdo stalker nor a double glazing salesman, and after a moment it swings open in front of her. "Ooh, you look like—" "Gosh," Andrea says, and Sam raises her eyebrows, faced with Andrea's missing ones, the still ghostly pallor of her skin. Come in, come in. You'll have to make the coffee. For some reason, milk keeps making me gag."
They sit knees up, end to end on Andrea's sofa, which is always covered with a selection of crocheted blankets and soft wraps, as she gets cold easily. They are in bold colors, because she likes things to be upbeat and cheery, and as they sit, Muggs, Andrea's beloved battered ginger cat, climbs between them and kneads a cushion rapturously, sending out hoarse purrs of pleasure. "So, what happened to you?" says Andrea. She has placed a soft wrap on her head, which matches the blue of her eyes. "Tell me all the goss." "I brought in 3 big deals, got accused by my new boss of being drunk, and got very, very drunk," she says. "Excellent. Any bad behavior?" She thinks about Joel and pushes away the memory. "No. Beyond dancing so much in high heels that my feet looked like unbaked bread this morning. Ugh, I dream of bad behavior. Sometimes I dream about going out and getting slaughtered, and it's almost a disappointment when I wake up and there's no hangover. You can have this one. Honest, it's on me." They had met on the first day of secondary school, and Andrea had shown Sam her impression of an orange. It involved pursing her entire face and was oddly convincing, then revealed the love bite she had got from the PE teacher's son. In all the years they have been friends, Sam can remember only one falling out, over a holiday Andrea had taken without her when they were 18, and after which they had tacitly agreed never to argue again. Andrea knows her to her bones, every crush, every sadness, every passing thought. She is a constant conversation running through Sam's life, and every time Sam leaves her, she feels restored in some subliminal way she never quite understands. Is Phil up? Not yet. Have you talked to him about the meds again? Sam groans. He won't do it. It's like he's decided that the moment he takes antidepressants, he's officially mentally ill. It's just depression, Sam. It's ridiculous. Everyone needs help sometimes. It's like this, but in his brain instead of something external.
Andrea is the only person she feels able to tell the truth to about Phil's illness. How sometimes she hates him. How she is afraid he'll never get better. How she is afraid that one day he will be better, and she will hate him for this so much that she won't be able to feel the same way again about him. How what has happened to him and to Andrea has left her feeling like the earth can shift under your feet without a moment's notice, so that nothing in the world, no happiness, feels secure. "How are you feeling?" Sam says, to change the subject. "Oh, just tired, mostly. I've watched the whole of ER this week on one of the streaming channels, just because it makes me feel better when people die and it isn't me. The last scan was still good, though, right? You're on the mend?" "Yep. One more to go before I can breathe again." "Hey, my hair's started to grow back." She lifts the wrap from her head, revealing a hint of fuzz. Sam leans across and runs her hand over it. "Nice. You look like Furiosa in Mad Max." "Well, people are always mistaking me for Charlize Theron." There is a brief silence in the little room. Muggs has fallen asleep, his back legs in the air like a rabbit's, and they pause to stroke him gently. "Oh, and I was let go from work." Andrea doesn't look up from the cat. It takes a moment for Sam to register what she said. "What?" "Nothing to do with this, of course. Just a restructuring of the department so that my position no longer exists." "They can't do that, not after what you've just been through." "Well, they did. I get a small payoff, so there's that." But how will you get by?" Andrea shrugs. "No idea. I thought I might try something desperate to make ends meet." She smiles weakly at Sam. "I'll go to the benefits office next week and see what I'm entitled to. You'd think being half dead would entitle me to something." "Don't," says Sam. "Don't even joke about it." She reaches across and takes Andrea's hand. She squeezes it gently. "It'll be all right," says Andrea. "Something will happen. I'll help you. I've got savings." "You told me you'd burned through most of them." "Your memory is way too good," says Andrea. "Anyway, you're as skint as I am. Seriously, can I do something? Can we sue them? Get a lawyer involved? It's a huge corporation with whole legal departments devoted to squishing people. And honestly, I haven't got the energy to fight anything else just now." Andrea keeps her eyes on the cat as she speaks, and the conversation is apparently closed. They sit in silence for a while, both lost in their thoughts, still both stroking the cat until he decides this is way too much human contact and stalks off the sofa. "Oh, I have a fun thing to tell you." Andrea lifts her head. "About time, Sam. Jesus. You've been about as much use as a wet weekend in Grimsby for half an hour, and now you have something positive to tell me?" She tells Andrea the story of the high-heeled Louboutin shoes from Frampton to Miriam Price, and then the story of the handsome man with the jiffy bag. "Well, where is it? The thing the guy gave you?" I think it's in my bag." She rifles through it and brings out the jiffy bag. In it is a small memory stick. "What are you doing?" "It might be something exciting. Details of Swiss bank accounts, Pentagon codes that I can use to bomb my HR department, riches from a long-lost Nigerian royal family. Let me have a look. Come on." Andrea raises herself from the sofa and reaches behind her for the laptop on the desk. "What if it's got malware or something on it? I don't want to put bugs on your computer." Andrea rolls her eyes. "Do I look like bugs on my computer even registers on my list of things to worry about right now?" She takes the memory stick from Sam and slots it into her laptop. They settle beside each other so that both can see the screen. "If it's Pentagon codes, I'm targeting my ex-mother-in-law first," says Andrea, gleefully. "Just a small guided missile, maybe radioactive. Nothing too dramatic." The screen flickers into life, and they are suddenly silent. It is Andrea who speaks first, after a few seconds of watching the disturbing images. Sam, I'm not sure what this is, but I'm pretty sure that's not legal, or it shouldn't be." They watch in silence for a few moments longer, transfixed and horrified, unable to look away. Their mouths drop open. "He shouldn't do Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Is that Is that the guy who gave it to you? No, he was much younger. And not... Ew. Turn it off. Turn it off. I feel ill. They slam the laptop shut and sit there in silence for a moment. Andrea looks at Sam and shakes her head. Is this a thing now? If you fancy someone, instead of sending an inappropriate image, you hand them disturbing content in a jiffy bag? Andrea shudders. Jesus, I'm almost glad I'm too ill to date. Few people are wearing smart dark suits in this scruffy residential neighborhood, but this is a part of London described as lively or up-and-coming by estate agents, a place where it would not be unusual to see a man dressed as a goat or a member of the Hare Krishna group dressed in flowing orange robes and waving a tambourine. So the few people who do pass Ari Perez pay him little attention. He would not have noticed. He is focusing intently on his phone, the screen of which is showing a pulsing blue dot that is growing ever closer to the traveling red one. He stops by a postbox, takes a step forward, then glances around his feet, as if he's looking for something. He ducks, peers under a nearby hedge, then over a low brick wall, still scanning his phone. He gets down on his hands and knees and squints under a parked car, using his phone as a torch. He edges closer, then reaches under the car and pulls out another phone, which he dusts off. He stands up, brushing down his trousers, and gazes around him. He lets out a heavy sigh, the kind one emits when one knows one is going to have to make a call that will likely not end well. Finally, he dials. I found it. She's nowhere. We may have a problem.
It had come to her in the small hours, the Chelsea house. Carl has bought and sold property compulsively during their marriage, and because this one had been under constant renovation, they hadn't actually stayed there yet. In the chaos of the previous day, she had almost forgotten its existence. But she needs a base while this is sorted out, and whatever state it's in, it will be better than the Tower Primavera. The sudden recollection of it at 2:14 a.m. had made her almost giddy with relief. She has no key, but if the builders are still working there, they will let her in. And if they aren't, she will break in. No policeman in the world is going to object to a homeowner breaking into their own house. Nisha lies awake, planning her next move. Install herself in the house, get a lawyer, recover her bag, then kick Carl's butt. It is this last thought that consoles her into a fitful sleep until 7, when she showers, climbs into yesterday's clothes, and heads down to the dining area to eat the all-inclusive breakfast. What do you mean there's no à la carte? Nisha stares at the server, who blinks at her and turns away. There are a million reasons why Nisha hasn't eaten a buffet breakfast in 2 decades. The food is always the cheapest. Greasy eggs sitting under hot lights, pallid sausages sliding in metal trays. Strangers lean over the stainless steel containers, shedding hair or skin cells as they loom. It has always been her worst nightmare. Until she was hungry. This is not Nisha's habitual hunger, low-grade, ever-present, but a new variety that leaves her shaky and a little faint, unable to think about anything but food. She stands in the busy breakfast room, a gaudy yellow conference hall where the chairs are covered with plastic and the walls bear translations for "good morning" in a dozen different languages. Despite her revulsion, her stomach growls and claws like an animal about to loose itself. She takes 2 tomatoes, something that describes itself as scrambled egg, and 2 hash browns. She adds a banana, at least nobody can get into those, and places some sealed rectangles of cheese in her pocket. A man to her right gives her a pointed look, and she glares at him until he colors slightly and turns away. She carries her plate to the furthest point of the room, sits and studies one of the free newspapers, though she barely takes anything in. While she eats, she goes over and over the plan in her head. Once she has secured her base, she will need money. She will have to borrow some, just till a lawyer comes through.
She wonders who she might possibly be able to borrow money from. Pretty much all her friends these days, she recalls, with a creeping sense of dismay, are Carl's friends. She thinks briefly about Juliana, but they have not spoken in more than 15 years, and Juliana never had any money anyway. The man Magda had spoken to, the one who was supposed to provide her with insurance, has disappeared. As she sips her coffee, she starts to feel a rising sense of panic. How has she ended up here? She forces herself to close her eyes and breathe deeply. She thinks of Carl's bloated, self-satisfied face. He's probably eating his Eggs Benedict in the suite right now. She thinks of how it will feel to turn the tables on him. She has survived worse, she tells herself, murmuring under her breath. She will survive this. When she opens them again, a bored-looking kitchen worker is standing by the table. You need to clear your tray into the bins when you've finished. Nisha stares at the woman for a full 3 seconds, some furious internal struggle just visible in her features. She takes a long breath, then picks up the tray and walks stiff-backed past the woman to the bins. Using the last of her loose change, Nisha catches a bus and sits near the front, refusing to acknowledge the scattering of passengers around her. She gets off by Chelsea Bridge and walks the 10 minutes to the little square. It seems acceptable. White stucco buildings, pretty boutiques, and decent coffee shops. A florist sells exquisite arrangements of blue hydrangeas, and she pictures a display of them on a dining table once she's in, and plans what she will book at the nearby beauty salon. Right now she would kill for a massage. But it's fine. She will survive here for the foreseeable. She finally enters the little square, quietly satisfied at the evident peace of it, the sight of the nanny walking past with well-dressed children, the elderly woman with her dachshund. This at least is a place that understands how things are done, a million miles from the grease and noise and bustle of the hotel. And there it is, number 57. She stops in front of the gate and looks up, vaguely recalling its frontage from the real estate agent details. It's a fairly modest house by Carl's standards, but he had chosen it for the location, and she remembers nodding and smiling and saying it was lovely, as she did with all his property purchases. He is a light sleeper and insists on living on roads where there is no through traffic or, preferably, surrounded by acres of their own land. The building work's finished, she thinks, pleased, noting the neutral blinds, the carefully tended roses around the front garden. She is just wondering if she can remember the name of the construction firm. Barrington? Ballingham? When the front door of her house opens and a woman steps out. The interior designer, Nisha thinks, and steps forward. But almost immediately the woman shepherds out 2 small children. She looks up when she sees Nisha standing at the gate and half waits. The 2 women stare at each other for a moment, blank, confused smiles on their faces. The woman breaks first. "Can I help you?" she says when Nisha doesn't move. She is whippet thin, her hair a straight curtain of natural hazel and blonde, clad in the expensive casual wear of the wealthy non-working mother. Nisha is taken aback by her brazenness. You can tell me what you're doing in my house?" The woman blinks, half laughs. "This is my house?" "It is not. We bought this house 3 years ago. I have the documents to prove it." The woman stiffens. "We bought it 4 months ago. I also have the solicitor's emails to prove it." They stare at each other. The children gaze, wide-eyed, then look up at their mother. "This is ridiculous," says the woman, moving them behind her as if she is dealing with a crazy person. "I'm afraid you must have the wrong address. Please leave us alone." "Number 57, says Nisha. "That's my house." "It's not your house." "It is." Both women half laugh without humor, as if aware of the absurdity of the conversation. Nisha sees the woman take in her cheap clothes, the low-quality shoes, and she observes a flicker pass across her face, as if Nisha might be dangerous, perhaps recently released from a mental facility. "Who are you?" says the woman, her voice tense. "My name is Nisha Cantor." "Oh," says the woman, suddenly relieved. "Cantor, yes, you are the people we bought it from." But we haven't sold it," says Nisha. "He would have needed my signature. He would have—" She realizes with a jolt what Carl has done. Oh, God! The street starts to buck and spin around her. Are you okay?" The woman's demeanor has softened slightly. She steps forward and makes to touch Nisha's arm. Nisha immediately snaps it away. She does not like to be touched at the best of times, least of all by someone showing visible sympathy. 4 months ago. She shakes her head. "Of course. Look, I think you'd better speak to your solicitor. But this house is very definitely ours. I have the solicitor's and land registry papers to prove it. I can get them from inside if you—" "Oh, no, I believe you," Nisha says. She feels winded. He must have been planning this for months. She lets out a small sound that might have been a groan and tries to steady herself before she pushes herself upright.
Are you okay? Would you like me to—" She turns before the woman can say anything else and sets off at a brisk walk back toward the bus stop, feeling 3 pairs of eyes burn into her until she is out of sight. "Mom, why are you calling so early? And why are you calling collect? I knew you'd be up, darling. I know you're a night owl. How are you doing?" "Fine," she winces. Fine, in teenager speak, can cover anything from ecstatic to just been scrolling through a dozen YouTube videos about the best way to kill myself. How was your day? Fine, she hesitates. But this cannot wait. Baby, I have a little favor to ask. She can hear a screen burbling in the background. He is probably playing one of those online games that involve wearing earphones and screeching at distant teammates. "I need you to wire me some money." "What?" He says it twice, clearly perplexed. I want to buy Daddy a birthday present, and I don't want him to see it come out of the joint account," she says smoothly. "You know how he is about watching all the financial stuff. Can't you use your card?" He sounds distracted. She hears the sound of distant explosions, followed by gunfire. "I had my bag stolen yesterday. I've lost my phone and all my cards." "Oh no! Which bag?" says Ray, his attention suddenly drawn from the game. "Not the Bottega Veneta?" No, just an old one. I'm not sure you even know it." "Oh, cool. Well, how do I do that? I don't know how to wire money." "Sasha, shooter, on your left." She talks him through the process, and he does it online as they speak. He seems to find the idea of wiring her some money almost akin to an adventure, and she realizes with a faint sense of guilt that they have so seldom asked him to do anything practical. He arranges to wire $500, the most she feels she can ask for without prompting suspicion. "What are you going to buy?" It takes her a second. "For Daddy? I'm looking at options." "No, what bag? To replace yours." His voice lowers. "The new autumn-winter USL is cute, mid-size crossbody with kind of diagonal cushioning. It's in the newest vogue. You'd rock that, Mom." She smiles, delighted at his sudden animation. "I'll take a look, sweetheart. It sounds fabulous. Thank you, and I'll pay you back as soon as I've got everything straight this end." There is a short silence. "So, when are you coming home?" "Soon, darling, soon. Sasha's leaving on the 8th. I can't be here once he's gone. He's the only good one left. Everyone else is just—" "I know. I'll fix it. I promise. I love you." He heads back to his game, and she ends the call and breathes a long sigh of relief. That's 3 more nights taken care of, and her food. It will buy her time to breathe at least. She sits on the bed and feels the softness that always envelops her when she talks to Ray gradually harden as she considers her day. Right, she'll brush her teeth in the hideous bathroom. Next stop, the gym to see whether her bag has been returned. And then a very good lawyer.
Nobody's handed in any bags. It has taken Nisha 52 minutes to walk here. She is cross and sweaty. The jacket is making her neck itch, and there is definitely something off about the way this girl is talking to her. Well, what are you going to do about it? There's a Chanel jacket and Christian Louboutin shoes in that bag. The bag itself is Marc Jacobs, for God's sake. The girl gives her the kind of pleasantly blank look that says, "Boy, am I going to talk badly about you as soon as you're out of here." She raises a smile that isn't a smile. "I'm so sorry, madam, but there are signs on the wall saying we cannot be liable for items that go missing in the changing rooms. We do advise all clients to lock their lockers and keep an eye on your belongings." Her peculiar patronizing intonation makes Nisha want to hurl herself over the counter, fists first. "I'll be happy to put it in the incident book," the girl adds. "Incident book? Well, it's usually for minor injuries, but I'm happy to put it in there so that if and when your bag is returned, whoever is staffing reception is aware that it belongs to you. If you'd like to give me your details, I'll make sure someone contacts you in the event of it reappearing." The way she says reappearing makes it clear to Nisha that she doesn't expect it to reappear anytime soon. "Well, you have been immensely helpful," she says. "I'll be in touch. Maybe to get a recommendation for whoever is in charge of your customer service training." She sweeps out, thanking God that she hadn't bothered to bring the other bag with her. She picks up Ray's money from the wire service, buys a cheap pay-as-you-go phone from a pawn shop, some top-up vouchers from the supermarket, and at 3 p.m. she uses the hotel Wi-Fi to call Leonie Whitman. After a modicum of small talk and fake admiration for her latest Instagram posts, Leonie is so thirsty for attention, like a woman should be posing in a bikini, even if it is on her husband's yacht. Nisha asks her if she can recommend a good divorce lawyer. "It's my assistant," she says, lowering her voice. "She's in a dreadful situation, and I'd like to help if I can. She's such a sweet woman, and I want to protect her." "Oh, you're so kind to your staff," says Leonie. "I couldn't bear Maria when her husband left. She was so moody, and I kept finding her weeping in closets. Honestly, I was that close to firing her. It just affected the whole mood of the house. Well, you know, a good assistant is worth looking after." Nisha smiles, thinking guiltily of Magda. She jots down the number and ends the call as swiftly as she can. She doesn't think she heard anything in Leonie's voice that suggested Angeline Mercer had told her what was going on, but Leonie is a one-woman broadcasting service, and she needs to act quickly. Saul Lowenstein, esteemed New York divorce lawyer, takes the call. She suspected he might, despite it being a weekend, given her name. He is unctuous, charming on the phone, his mellifluous, confidential tone that of someone who has listened to a wealth of furious soon-to-be ex-wives. "And how can I help you, Mrs. Cantor?" She explains the situation in as bald and emotionless a manner as she can manage. But even as she does, hearing the words out loud, she feels an unexpected prickling behind her eyes, the fury and the unfairness of it catching like a plumstone in her throat. Take your time," he says gently. And even this makes her furious. The fact that Carl has turned her into one of those women, the women who wail that their husband has left them, and how can he do this to her, blah, blah, blah. "But he can't do this to me," she finishes. "I mean, I'm pretty sure he can't do this to me. We were married for almost 2 decades. He can't just shut me out without $1. I mean, I'm his wife." He asks the extent of their assets, and she tells him what she can remember. The duplex in New York, the house in Los Angeles, the estate in the Hamptons, the yacht, the cars, the private jet, the office buildings. She is not sure what his business is worth, or even what exactly he does. But she explains it as best she can. Saul Lowenstein takes a moment before he speaks. He speaks reassuringly, as if this is all just a minor inconvenience that can be sorted. The prospect of his fee for such a case, she thinks, eases the most reticent of minds. "Right. Well, the first thing we can do to help your immediate situation is to send a letter demanding access to the joint account. Luckily for you, Mrs. Cantor, London's divorce laws are some of the most equitable in the world. You will get, if not half, then a very decent proportion of his earnings for the last 18 years. Nisha drops her face into her hand. It is such a relief to talk to you, Mr. Lowenstein. You have no idea how stressful this has been. I'm sure. And then we need to find you a base while we sort this unfortunate business out. Now, do you own any property in England? We did, she says. He appears to have sold it. Ah, a pity.
Most judges are reluctant to turn a woman out of a marital home. She can hear him scribbling notes as he speaks, the rude blare of a New York siren somewhere in the background. It makes her oddly homesick. Now, the divorce papers you say your husband's security man gave you. Can you read the first page to me? She does as he says, and sits, almost in a dream, while he digests it. As he takes notes, she thinks about what she will do once this is sorted. She will fetch Ray. She might even bring him back to stay in London for a bit. She has no desire to head back to the U.S. and all those rubberneckers who, when the news gets out, will suddenly find an excuse to call her, just to be able to report back the gossip to each other. No, she and Ray will get a place here while they work out how to proceed. Mrs. Cantor? She is pulled back from her reverie. These are the papers he handed you? Yes, she says. I don't have any other sets of divorce papers. He sighs. These appear to be American divorce papers. He must have drawn them up in the U.S. Unfortunately, American divorce law is quite different. Meaning what? It is going to be difficult to challenge your access to the bank accounts. You don't seem to have enough links to the UK to employ Part 3 of the Matrimonial Causes Act 1984, as I might otherwise have suggested. Transatlantic enforcement of divorce rulings is notoriously tricky. We could potentially try for a court order, but it cannot be enforced, especially if he decides to fly back to the United States. We can send him a legal letter, but Carl has never paid any attention to a legal letter in his life. You don't understand, Mr. Lowenstein. Carl does not believe rules apply to him. I have watched him at close quarters for 20 years, and he does what he wants. Always. It's like a point of pride for him. He cannot ever be seen to lose. Saul Lowenstein lets out a heavy sigh. Then I'm afraid this does not bode well. I see a lot of high-net-worth clients, Mrs. Cantor, and it usually goes like this. The husband, because I'm afraid it usually is the husband, divests himself of all assets into offshore holdings in the Caymans or Liechtenstein, and the wife is left trying to claim half of something that no longer officially exists, while chasing him around the globe. And there's the other problem. What? Says Nisha, her head spinning. What other problem? Well, without any money, Mrs. Cantor, you cannot pay me. Nisha freezes. I'm a very wealthy woman. You'll get your money. I can only operate on cases at this level with a sizable cash retainer. But I haven't got anything right now. He shut everything down. I told you. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Cantor. I really can't do anything without a retainer. If you could sort things out at that end, I'd be very happy to take on your case. Beyond that, I'm afraid there's little I can do at this time. I'm not sure of any lawyers worth their salt who could. She is speechless. She thinks, for one horrific moment, that she might burst into tears. He waits a few seconds before he breaks the silence. It's not an unusual modus operandi among those of your income bracket, Mrs. Cantor. He thinks, I'm going to exploit her, grind her down until she's just glad to agree to anything. And that appears to be what's happening here. You could, if you're in desperate need, approach the police perhaps, or the American embassy. I don't want the police involved. She drops her head into her hand. I don't understand, she whispers. I don't understand why he's done this. He sighs, then says, his voice low and confidential, In my experience, it's worth looking at the assistant.
His assistant, she says, her skin prickling. But young, pretty? She thinks of Charlotte with her glowing skin and immaculate sleeked-back ponytail, her bland smile whenever Nisha walked into the office. The assistant knows the husband's every need, every want, and every movement. They also know where the money goes. I am very sorry to say, Mrs. Cantor, but in the vast majority of cases, that's where you'll find your explanation. I hope very much that you're able to sort this out, and of course, I'm always here for you. If I can get a retainer, she says. If you can get a retainer. He ends the call abruptly, as someone who charges $800 an hour but isn't getting paid for this particular communication is wont to do. And Nisha is left sitting on the flammable bedspread, breathing heavily into the silence. Sam arrives home at 3:30 p.m., her headache resolutely refusing to lift. The dog greets her with the slightly pained and bug-eyed demeanor of a creature who desperately needs to empty his bladder. As she clips the lead to Kevin's collar, without even removing her coat, she hears the television in the living room and feels a flash of irritation. Would it really be so hard for him just to get up and walk the dog for 15 minutes? Would it? God knows he does nothing else to help around the house these days. Has Kevin been out? She says carefully, although she knows the answer. Oh, Phil says, turning to look at her like the dog's needs are a surprise. No. She waits for a moment. How's Andrea? He says. On the mend. Please God. He sighs heavily, as if Andrea's woes merely add to his own burden, and gives her a small, unconvincing smile before turning back to the television. Sometimes this smile makes her sad. Today it makes her want to scream. I'll take Kevin, shall I? She says, when his gaze returns to the television. Sure, he says, as if that were the only sensible option. You've got your coat on. She leaves the house with a low hum of rage ringing in her ears. You shouldn't leave him alone so much, her mother had told her the previous week. I mean, it's hard for a man not being the main breadwinner. He's bound to feel sorry for himself. Men of that age are surprisingly fragile, their GP had said. I do believe women are the much tougher of the species. He had said it like he expected her to take it as a compliment. You're a bit moody these days, Mum, her daughter had said. Shouldn't you think about taking HRT or something? No, I'm not tougher. I'm not moodier, she wanted to yell at them. I'm just bloody tired. But if I give up and lie on the sofa all day, the whole very thing will fall apart at the seams. She scolds Kevin, who dawdles outside the neighbor's house, sniffing endlessly at the base of their privet. Then she feels guilty, because none of this is poor Kevin's fault, crouches down and throws her hands around his fat neck, whispering, "Sorry, darling, I'm so sorry," until she looks up and sees Jed from number 72 staring at her like she's finally lost her marbles. She walks all the way to the canal because she cannot think what to do if she's at home, ignoring the couples who walk arm in arm, scowling at the cyclists who force her onto the side of the path. Kat is working this afternoon. She seems to have a portfolio of part-time jobs, barista, delivery girl, waitress. It's making the gig economy work for you, Mum. You don't want to be dependent on just one job. And Sam knows that if she stays at home, she will either have to sit with Phil in the dead-air, enervating living room, or start one of the 148 tasks that need doing in the house that everyone else seems to believe are her responsibility. If she does this, she will be seething, her rage barely suppressed, within minutes. And then she will hate herself for it, because depression is no one's fault. As she has never had it, she reminds herself, she cannot fully understand the compulsion to do nothing, or perhaps the lack of compulsion to do anything. Either way, at least if she's walking Kevin, she can feel like she's done something, and boosted her step count while she's at it. She recalls a philosophy teacher asking her class, "How many of the decisions you make each day are because you actually want to do something, and how many are to avoid the consequences of not doing it?"
If she doesn't keep her steps up, she will get fat.
If she doesn't walk the dog, he will wee in the hall. Sometimes Sam feels she has been so conditioned to be useful every minute of every day that there is almost nothing she does in which she is not simultaneously keeping a subconscious tally. Do men hear this constant inner voice, telling them constantly to strive, to be better, to be productive, to be useful? Even when Phil was happier, he was mostly oblivious to the towel rail that had half come out of the bathroom wall, the pile of socks that needed sorting on the washing machine, the crumbs on the floor, the fridge that really needed its shelves wiped before they all died of penicillin poisoning. She finds herself wondering absently if Joel does things. She pictures him changing a toilet roll without being asked, his expression cheery, no hint of "I changed the toilet roll for you, babe" on his lips, like some kind of fantasy man. And then she thinks of dancing with him the previous night, the heat of his hands on her waist, and flushes with guilty pleasure. "He's sweet on you," Marina had said, and she finds herself mentally counting all the nice things he has said to her before deciding she's being ridiculous and pushes the thought of him away. She pulls Kevin out of the path of another rampaging cyclist who rings his bell and swears as he whooshes past. She wants to yell at him, but she once read a newspaper story about a woman who was pushed into the canal after protesting to a cyclist, so she stays quiet. She remembers with a jolt she hasn't taken that kit bag back to the fancy gym. Will the owner have alerted the police about the missing designer clothes? She thinks about the list of things she has to get through in the rest of her day. Pick up her father's prescription and drop it round to her parents. Stopping for a cup of tea so they don't complain that they never see her. Sort out the pile of washing on the upstairs landing. Defrost the freezer because the door has stopped closing. Go through the pile of bills on the side that she has put off all week. She checks her watch. She'll take the bag back before work on Monday. Another job to squeeze into her already packed day. Then she thinks about Andrea, who has nothing in her day except time in which to contemplate the abyss she has been staring into for months. And then she feels guilty for complaining about anything. I need a holiday, she thinks. And that thought makes her think of the camper van. She puts her head down and trudges toward home. The camper van. Sam lets out an involuntary sigh every time she sees it, staring at the giant yellow sunflower painted on its side. Phil had bought it 2 years ago from a friend at work, back when he was still in work, and arrived home full of enthusiasm and visions of their future trips together. It just needs a bit of TLC. I'll respray it, replace the bumper, and update the interior. The engine's in pretty good shape. It's always the roof on these things that you need to watch. Water seepage, he had added knowledgeably, as if he had any more experience of a camper van than a week-long family holiday in Tenby when he was 10 years old. She had been quietly furious at first. How could he splurge 3,000 pounds of their savings without consulting her? But gradually she had allowed herself to be carried along by the picture he painted of holidays around the South Coast. Maybe even the continent. Wouldn't that be great, Sammy? Lying out in the south of France? Sleeping under the stars? He had hugged her to him, murmuring into her ear. Sam had remembered a holiday in the south of France where being bitten by mosquitoes and the horror of the pit-like campsite toilet you had to squat over had reduced them to hysterical laughter. They had been good at adventures, even the ones that involved having to wash your shoelaces after you'd been to the bathroom. Phil had serviced the engine, got it through the safety checks, and removed the rear bumper, ready to find a replacement on his online auction site. But then his father had received his diagnosis, and there was no time to do anything, aside from work, but look after Rich and Nancy. 3 months after the awful, toxic mix of chemotherapy and suppressed emotion, Phil had been made redundant, and the camper van had apparently been forgotten. "Why don't you spend some time this afternoon working on the van?" she would suggest every few weeks.
hoping that the mixture of practical problem-solving and fresh air would make him feel more himself. And at first he would nod and say, sure, definitely, if he had time. But as the weeks passed, he would look hunted if she mentioned it, and after a while, it was easier never to mention it at all. Now the van sits, its innards 3/4 removed, its bumper still missing, silently rusting in their driveway until it's taxed again. Its unmoving bulk a rebuke to her dreams of holidays and a better way of living, and also to the idea that they might be able to park the car somewhere other than 3 streets away from their own house. Kevin sniffs its rear tire, which is as deflated as she feels, then abruptly cocks his leg, letting out a thin stream of urine against it. She has a sudden urge to do the same thing, just lowering her pants and cocking her leg against the wheel, a bald expression of her disgust at the whole very thing. She pictures the neighbors, appalled, staring out of their windows and conferring as she crouches, and smiles. And as she tells Kevin he is a good dog, a very good dog, and makes her way inside, she realizes this is the first thing that has made her laugh all day. How was the pub? Phil has raised himself to a sitting position on the sofa. Kevin bounds up to him, giddy and delighted to see the man he hasn't seen for a whole 45 minutes, completely free of resentment for his stretched bladder. Phil fondles the dog's ears. The pub? Oh, fine. It was fine. He looks at her for a moment, and, briefly, something sad and self-aware passes across his face. I'm sorry, I didn't make it. I was just really tired, and his voice tails away. I know. I'm sorry, he says again, quietly, looking down. And Sam, parking her mental list of jobs, sits down beside him, takes his hand, and lets her head rest, just for a while, on his shoulder. Nisha has located 2 more White Horse pubs, walking miles through insalubrious London streets in the awful shoes. In both cases to be told, no, they had no idea about any stolen shoes, and none of the bar staff at the one pub with CCTV knew how to work the playback. You can come back when the manager is here. The girl had shrugged in a way that told her he was likely to be even less interested than she was. Nisha has barely slept these 2 nights, her thoughts twisting and congealing as she considers what Carl has done to her, her fury mounting, along with her determination to reclaim what is hers. She was at the breakfast buffet when it opened at 6:30 a.m., her hair damp and scraped into a ponytail, and downed 2 swift coffees, ignoring the growling of her stomach. She finally slows her pace as the Bentley Hotel comes into view. She sees the top-hatted doorman greeting a weary traveler whose suitcases are being unloaded from a taxi, and wonders briefly whether Frederick will have briefed him not to let her in. She doesn't care, she tells herself. She will walk straight past him, sit down in the lobby, and this time she will refuse to move. She straightens the awful jacket and checks her watch. 7:37. Carl will be dressed by now, up in the suite, sitting at his desk and checking the financial pages while waiting for his coffee. Black, 2 sugars. Who is bringing him that coffee, she thinks suddenly.
Is it Charlotte? Nisha's favorite black silk dressing gown draped around her body. A smile of satisfaction on that tight, young, duplicitous face. She pauses, her jaw setting, and runs through what she plans to say to him. You can have your divorce, Carl. I just want what's mine. I want simply what you owe me. She will do it with dignity, with pride. Or maybe she will just confront him forcefully. She takes a deep breath, walks 2 steps toward the door, and it is then that she spies Ari standing a short distance from the doorman, his earpiece in, his mouth barely moving as he conducts some discreet conversation with one of his men. Ari, whom she once watched knock a man to the ground with a single swift jab to the neck. That can only mean one thing, that they half expect her to try to come back. Before he can see her, she ducks into the side alley that runs alongside the hotel, her heart pounding in her chest. Outside a door, halfway down, 2 kitchen workers are sitting on a step, smoking and drinking coffee. She stands close to them and lights a cigarette, turning her back to the road and trying not to breathe in the sense of urine and stale food. She might get past the doorman, but she will not get past Ari. And there is somehow a greater humiliation involved in being blocked and removed by the man who had been paid for the last decade to protect her. She takes short, jittery drags on the cigarette while she considers her options, oblivious to the 2 men who glance at her with incurious eyes, then continue their conversation. A woman in an anorak with a bowed head walks past and steps into the doorway beside them. And then another, talking animatedly in a foreign language on her cell phone. A third, with braided hair and a long padded coat, stops in front of her. "You waiting to go in, darling?" Nisha looks up. "You don't want to go in smelling of ciggies. Frederick hates it. Here." The woman pulls a spray from her handbag and before Nisha can protest has blasted her with a cloud of cheap musk. Nisha screws up her eyes at the chemical smell and coughs. Tucking the spray back into her bag, the woman says, "Come on, you knew. Follow me." Ari appears at the end of the alley, still looking the other way. Nisha makes a split-second decision and follows the woman into the back entrance of the hotel, walking along a narrow corridor, past hurrying waiters and someone pushing a large trolley of laundry. She backs against the wall to let it pass, not wanting to touch any of the pile of germ-ridden sheets. "Your first time here?" Nisha nods, gazing behind her. "You got papers?" "Papers? National insurance number?" Nisha shakes her head. "Don't worry, just say you're waiting on a replacement passport. They never ask too much. How else are they going to get anyone in on these wages?" She laughs dryly, as if she has amused herself. "What's your name?" "Nisha. I'm Jasmine. Don't look so worried. They don't bite here. Come on, let's get you kitted out, and I'll take you over to Sandra. She's in charge of rotas." Nisha finds herself in a room full of lockers, the air heavy with the leftover scents of food and overworked bodies. "Oi, Gilberto, take your trash out, man. Is not paid to clear up after you lot as well as the guests." A short, wiry man with nicotine-stained skin lurches in and picks up a polystyrofoam box from which a strong smell of fish seeps. "He's put me on doubles till Thursday. I swear, Jazz, I'm going to drop if this carries on." Jasmine lets out a noise that sounds like a growl, and Gilberto leaves. "They're short-staffed at the moment," she says, opening a locker and putting her bag inside. "It's been a nightmare. Since Brexit, the hotel has lost 40% of the staff. 40%? Where are you from?" "New York." "New York? Don't get many Americans here, only the paying kind. Here, what size are you? 8? 10? You're just a little skinny thing." She rifles through a pile of uniforms until she hauls out a black tunic and trousers. "We can wear our own stuff, but it's better to wear theirs. Some days I am too glad to leave the filth of this place behind and put my own clothes on again, you know. You don't want to take that mess home with you." While she stands, holding the folded pile of clothes, Jasmine peels her way unconsciously out of her elasticated dress, then hauls on a pair of black trousers and a tunic. She checks her appearance in the small mirror on the back of the door, then glances back at Nisha. "Come on, don't hang around. If we get upstairs by 1:45, there'll still be some breakfast." She has no idea what she's doing, but staying close to Jasmine seems as good a plan as any right now. Nisha wriggles into the clothes, thank God they smell of laundry service, rams her stuff into an empty locker, and follows Jasmine out and along the corridor. Nisha is not hungry, but in past days she has learned to eat when food is available, and she follows Jasmine mutely through the kitchens, watching as the younger woman greets her fellow workers. "What's going on, Nigel? Your mum out of hospital yet?" "Glad to hear it, babe." "Katja, I watched that thing you told me. I nearly messed myself, man.
What business have you got making me watch horror? You know I don't have a man to protect me." Jasmine laughs easily and pushes through doorways like she expects the world to fall away and clear her path. Nisha's mind races. She scans each room they enter, half waiting for Ari's figure to appear in front of her. But no, there are just these brisk, sometimes shuffling figures hurrying past, their faces etched with exhaustion, clearly focused on their jobs. "Here, what do you like? This is the one perk to starting early, Minette's pastries. Oh my God, I swear I was 7 stone till I started working here." Jasmine hands her a plate and motions to a large tray on which a selection of pains au raisin, pains au chocolat, and croissants are laid out. Nisha takes a pain au raisin and bites into it. In less than a nanosecond, she recognizes that this is the best thing she has eaten in 3 days. Light and moist and delicately buttery, genuine French patisserie, still warm from the oven. For the first time in days, her brain stops spinning, and she is lost in pleasure. Good, right? Jasmine takes 2 and closes her eyes in bliss as she eats. My day from 5:30 is mental. I have to get my daughter up and dressed, make her packed lunch if it's a school day, then take her to my mum's in Peckham, then 2 more buses to come here, and I swear the only thing that keeps me going is the thought of these beauties waiting for me. "Oh, that's good," says Nisha, through a mouthful of crumbs. "Minette's a very genius. Almost as good as you, Alex." Over by the flaming stove, a lean man in chef's whites turns from his pans and nods at Jasmine. "You done?" Nisha nods. "Okay, let's go." Jasmine wipes her mouth with a paper napkin and heads toward the door on the far side of the kitchen, pausing only to tell Nisha to straighten up your hair a bit, reaching over to tighten her ponytail before Nisha can stop her. Jasmine pushes through the double doors, walks briskly down a corridor, and turns left into a small office. "We've got Nisha starting today. Papers are in the post." "Oh, thank God," says a red-haired woman who is scrubbing names out on a rota and doesn't look up. "I've had 4 call-in sick today. She need training? Do you need training?" Jasmine says to her. Yes," says Nisha. "Can't be helped," says Red Hair. "Okay, Jazz, you'll have to show her the ropes. I'm going to up your rooms as you're two-handed. We've got 16 to do by 2 and 2 early check-ins. Here's the list. What's your name again?" Nisha is about to speak, then says, "Anita." "Okay, Anita. Come back and pick your badge up at 12. No illnesses, injuries, or allergies. Fill this out when you return. We haven't got time for you to do it now." "I thought you said your name was Nisha?" The 2 women look at her. She has a sudden memory of Juliana. And swallows. "I find."
Anita is easier for guests to pronounce. Red Hair shrugs. Anita it is. Okay, go get your stuff. Jazz, we're really low on bleach. Sorry about that. Elbow grease only wherever possible today. Well, need to save it for the bad stuff. Elbow grease. The one thing they know we'll never be out of, Jasmine grumbles, and they head off toward the store cupboard. 10 minutes later, Nisha is following Jasmine as she pushes the housekeeping trolley along the carpeted corridor of the 3rd floor. She feels electrified, visible, as if every guest who looks at her will guess what she's doing and know she's an imposter. She finds herself ducking her head as they pass, not wanting anyone to notice her. "What are you doing?" Jasmine turns as the 3rd guest walks by. "What do you mean? We have to say good morning to all guests. It's company policy. You have to make them feel like they're part of the Bentley family. On the 6th and 7th floor, we have to say their names, too." She and Carl had occupied the suite on the 7th floor. Nisha was so used to staff knowing who she was that it had never occurred to her these greetings were part of any kind of policy. She mutters, "Good morning," as they pass the next guests, a German couple, who return a formal greeting and continue to the elevators. Jasmine brings the trolley to a halt outside room 339 and knocks twice, flicking through her clipboard as she waits for a response. "Housekeeping."
When nobody responds, she uses her key card, pushes the door, and waits until Nisha is behind her. The room is 1/10 the size of the suite. An unmade bed is in the center, the sheets covered with crumbs and leftover food from the breakfast tray that is lying on the covers. A television blares the news. An empty wine bottle and 2 glasses stand on the side. Jasmine bustles round and turns off the television. "Okay, you start on the bathroom, I'll strip the bed. We normally have around 20 minutes to do these rooms or we'll get written up, and this morning we've got extra, so you'll have to get a wiggle on." Until then, Nisha realized afterward she hadn't really thought she was going to be asked to do anything. She had thought perhaps she could just don the uniform and disappear into the bowels of the building, work out how she could make her way into her suite. But now Jasmine is staring at her, one hand holding a blue cloth, her face slightly quizzical. "It ain't brain surgery. Just clean it like your own bathroom, babe. But better." Jasmine lets out a hearty laugh and dons her latex gloves before pulling off the coverlet briskly, like she knows what germs it might contain. Nisha stands in the bathroom, frozen. There are unidentified short hairs in the basin, the toilet seat is wet, and there are 2 damp towels on the floor, one bearing a pale brown mark that she hopes very much is makeup. She thinks about walking straight out, but this is her one opportunity to remain in the hotel, for the time being anyway. She takes 2 deep breaths, pulls on the gloves, and starts to clean the basin, trying not to look as she wipes. She is almost halfway through when Jasmine appears at the door. "Babe, you're going to have to switch it up. Have you done the bog roll? Fold the corners when you put it on. Half-used ones go back on the trolley. Here, I'll do your bottles." Jasmine sweeps all the half-empty mini bottles of shampoo and body lotion into a bin bag and disappears into the corridor. It is at that point that Nisha turns to the lavatory. It has yellow splashes dried onto the seat and a clear brown mark in the pan. She feels the remains of her breakfast rise ominously into the back of her mouth. Oh God, this cannot be happening. "Come on, girl," she hears Jasmine's voice in the other room. "We've got 7 more minutes." Nisha takes hold of the toilet brush and, looking away, starts to scrub vaguely at the inside of the bowl. She heaves twice, involuntarily, and has to pause to let her eyes stop watering. She allows herself a brief look down into the bowl. The brown mark is still there. She places the toilet brush against it and pushes, yelping involuntarily when water splashes upward. "I will kill you, Carl," she says silently. "I could just about forgive you the money and the stupid assistant, but I will never, ever forgive you for this." Nisha gags again as she lifts the toilet seat and wipes it, then pauses and wipes her face. Her eyes are streaming. She has never hated humanity as much as she does in that moment, and for Nisha, that's saying something. She is 19-year-old Anita, just off a Greyhound bus at the Port Authority bus terminal, who blinked, gritty-eyed, at the towering buildings around her and asked for a job at the first place she came to, a narrow, tired-looking 3-star hotel near 42nd Street. It had taken her 10 weeks of cleaning hotel rooms to get a better housekeeping job working for a wealthy family. 10 interminable weeks of disgusting bathrooms, leering male guests who decided to stay in their room while she cleaned. 10 weeks of bedbugs and stained linen and foul spillages and chemicals so strong they stripped all the moisture from her hands. After 18 months with the family, she got a job working reception at the Soho Gallery of a friend of that family, and the moment she had donned her anonymous uniform of black sweater and trousers and greeted the first slightly distracted customer, Anita had become Nisha and swore that she was never going to clean again. They do 11 more rooms in the next 2 hours. It is back-breaking work, lifting mattresses to make the beds, replacing furniture. Why do guests move tables and armchairs? And vacuuming. There was evidence of previous guests in one room and blood-stained sheets in another. Both make her gag, and her eyes water almost constantly. People are animals, Jasmine mutters, ripping the undersheet from the mattress. They come in here and from the moment they check in, it's like they turn into savages. She harumphs as she heads off to find a new protector. As Jasmine chats and occasionally hums alongside her, Nisha tells herself repeatedly, just to get through it, that this will soon be over. She thinks of the many ways in which she will make Call pay, only a few of which involve a swift and merciful death. At 11, they are allowed a tea break and take their place in the tiny locker room, where a heavily made-up receptionist called Tiffany and a bellboy sit and vape on the little wooden benches. Nearly everyone she meets smokes, either cigarettes outside or gulping thirstily from vapes. Nisha accepts a cigarette from the bellboy, grateful that the acrid smell of smoke briefly makes her forget the worse human sense she has just left behind. "You're okay, Nisha? You've gone a bit quiet." Jasmine refills her tea and hands it over to her. "Just. I've not done this for a while." "You don't say." Jasmine's laugh bursts into the room. "You're doing fine, babe. You're going to have to speed up a little, but you're all good." She looks up. "Those nails ain't gonna last long. I stopped getting normal manicures sometime around 2005. They've got to be armor-plated to survive this." Nisha looks down at her nails, the beautiful dark red edges now chipped from the endless scrubbing and rubbing, even with the latex gloves they are given. She can feel the sweat drying on her skin. Just a day, she thinks, and then she will work out how to get into the suite and never have to do this again. In the meantime, she finds herself listening to the workers chat around her. Jasmine, she observes, is a life force, sunny and opinionated. She laughs often, as if almost everything is amusing, and, although in normal life Nisha might have found this irritating, today she is grateful for it. She has had so little human contact in the last 48 hours that listening to normal conversation is almost pleasurable. The workers chat about bus routes, about cancelled benefits and dysfunctional families.
She says little, because what can she say? To these people, she is just Anita, another temporary worker, who may or may not be here tomorrow. At lunchtime, which takes place at 2, they are given sandwiches by Alex, the man who was in the kitchen at breakfast. She had suspected they would be the same kind of cheap bread and filling that she has seen at the Tower Primavera, but they are beautiful, soft sourdough bread filled with cheese, cured meats, and butterhead lettuce. He hands them over with exaggerated politeness, as if they are cherished guests. She would normally ask for salad, but she is so hungry after the morning's physical work that she just puts her head down and eats, taking huge, indelicate bites. Alex says food is for the soul, so he ignores the management and does us the same he would do for the guests, says Jasmine, chewing. "I worship that man." As she takes another huge, soft mouthful, Nisha thinks she probably worships him too. "Jasmine, when will we be doing the penthouse?" "The penthouse? Oh no, babes, they're picky up there, so it's got to be senior housekeepers like me, people the hotel knows they can rely on. Mind you, those jerks never tip. It's not a gig you want." Nisha blinks and focuses extra hard on her sandwich. And then, at 6, as her lower back twinges and the ache in her shoulders switches from intermittent to a non-stop, pulsing protest, the day is over. Jasmine calls her daughter, tells her she is on her way, asks her to tell Nana to leave her some stew, and hopes the buses will sort themselves out this evening. Her gait is a little wearier now, her laugh a little less ready. Nisha can barely move. She has pains in muscles she didn't know she had. She puts on the horrible jacket and sits slumped on the wooden bench, wondering how she'll pluck up the energy to walk back to the hotel. She'll get a taxi, she thinks, then remembers she has no cash for a taxi. "How far you got to go, babe?" says Jasmine, who is checking her appearance in the small, speckled mirror on the back of the door, reapplying lipstick with a connoisseur's slow, sure hand. Tower Hill, she says. Not too bad, though the highway is nuts this time of night, even on a Sunday. Alex lives over that way, and sometimes it takes him an hour on the bus just to get that far. I'm walking, she says. The whole way? Good on you. That's why you're such a little bitty thing. See you tomorrow? Tomorrow. What is she going to do tomorrow? Her brain is so tired she can barely think. Sure, she answers, because it's the easiest thing to do. Hang on, she says, as Jasmine makes to leave. What about my money? Money? For today. Jasmine pulls a face. You don't get paid by the day, babe. What do they do where you come from? Agency and temp workers get paid at the end of the week. Just talk to Sandra and she'll sort it for you. I'm guessing you're cash in hand? She must have caught Nisha's look of horror because her face softens. You really short, huh? Nisha nods, dumbly. Jasmine stops and reaches into her bag. Nisha stares at her. She does not want to take money from this woman, with her catalog-quality jacket and cheap trainers. She does not want to think of herself as poorer than this. Jasmine gives her a steady look, as if assessing her, then pulls out 20 pounds and holds it toward her. I wouldn't normally do this, but I like you. You worked hard today. Make sure you get yourself something good to eat. If you haven't done this for a while, today will have taken it out of you. Nisha takes the notes and stares at them. Jasmine lets out a small, I'll see you tomorrow then, she says eventually, and smiles. I'm trusting you, and don't you come in smelling of cigarettes again, okay? She hoists her bag over her shoulder, and she is gone, her phone already pressed to her ear, her free hand spraying clouds of the perfume around her shoulders. She tries the White Horse on Bailey Street before she goes back to the hotel. It is almost empty, just a handful of red-faced elderly men punctuating the corners, and the carpet sticks slightly to the soles of her feet. When she explains that she's looking for a missing pair of high-heeled shoes, the barman actually laughs in her face. Company gone into liquidation, closed until further notice. Sam looks at the sign, the kit bag slung over her shoulder, then peers through the glass door that has already been covered with newspaper, as if to stop the outside world looking in at a financial murder scene. A young man, his tanned, rippling arm muscles visible through his tank top, even though the air is chilly, arrives beside her and lets out a loud curse. I just joined, he protests at Sam, as though it is her fault. I just paid them a year in advance. Sam watches him stride back across the car park, still cursing, wondering what she's supposed to do now about returning the bag to its owner. She feels briefly cross at the thought that she will now have to lug it to the office and home again afterward, and work out what on earth to do about it. This makes her think about Simon, no doubt checking his watch already, waiting to see if she is even a minute late to add to his checklist of things she has done wrong. She hauls the bag more tightly over her shoulder and heads for the tube station. There was a time, not that long ago, when Sam enjoyed her job. She didn't spring out of bed every morning whistling, or come home feeling like she had particularly added to the joy of the world, but there had been a quiet satisfaction in being with people whose company she enjoyed every day, and knowing she could do the job she had done for 12 years pretty well. There were Sams in every office, the people who quietly and without drama kept everything running smoothly, willing to step in if extra hours were required, satisfied enough by what they did not to require ego-stroking or excessive praise. She had received 3 salary increases in that time, none of which had been huge, but enough to make her feel like a valued member of staff. That had changed the day that Simon had arrived. He had stalked his way coldly around the offices of Grayside Print with thinly veiled disappointment, as if the desks themselves were a letdown. He had repeatedly interrupted Sam during her first meeting with him, and even shaken his head a couple of times while she was speaking, as if everything she said was in some way wrong. You're going to have to explain more clearly what you mean. But why are you taking 10 days on jobs that could be done in 7?
You're aware that Uberprint strives for excellence in every single job? And your boss was happy with the way you run things here, was he? Everything he said seemed calculated to imply some deficit on her part. Her attention levels, her schedules, even her punctuality. Sam was never late. At first, she tried to brazen it out. Joel told her not to take it personally. There's one like Simon wherever you go. He's just trying to assert himself, babe, trying to make his mark. But the relentlessness of it had started to chip away at her, so that she became all fingers and thumbs in his presence when trying to flick through her desk diary, or stammered preemptively, waiting for him to cut in over her. Now, as she left the house in the morning, a heavy, sickly feeling would settle in Sam's stomach. She had taken to listening to podcasts or ambient music on her journey to work, just so that she didn't have to think about what was likely to happen when she arrived. Every day, when she walked in, Simon, visible in his glass-walled office, would look ostentatiously at the office clock and raise an eyebrow, even if she was 5 minutes early.
He would text her late into the evening, asking what had been done about improving the margins on the Carling job, or whether she had double-checked the pages weren't stuck together on the garden furniture catalogs. This had happened once, while she was away on a week's holiday, and Hardeep was meant to be covering, though this fact seemed irrelevant to Simon. It took her 2 months to realize that he never did it to the men. He would chat with them, his face wreathed in smiles. Any suggestion that there was a problem covered with matey caveats, a suggestion that they go for a drink later and sort it out. He would stand too close to the younger women, his hands half submerged at angles in his pockets, as if he were perennially making a suggestive gesture, and smile and stare at their chests. Some, like Dee, would smile back and flirt with him, then complain about him in the ladies. That slime ball, he gives me the ick. But aside from Betty in accounts, who never spoke to anyone but had a mathematical brain that could work faster than a desk calculator, and Marina, who didn't give a monkey's what anybody thought about her and would say as much without prompting, Sam was now the oldest woman in the office, and, Simon had apparently decided, not worthy of any attention that wasn't entirely negative in tone. It was exhausting. Once, she could have confided all this to Phil, and he would have calmed her, commiserated, offered strategies to help deal with it. She had mentioned it one evening after a particularly bad day, but instead of sitting her down and pouring her a glass of wine, he had put his head into his hands and told her he was sorry. He couldn't deal with anything else. She had been so alarmed at his apparent fragility that she had immediately reassured him it was nothing, nothing at all, just a bad day, and never mentioned it again. Ted, Joel, and Marina kept her going, day to day, but nobody ever stepped in or stood up to Simon when he was haranguing her. Of course, Simon would save his most negative comments for when they were alone, or murmur them as he passed her cubicle. Jesus, I don't know how you get any work done with a desk like that. Most of the time, if there was an audience, he would simply ignore her. But what could she do? With Phil out of work and their savings depleted, they were reliant on her salary. She kept her head down, did her best, ignored the ever-present knot in her stomach, and hoped that at some point he would grow bored and decide to pick on someone else. Simon's headed your way. Marina puts a coffee on her desk furtively, like she's imparting classified information, and her expression as she turns away fills Sam with dread. "What now?" she says, but Marina has already gone. She slides the kit bag under her desk and hangs her handbag on the back of the chair, sits down and logs on to her screen. He is there within seconds, wearing a pair of slightly too tight suit trousers and a belt with a high shine. His demeanor is that of a headmaster who has been dragged out of an important meeting to deal with a recalcitrant child. "Why did you not warn Fishers about the look of the colors on the uncoated paper?" "I'm sorry?" She turns too quickly and almost knocks her coffee from the table with her elbow.
4,000 copies of their new property brochure, and they're on the phone yelling because of the color quality on the uncoated paper. They said they wanted uncoated paper. They were keeping costs down. Ted and I did warn them it would look different from what they were used to. Simon pulls a face, as if there is no way this could be true. Mark Fisher says you didn't tell them anything. Now he wants us to redo the whole job at cost. They say nobody is going to buy houses with everything looking so flat and colorless on the page. I sat down with Mr. Fisher specifically at our last meeting and told him it would be a very different look. I showed him examples of the Clearsills catalog. He dismissed it and said that would be fine. So Mr. Fisher is lying, is he? Simon's voice is scornful. He might be misremembering, but I remember it clearly. I even took notes. He said cutting costs was their main concern. It's not our fault, Simon, if he's changed his mind. Besides, it's the designer's job to communicate these things to the client. Well, Samantha, you stepping in has been pretty unhelpful because they are now convinced it's all Uberprint's responsibility. And you need to work out how you're going to put this mess right before it has very serious ramifications indeed. He spins on his heel and is gone before she can protest. She has not even had time to take her coat off. She lets out a long sigh and slumps slightly in her chair. An email pings as she slides her left arm out of the sleeve, and she leans forward to open it. Chin up, babe. Don't let him get you down. She looks up and over at Joel, whose face has appeared above the side of the logistics cubicle 10 feet away. When he smiles at her, she can't work out whether she wants to blush or burst into tears. At lunchtime, the builder, who has ignored Sam's increasingly frantic messages for the best part of 4 months, calls without warning and announces they will be starting work the following week on rebuilding the front wall, which had been irrevocably damaged in June by a pensioner no longer able to see their reversing mirrors. It's an insurance job, for which Sam breathes a sigh of relief. Who knew a small wall could be so expensive? She calls home while sitting in the staff eating area, one of the few places Simon never visits. He seems to see it as beneath him, with its carefully demarcated coffee mug ownership and microwave oven. She is eating a tuna and sweet corn sandwich made with 2-day-old bread. It is claggy in her mouth, or maybe today's altercation with Simon is making it feel like that. "Hi, love," she says, forcing brightness into her voice. "How are you doing?" "Okay," Phil says flatly. She can hear the burble of the television down the phone and pictures him staring blankly at the overly made-up women discussing current affairs on the screen. "Well, Des Parry finally got back to me. They're going to start work on the wall next Monday, finally, so you'll need to move the camper van." "The camper van? To where?" "I don't know. Onto the road? But it's got no tax." "Well, we'll have to tax it. He can't get to the wall if it's parked where it is. Or maybe one of your friends with a garage could look after it." "Oh, I don't think I can ask the boys." She closes her eyes for a moment. His voice tails away. "Phil, love, we need to move the van, whatever. It would be great if you could work out how to do that. I'm pretty stretched here." There is a long pause. "Can't we put them off for a bit? I don't think I'm up to that right now." It is then that she feels the anger boil up inside her. Up to what? Moving a van 6 feet? The whole tax and safety checks thing? And I don't know where we would put it. I can't really handle it right now. Well, you'll have to work something out, because the builder is coming. Just put him off a week. I'll think about it. No, Phil. She can hear her voice becoming high and shrill. I will not put him off. It's taken me months to get him in the first place, and I can't risk him going to another job. And that wall is dangerous. You know it is. If someone climbs on it and it collapses, they'll be seriously hurt, and we'll be liable. So just sort out the bloody van and move it. Then we can both get on with our lives, okay?" There is a long silence on the other end of the phone. "You don't have to be aggressive about it," he says grimly. "I'm doing my best." "Are you, though? Are you really?" Something has unlocked in Sam, and she can't help it. Words pour out of her mouth like hard pebbles.
"I'm working flat out and running the house and trying to look after Andrea and Kat and the incontinent dog and dealing with bloody Simon, and you are lying on the sofa for 16 hours a day and in bed the other 6. When did you last do a supermarket shop, or walk, Kevin, or sweep the kitchen floor, or anything at all other than feel sorry for yourself? You're not doing anything, just wallowing. You do nothing but wallow." Silence. And then he says, 8. It's 8 hours in bed. What? There are 24 hours in a day. 16 hours on the sofa. That leaves 8. Oh, for Christ's sake, Phil, you know what I'm saying. Just do something, okay? I know you're sad, and I know you feel like life is hard, and it is. My God, I know it is. But sometimes you just have to get up and bloody get on with it. That's exactly what I've been doing for months, and I can't do it on my own anymore, okay? I just can't. This time, she doesn't wait to see how he will respond. She ends the call and stares at the wall, her heart pounding in her chest. It is then that she turns and jumps at Simon standing in the doorway. "Dealing with bloody Simon," he says slowly, nodding, a peculiar half-smile on his face. "Interesting. I was just coming to tell you that you need to renegotiate the figures on the Bilson job. Head office says the margins aren't good enough." Sam stares as he turns and walks away. She looks at the cling film-wrapped sandwich on her lap, her blood pumping in her ears. And without even really knowing what she's doing, she hurls it across the room so that it explodes soggily against the wall. 7 minutes later, Sam straightens her jacket, gets up, and using squares of kitchen towel, picks up every bit of sweet corn from the carpet, wipes the mayo and butter from the wall with a damp cloth, then puts the whole thing carefully into the bin. "So what do I do? What do you want to do?" Phil looks at the man and wonders if this is a trick question. If he sits on the seat closest to him, will it look needy or weird? But he doesn't know about lying on that bed thing. Plus, he's a little worried that if he lies down, he will immediately fall asleep. He falls asleep all the time these days. If he does, will he look like a crazy person? It's as if he can hear his thoughts. Some people find it more comfortable to sit. Some lie down. It's really just about what's most comfortable for you. Phil hesitates, then sits on the edge of the rattan sofa, leaving an empty seat between them. The man gazes at him and waits. Phil wonders whether he could get up and leave now. There is nothing keeping him here after all. But Kat had been adamant, and his daughter is surprisingly hard to contradict. "Do I talk or do you talk? You can start, and then we'll talk together." "I don't know what to say." A long silence. "So, what brings you here, Philip?" "Phil. It's Phil." "Okay, Phil." Phil stares at the floor. "My doctor. Well, he didn't actually bring me here, but he said if I wouldn't take the antidepressants, I needed to try talking therapy." He scratches his head. "And my daughter, she's concerned about me. Silly, really. And you were reluctant to come?" "I'm British." Phil attempts a smile. "We're not big on feelings." "Oh, I disagree," says Dr. Kovitz. "I think British people are very big on feelings. Expressing them comfortably, perhaps not so much." He smiles. Phil smiles back awkwardly. It seems to be expected. "Do you want to talk me through what took you to the doctor in the first place?" Phil feels his chest tighten, as it does reflexively whenever anyone demands he discuss the events of the past year. "Let's keep it simple to begin with. You said your father died. Was it unexpected?" There are things that are almost too much to put into words, and the months leading up to Dad's death are so huge and so dark in his mind that he is afraid that if he revisits them, he will be a small planet sucked into a black hole, a vast, terrifying vacuum he will not be able to claw his way out of.
He lets out a small cough. Well, yes and no, he says, and shifts in his chair. Yes, in that he was fit and healthy for a 75-year-old. No, in that once we knew, we had months to see what was coming down the line. Cancer? Yes. Were you close? Yes. I'm sorry. That must have been very hard for you. Oh, I'm fine. He had a good life. It's, my mum. They were married 50 years. She's the one I worried about. And how is she doing? That was the thing. Nancy was doing fine. For the first 6 months after Dad died, he would brace himself for the evening call. She would start every conversation in a tremulous, brave voice, talking about the small things she had achieved, the emptying of a drawer, moving some things from the shed. Then, inevitably, she would crumble. I just miss him so much, love. He had learned to dread those moments, his feelings of impotence and sadness, his inability to lift any of that weight. He and Sam would head over every Sunday and either take her for a pub lunch or help her prepare a roast, and chat to her as they all washed up afterward. She had seemed so diminished, as if she couldn't survive physically without him. She had never paid a bill on her own, never had the car serviced, never eaten a meal in a public place without him by her side. She lost her interest in food, in going out. She would revisit memories like worry beads, going over and over the past months and wondering aloud if they should have done things differently, if there had been something she had missed. He had wondered occasionally whether they would need to ask her to live with them. She seemed fundamentally unsuited to being alone. It was only the fact that they had no actual bedroom to put her in that had stopped them. And then, abruptly, everything changed. His mother had grieved and grieved. And then one day, he had turned up and her hair was blow-dried and she was wearing lipstick. I had a big think about it, and I decided Rich wouldn't want me sitting around weeping and wailing. I think he would have got quite cross with me. Can you show me where I put oil into the car? And that was it. 2 months ago, she had started volunteering with refugees at the community center, giving baking classes every Tuesday. Phil wasn't sure how many of them really needed to learn how to make a Victoria sandwich, but she said it wasn't about the food. It's just getting them to do something, being in a group, and everyone feels better after cake, don't they? It's a fact. She said it made her feel better, being useful. Listening to their stories, she felt grateful that she'd had such a peaceful life, so much love. She, a woman who had shunned garlic for years as too foreign, even started to enjoy the food they brought in for her. It was so spicy, Phil. Honestly, my face went as red as a beetroot, but it was actually rather good. He was glad for her, but also oddly troubled by his mother's ability just to get on with her life, because he couldn't. At night, he dreamed of sitting beside his father's bed, his bony, translucent hand gripping Phil's with surprisingly strong fingers, as he struggled for breath, his eyes furious as he gazed at Phil over his oxygen mask. The way he looked as if he actually hated his son. He saw those eyes boring into his every time he closed his own. "She's doing well," he says. Considering. "So we have that," says Dr. Kovitz. "That's a major life event, a lot to cope with. Is there anything else you're navigating?" "Well, I lost my job, and with that, my wife lost all respect for me, and my daughter thinks I'm a dud, and I can't see the point in getting dressed, or even washing most days. I don't see my friends anymore, because who wants to be around a miserable person? I'm too tired to go out. And home just reminds me of all the things I haven't done. I can't even put the recycling out because I wash up a plastic tray, and it seems ridiculous."
What is the point in us washing out the trays that the chicken thighs came in when China is pumping out 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide a minute? I can't watch the news because it makes me want to bury my head under the duvet. And the sight of the floods and the fires makes me anxious for grandchildren I haven't even had yet. So I just stay on the sofa where it's safe and watch shows where people buy and resell antique boot poles to make £2 profit,
or women in brightly colored dresses discuss diets and soap operas. And the only reason I watch those shows is because I cannot bear the silence. I cannot bear the silence. And I know my wife is exhausted and fed up with me, but every time I try to do something to help her, she sighs and tuts under her breath because I do it wrong. And she used to love me, but now she just wears this expression that tells me I'm useless. So I mostly just pretend to be asleep to stay out of her way. And then my daughter, who is smarter than either of us, comes in and says, "Dad, you need to get up now." Like she's the mother of a teenager or a carer in a home. But I can't explain it to her, that I just want to sleep. At least once a day, I realize that the only thing I can think about is my bed, waiting for me to crawl into it. And all I'm doing is waiting till everyone goes out so that I can head upstairs and sink into oblivion for a few more hours. And the doctor told me to improve my diet, but the truth is I have no energy to put together nutritionally beneficial meals. So I eat biscuits, toast with butter, and I watch my waistline soften and enlarge and despise myself for that too. Navigating? He says. Bits and bobs, normal stuff. Dr. Kovitz looks at him over his notepad. Phil notices then the 2 boxes of tissues on the table. He wonders absently how many people cry in this office every day. He wonders if Dr. Kovitz empties the bin between sessions so it won't look like the saddest room in the world. He wonders what this man would do if he just lay down on the sofa and cried and cried. But the thing is, if he let himself do that, he would probably never stop. Normal stuff, Dr. Kovitz repeats thoughtfully. That's an interesting concept. Do you think there's such a thing as normal stuff? Well, what have I got to complain about, really? He smiles at Dr. Kovitz. What has he got to complain about? It's all pathetic. Compared with most people, Phil has a lot. He has a body that works pretty well. He has a house, even if there is a weighty mortgage attached to it. He has a wife. He has a daughter. He will probably get a job again at some point. He is not running from armed terrorists or walking 40 miles to fetch water. He is not counting his ribs or trying to comfort a starving child. And what the hell can this man here do anyway, with his rattan furniture and his boxes of tissues? What good will talking do? It's not going to rewrite his dad's ending. It's not going to lift the burden on Sam. It's not going to get him a new job or stop his daughter eyeing him as if she's become some weird, deformed creature at a zoo. It feels ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. I should probably go, he says, rising to his feet. Go? You have people far more in need of help than me. I don't think this is for me. Sorry. Dr. Kovitz doesn't try to stop him. He just watches him. Okay, Phil, he says. Well, I'm going to keep your session open next week and hope that you come back. There's really no need. Oh, I think there is. He stands before Phil can tell him not to and steps past him to open the door for him. He holds it open and says quietly, "I hope I'll see you next week." It takes Phil 23 minutes to walk home. When he gets in, he closes the door behind him, pats the dog, and climbs the stairs heavily toward bed. The gym was closed until further notice. Nisha had walked there all her way home the previous evening and stared at the sign, letting herself absorb the fact that that was it. Her clothes, the things that made her feel like her, were never going to be returned to her. She is not sure why the shoes bother her so much. Perhaps because they had been her last gift from him, an emblem of their marriage. Carl had presented them with a huge flourish, admired her in them, wanted her to wear them on their most important trips. It had not been unusual for Carl to dictate her wardrobe. "I like to see you in them.
I like everyone to see you in them." What had been the point when all this time he had been busy planning to eject her and install Charlotte in her place? It all adds to the growing feeling that she has been played, and that in turn makes her so angry she feels like her veins are permanently fizzing with it. "Girl, you've speeded up." Jasmine puts her head around the bathroom door and pulls an admiring face. Anger seems to fuel Nisha now. She is awake before her alarm, attacks stains and marks as if she is rubbing out Carl's face. She obliterates dirt as if she is obliterating the past week. "You ready for your break? Or will I just leave you to do the other 12 rooms while I have a coffee?" Nisha straightens up as Jasmine laughs, wipes her warm brow with the back of her arm. Sure. It's her 5th day at the hotel. 5 days in which she has arrived at the narrow alleyway at 8 a.m., changed into the hotel-issue black clothes, eaten good pastries, and cleaned disgusting rooms, all the while her mind humming with resentment. Today she will be paid, and she is not sure what she will do beyond that. The locker room chat is full of stories of immigration raids, of canceled visas. People come for one shift and are never seen again. Some stay weeks but never speak to another soul, their eyes darting away from contact as if they would prefer to be invisible. She sees a whole army of people who remain under the radar, living hand to mouth as they, like her, try to work out what to do next. And Nisha has not yet worked out what to do next. She does not want this job, but it brings her daily proximity to her suite, and is still the best chance she has of recovering her things. Every floor that carries them closer, she feels her heart beat faster as she tries to work out how she can get in. But undocumented maids do not get to work on the 6th and 7th floors. They are restricted to the cheaper rooms, the ones where business travelers and people who have booked on discount internet sites tend to spend one night. Jasmine says housekeeping staff need to be there for at least a few months before they are considered experienced or trustworthy enough to be allowed to the more exclusive floors. She will get in there, she knows, but until she works out how, she must play a waiting game. "Hey, baby." She logs on to the hotel Wi-Fi, everyone does it, and calls Ray at 2. She and Jasmine are on a late lunch break, and she knows it will wake him far earlier than he's used to, but she's on her last night's paid-for stay, and she cannot work out what to do next. "Mom, why are you calling so early?" His voice is thick with sleep. She tries to smile reassuringly as she speaks. "Darling, I need a favor. I need to borrow some more money. It's a little complicated, but I'll explain everything when I'm home." "More money?" She hears him shift in his bed. "Yes, another 500. Do you think you could wire it to me today? The same place as last time would be great." "I can't, Mom. You don't have to do it right now. I just wanted to call early so that you could plan your day around it." "No, I literally can't. Dad has frozen my account. Apparently there's been fraudulent activity on it. Didn't he tell you?" "What? I can't buy anything. Not clothes, not games, not even deodorant. He says I have to put any requests in an email to Charlotte. They pay with his card and have it sent to me." Oh, God. Carl had worked it out. "Don't you have anything you can use?" she says desperately. "Your savings card. What happened to your savings account?" Ugh, frozen too. He's so mean.
I literally have no access to my own money just now. Can you talk to him about it, Mom? He only speaks to me through Charlotte. "I will, darling. I'll do that. I'm so sorry. I'll speak to you later." She ends the call, lets out a low groan, and slumps on the bench. Across the room, Jasmine is chatting in low tones to Victor. When Nisha looks up, she is staring at her. "You okay, Nish?" My ex has frozen our bank accounts. It's a mess." Jasmine raises her eyebrows. "Your ex? What is he? A deadbeat dad? Don't tell me. Has he cleared you out?" "Something like that." "Oh," she exclaims, I knew something like that was going on. You know what my mom once said to me? Never marry a man you wouldn't want to be divorced from. My ex, he's good as gold, pays his share on the 15th regular as, shows up for Gracie, always speaks respectfully. Mind you, I do wonder if it's because he's still soft on me. She shrugs, gestures to her face. I am a lot to get over. She laughs suddenly, so that Nisha is unsure whether she's joking. He got a job? Your bloke? Carl? Kind of. What does he do? Import-export, that kind of thing. Oh, like my friend Sanjay. He runs a warehouse out near Southall, buys up stuff on the docks that's fallen out of containers and sells it to the market traders. One minute he's living high, next he doesn't have a pot to piss in. What about your folks? I don't speak to my family. Oh, mate, you got kids? One boy, but he's in New York. He's fine. Well, that's something, I guess, though you must miss him. How are you getting by? Payday today, right? Jasmine pulls a face. It is, babe, but you won't be getting a taxi to Louis Vuitton. You know what I'm saying. She's not wrong. At the end of the day, Nisha receives an envelope with a barely comprehensible handwritten payslip and $425 for her week of 10-hour shifts. The undocumented maids get £8.50 an hour. 50 has been deducted for the use of the uniform. She stares at it, unable to believe this paltry amount is the result of all those hours of work. It takes her a moment to calculate that at that rate she will not be able to afford to stay at the Tower Primavera while she waits to reclaim her life, cheap as it is. In a matter of days, she will have nowhere left to go. Jasmine tells her she wants to be glad they didn't put her on the books, because then they're taking off national insurance and putting you on emergency tax codes and all that crap, and honestly, you might as well just go back on the dole. Oh, Nisha rifles in her pocket, suddenly remembering. Here, sorry, I forgot. She holds out the 20-pound note. Jasmine looks at it, then back at Nisha. She pats Nisha's hand. You're all right, babes. Give it back to me when you're sorted. And somehow that makes Nisha feel even worse. She has just taken extra supplies of hair conditioner and body lotion to the 5th floor when she sees him. She is walking back to the elevator, feeling mulish at the way the over-made-up young girl who opened the bedroom door snatched the little bottles from her, slamming the door in her face without even a thank you, when a familiar figure comes toward her along the corridor. Ari. Her heart stops. She fights the urge to duck into a doorway, but her keys do not give her access to rooms on this floor, and there is nowhere to go. He is distracted, talking on a telephone, his black suit immaculate, his eyes fixed on the middle distance in front of him as he strides silently along the plush carpet. No, he doesn't want to. Bring the car round to the front and wait. I don't care. Go round the block if you have to. He has to be, where the hell is it? Piccadilly, by 2:15. Charlotte has the address. She feels every part of her go rigid as he approaches. Her breath lodges in her chest. She curses her decision not to bring the trolley up with her. She could have crouched behind it, pretending to be looking for something, rammed him with it if he came for her. But it's just him and her in this corridor, and there is no escape. She closes her eyes as he comes close, closer, turns her face toward a door, waiting for his meaty grip on her arm, his threatening growl. What the really do you think you're doing here? Her breath stops briefly in her chest, and then nothing. The sound of his footfall continues past her. A brief curse into his phone, and then a burst of laughter. She waits a second, opens her eyes, turns her head slowly. He continues down the corridor, gesturing with his free hand as he speaks. He hasn't even seen her. She's the only person in the whole corridor, and he hasn't seen her. And then it hits her. In this uniform, she is invisible. Nisha Cantor, a woman used to turning heads for 25 years, has donned a cheap black top and nylon trousers and, in her service apron, completely disappeared. Her brain is still humming with the encounter, her heart racing when she gets back to the locker room.
And then something equally unexpected happens. Jasmine announces she has stomachache and asks if Nisha could give her a break and finish room 420 while she has a lie-down. I wouldn't ask, babe, but it's killing me. I just need to stretch out. Nisha tells her it's no problem, she'll do 422, and she cannot hear Jasmine's grateful response over the sound of something sparkling inside her head. Jasmine removes her apron, groaning and sighing as she moves, hangs it on her peg, and heads off to lie down on the daybed the reception staff use in the quiet room next to the laundry. Nisha waits until she is sure she has gone, then rifles through Jasmine's pocket until she finds the all-access room key. She shoves it quickly into the front of her apron and leaves. Nisha cleans room 420 at double speed, her mind racing as she strips and remakes the bed, empties the bins, and runs the disinfectant-soaked cloth over the remote control. She does 422, thanking God for single women who barely touch the room during their stay. With 15 minutes to spare, she pushes the trolley into the elevator, hesitates just a moment, touches the card to the security pad, then presses the button to the 7th floor, her stomach tightening as she ascends the floors. Housekeeping? She hesitates as the doors open, half braced for a harsh voice, a sound that will scurry her back inside. But the suite carries the heavy silence of non-occupation. She stands for a moment, taking in the rooms that had been hers, the belongings scattered around that suddenly feel strangely alien. Carl's files, his slippers, neatly placed on a cotton square by the door, the fruit bowl with only grapes and peaches, his favorites. She heads for the desk to get her passport, but it's not in the drawer. She opens the cupboard which holds the safe and punches in his birth date, but the machine beeps obstinately and will not let her in. She tries 2 other variations, her own birth date and then Ray's, but neither opens the door. She curses and straightens up, and then she heads through to the bedroom. The bed has already been made, and she feels a brief surge of gratitude that she has not had to see further evidence of his betrayal in tangled sheets, leftover bottles of rune art, perhaps a scattering of personal items. She looks away, heads past it to the dressing room, and opens the double doors. And there they are, her clothes, all neatly lined up on perfectly aligned hangers, exactly as they were when she left. She stands staring for a moment, then lets out a low moan of longing and presses her face to a Chloe shearling jacket, like a mother reunited with her children, breathing in their scent. Her scent. She had felt naked without it. She turns, scans the dressing table, and sees the familiar bottle, places it swiftly in her pocket. And it is then that she sees it. A woman's makeup, not hers. She stares at the oversized half-unzipped bag, at the large compact of eyeshadows, the foundation too pale for Nisha's skin, the curling tongs resting by her brushes.
She feels something in her turn to stone, and then a thought occurs. She turns back to the wardrobe, and there it is, a dress that is not hers, nestling among her suits and dresses. She pulls it out. Stella McCartney, black, overtly sexy, flashy, her black stole slung over the back of it. She feels a ball of rage. He is letting this woman use her clothes, place these flashy interloper garments among her own. She sees a trouser suit, a pair of Jimmy Choo heels in a size 41. Nisha has not until this point been entirely sure what she would do when she was in the penthouse again, but now, with a barely suppressed roar of rage, she begins to pull her clothes from the rail, her Chanel suits, her brightly colored Roland Moret dresses, her Valentino skirt. She takes an armful of her favorite things, ripping them from their hangers, knowing there is no way she can stomach Charlotte. It must be Charlotte. That difficult person has clown-sized feet. She can spend time with Carl all day long if she must, but there is no way she is letting that treacherous person wear Nisha's clothes.
Nisha slings them over the trolley in a heap, then runs back and adds her full-length shearling coat and the Yves Saint Laurent black velvet suit with the high padded shoulders. And then, her face still contorted with rage, she pushes the trolley back across the penthouse suite, into the elevator, and presses the down button, for once forgetting to cover her finger with her sleeve as she hits it. She is halfway along the laundry corridor with her haul when Jasmine appears in front of her. She stands, does a double take at the pile of clothes, as if she can't believe what she's seeing, and then folds her arms. What in the world? Get out of my way. Nisha? She was wearing my clothes. Nisha is wild now, as if some stopper has been released, letting out all the anger and frustration of the last week. She is not having my very clothes? What are you talking about? Where did you get these? Nisha makes to push past her, but Jasmine blocks her way. The penthouse, Nisha hisses. You've been in the penthouse. She blinks, then adds, You stole clothes from the penthouse? It's not stealing if they're mine. What are you saying, girl? Have you gone crazy? Nisha drops the trolley handle. She walks up to Jasmine. I'm Nisha Cantor, married to Carl Cantor. He has locked me out of the penthouse since last week and blocked all my money. I'm just taking back what is mine. Jasmine stares at her, as if trying to register what she has just said. You are married to the guy in the penthouse? Yes, for more than 18 very years, until last week when he pulled a number on me. Jasmine is shaking her head, tiny shakes, her palms raised, as if she cannot digest this. You went in there to get your clothes? But how did you... I've had nothing. I've had to wear clothes that aren't even mine. Nisha scrabbles in her pocket for the all-access pass and hands it back to her. Here, take this. I've got what I came for. You can't do this. It's not stealing. They're my clothes. Nisha, this is a bad idea. You have to stop. I'm sorry, Jazz. It's been lovely meeting you. You are a good person. I like you, and I don't like anyone, but I'm taking my things. Jasmine stares at the little card. No. You just went in on my pass. It's all registered to me. If you steal all those clothes, they're going to pin it on me. I'll tell them it isn't you. I'll call them. Whatever. Nisha, I'm a black single mother from Peckham. You just used my all-access housekeeping card to get into a room where, what, 10,000 pounds worth of clothes have just been removed? More like 30,000 actually, says Nisha, affronted. We have to get these back in the room. We can sort it, babe, but not like this. No, Nisha protests, but Jasmine grips her arm. Don't do this to me. You know well we'll all be in trouble if you do this. I need this job, Nish. I need it, and I've worked bloody hard to get to where I am. Twice as hard as most people have to work. You have no idea, okay? You have no idea. Don't you ruin this for me. There is a steely tone to Jasmine's voice, but genuine anxiety too. Nisha feels a flicker of uncertainty. She thinks about Jasmine handing her 20 pounds when she had barely known her. She lets out a low moan. Please, Jazz, you have no idea what it's been like. He's taken everything. I need my things. I need them. If this is how you say it is, we will fix it, says Jasmine, quietly, but not like this. The two women lock eyes, and suddenly, it's over. Nisha knows she cannot do this to the one person who has treated her decently. Ah, Verret, she yells. I know, darling, I know. Come on, says Jasmine, suddenly brisk. Come with me. We have to get these back before they realize they're gone. Jesus Christ, my stomach. What are you doing to me? They say nothing to each other in the elevator, but Jasmine keeps stealing glances at her, as if she is totally reassessing everything she has believed. They reach the 7th floor and exchange a look.
But as the elevator stops, they hear voices. Loud male voices. Somebody is back in the room. Without missing a beat, Jasmine slams the down button with her palm. The elevator hesitates as the doors begin to open, as if not sure about this change in instruction, and then they close again, and it lurches suddenly downward. They exit on the 6th floor. Nisha's head is spinning. What do we do now? Jazz holds up a finger, as if she has already worked it out. She presses a button on her walkie-talkie. "Victor, do me a favor, babe. I need 15-20 hangers, with plastic. Yes, fast as you can. Thanks, babe. I'm outside 622. I owe you." Less than 2 minutes later, Victor, a tall Lithuanian with sad eyes, arrives at a half-run bearing the hangers. "Put the clothes in these, quickly. Give us a hand, Vic, will you?" Nisha does as she's told, threading each outfit up through the plastic. The three of them work in silence, Nisha's fingers turning to thumbs as she tries to straighten collars on hangers to push the wire frames through the tiny clear plastic holes. When they are done, a huge pile of clothes is lying over the trolley. Jazz wheels it back into the elevator and motions to Nisha. "Put your mask on and keep your head down." The doors open at the 7th floor. Jasmine motions at Nisha to stay in the elevator. "Housekeeping," she calls. A man, is it Steve? She can't tell with her head down, appears at the doors. "What's this?" "I have your dry cleaning, sir." Jasmine sweeps an armful of the plastic-covered clothes off the trolley. "Dry cleaning?" Steve yells behind him. She hears Carl's voice from the study area. "What dry cleaning? I didn't order any." Nisha's heart stops. But Jasmine steps out. "Your wife scheduled for her clothes to be collected for dry cleaning, sir. We're just returning them." "Stay here," she murmurs to Nisha. "My wife? I told Frederick she wasn't to charge anything on my room." "This was arranged some time ago, I believe, sir. I'm just bringing the clothes now." Carl's voice is angry. "I told him she was to charge nothing. He should have cancelled any scheduled orders." Jasmine has disappeared. Nisha can hear the swish of hangers being returned to a rail. Their voices are muffled. "I'm so sorry, sir," Jasmine says calmly. "There must have been an error in communication with the laundry. I'll make sure all these are comped to your room." She steps into the elevator, sweeps up the second armful of clothes, and exits again. "Did you say all of them?" "Clearly an error on the hotel's part, sir. I will ensure that these items have all been cleaned free of charge." Nisha hears a shift in tone. Carl loves getting stuff for free. It's like he feels it's his due, like the universe has suddenly seen him for what he deserves. He is worth millions, and yet if someone comps him something, he's like a child given a free lollipop in a sweet shop. "Okay."
Put a note on my file so that anything else she fixed up before she left is cancelled, okay? I don't want anything else like this happening. Of course. Consider it done. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Again, I'm so sorry. Jasmine walks into the elevator, and Nisha turns away in case Carl materializes. But Jasmine has hit the button, and the lift is already juddering downward. Afterward, Jasmine does not say a word. They complete their room allocation in mutual silence. Nisha feels numb with shock. All these days spent working out what would happen when she got back into the room, and what was the result? They had handed every single item back into the hands of that witch, and she had been so blindsided by rage at the sight of the clothes that she had completely forgotten to get anything more useful. Her jewelry, money from the desk. She is owed a rest break, but she does not want to go into the locker room. She does not want to have to endure the questions from Jasmine and anybody else, or to have to think about what has just happened. She walks instead along the corridor to the kitchens. They are near empty mid-afternoon, the chefs and sous-chefs grabbing a precious breather between the lunch and evening shifts, some napping, some sneaking cigarettes outside. She has eaten nothing all day, and goes to check on the table where the sandwiches are usually left. It is empty, just a platter with a few crumbs. Crumbs. That is what remains of her life. She picks up the stainless steel platter, stares at it, and then, almost before she knows what she is doing, hurls it to the floor, so that it clatters with a smash on the hard surface. She reaches round and picks up a pile of newly laundered aprons and throws them onto the floor too. Then the plastic mixing bowls. They bounce off the stainless steel surfaces. Really, what the really has happened to my life? She closes her eyes, clenches her fists, and roars. Her scream is primal, erupts from the core of her. She curls over her stomach and sinks to her knees, clutching herself as if she is in pain. When she finally opens her eyes, still panting from the effort, she becomes aware that someone is watching her. She turns and sees a tall man standing by the stoves. Alex. He's leaning against one, his arms folded in front of him, his checkered chef's trousers flecked with small stains from the morning shift. "What?" she says defiantly. "What?" She looks down at the mess she has created. She climbs to her feet and, after a moment, starts picking up the aprons, folding them and placing them back on the side, whacking them down with displeasure. Still grimacing with fury, she picks up the mixing bowls, stacking them as she goes, and the steel tray. Her hair has come loose from its tie, and she pulls it back off her face, wrenching it into a knot. When she glances behind her, he is still watching. "What?" she says, pulling a face. "You never seen someone get mad? I'm picking up your very things, okay? I'm doing it." His expression does not change. He waits a moment, then says calmly, in heavily accented English, "You are very beautiful woman," he adds. "Very angry, but very beautiful." Nisha's mouth opens. He turns away from her to the stove and reaches up for a small pan. He swipes some oil around its innards, then breaks 2 eggs expertly into it. He goes to the enormous refrigerator in the corner and returns with an armful of ingredients. She stands, unsure what she is watching. He turns his head, nods toward the chair in the corner. "Sit," he says. She walks over, a little tentatively, and sits, still holding the steel tray to her chest. Alex doesn't speak again. He mixes something in a bowl, whisking with the speed and efficacy of someone for whom this is a daily task, the muscles clearly demarcated on his tattooed forearm. He chops herbs briskly with a sharp blade and tosses them in, then reaches over to the toaster and pulls out 2 perfectly done slices of toast, which he slathers in butter. He takes a plate from the low oven, his back to her, and rearranges something on it. Then he walks over and hands her the plate. On it is Eggs Benedict, crowned with glossy yellow hollandaise sauce, on 2 pieces of lightly browned brioche. "Eat," he says, handing it to her, then turning to get her a napkin. He doesn't wait for thanks, but walks quietly back to his workstation, wiping it down with brisk strokes and clearing the pans, which he takes to the wash-up area. He is there unseen for a few minutes, clattering pans and running water. He reappears as she is halfway through the second piece. The Eggs Benedict is the best she has ever eaten. She is weak with pleasure. She can't even speak. She just looks up at him, still chewing, and he gives a small nod, as if in acknowledgement. "It is hard to be so angry if you have eaten good food," he says. And then he waits until she has finished and wordlessly takes the plate from her. He has turned and disappeared before she can speak again. Sam enters to find her mother and father on their hands and knees, surrounded by newspaper. Her father is putting his full weight on some kind of compression device, trying to squeeze water out of a rectangle of papier-mâché gloop. Their living room has always been cluttered with books and piles of papers, every surface covered with items they insist cannot be moved, as they know where everything is. But now her mother is feeding newspapers through a shredder in the corner, while her father sends jets of water running over the top of the old baby bath with every grunt and push. The whirring sound of the shredder means that they don't hear her initially, and Sam picks her way over the piles of newspaper and stoops to wave in her father's face. He is puce, and there are small pieces of paper in his hair. "Hello, darling," he mouths. Merrin stops the shredder mid-flow. "We're making paper logs," she announces.
too loudly, given there is no longer any sound in the room bar the effortful noises of Sam's father. "Your father saw a thing on YouTube, saving the planet." "You've put the National Geographics in the wrong pile," exclaims her father, breaking off to point. "No, I haven't, Tom. Those are over there because they contain the wrong chemicals. We'll die in our beds if we use them because of the glass. And the chimney sweep says it tars up the flue. Newspaper only. Tom, there's too much moisture in that briquette. It will take years to dry out." "I know. Well, push harder. You push if you're so good at it." "I'll make the tea," says Sam, and picks her way across the living room to the kitchen. For years she had been comforted by the ordered chaos of her parents' kitchen, with its pinboards of Greenpeace stickers, its curling photographs of their younger days. Jars and spices jostled for space on the worktops, where they had been pulled out and simply left. These days she notes the slackening standards of hygiene, spongy apples and day-old yogurts on the side. Each one is like a tolling bell, warning her of further responsibilities in days to come. They won't contemplate a cleaner. It goes against their socialist beliefs. But they have no problem with Sam taking time out twice a week to come and clean up after them. She pulls on her mother's rubber gloves and starts piling dirty crockery in the sink, listening vaguely to her parents bicker about briquettes. "I've pushed this one umpteen times. I don't know where all the water is coming from." "You didn't fill the kettle all the way up, did you? It's not ecological." Her mother walks in, wiping her hands on her jeans. She is wearing a raspberry-colored jumper with a grey one over the top. Both have holes in the elbows, through which Sam can see 2 small discs of pale skin. "No, Mum, I measured out 3 mugs. We've only managed 2 briquettes since lunchtime. How we'll keep warm on this, I have no idea. Honestly, the shed is so full of old newspaper, I keep telling your father it's a fire hazard." The irony is clearly lost on her.
Sam washes up while her mother makes the tea and lifts the lids of various tins, letting out little ohs of disappointment when the expected cakes or biscuits fail to manifest themselves. From the other room, they can hear occasional grunts or curses from Sam's father as he attempts to compress the papier-mâché bricks. "How's Phil?" Never, "How are you?" Sam thinks resentfully, and smothers the thought. It's good that her parents care about Phil. Lots of people dislike their sons-in-law. She should be grateful. Much the same. Bit tired. Has he got another job yet? No, Mum, I'd tell you. I called the other night. Did Kat say? No, I've barely seen her. Always working, that girl. She'll go far. Anyway, I wanted to tell you about a television show we were watching. I can't remember what it was now. What was it called? It was on the television. Oh yes, she said you'd gone out drinking. Sam takes a long, careful sip of her tea. I had a drink with my work colleagues to celebrate bringing in some deals. It was nothing. Well, I'm not sure it's a good idea leaving Phil on his own if he's down in the dumps. I never leave your dad to go drinking at the pub. I'm not sure he'd like that very much. You never worked, Sam wants to say. You never had to earn money just so that your family could keep a roof over its head. You never had to deal with a boss whose every labored sigh tells you he thinks you're a waste of space. You never lie next to the back of a sleeping man, wondering if you've actually become invisible. Well, she says carefully, it doesn't happen very often. Her mother sits down at the table and sighs. It's very hard for a man, you know, losing his job. He doesn't feel like a man anymore. That's not very egalitarian of you, Mother. I thought you believed both sexes should be treated equally. Well, it's just common sense. They get, what's the word, emasculated. If you're earning all the money and then going out to the pub in the evening, how's poor old Phil meant to feel? Are you telling me you never go out without Dad? Only to my book group, and that's only because Lena Gupta always wants to talk about her hemorrhoids, and that kind of talk makes Fim go a bit funny. Honestly, how she can shoehorn a reference to anisole into a discussion about Anna Karenina, I don't know.
Sam and her mother chat for a while, or Marin chats, and Sam adopts her well-worn role as tame audience for her mother's concerns about the planet, annoyance at the politicians, who are variously self-serving, idiotic, or just plain irritating, her neighbors' woes, who is dying, suffering some terrible ailment, or already dead. Sam had observed some years previously that her mother was uninterested in the minutiae of Sam's own life beyond how it might affect her or Phil, whom she considers the finest of sons-in-law. You're very lucky to have him. Also, while they profess endless public love for each other, her mother and father use every available opportunity to offload on her separately about the maddening qualities, difficulties, and frailties of the other. He cannot read a road map anymore. He says he can, but then he goes completely the wrong way. She leaves her glasses everywhere, and then she accuses me of taking them. She's so blind she can't see where she's put them. So, what are you going to do about Phil? Her mother says, as Sam puts her coat on to leave. She had cleaned the kitchen and the upstairs bathroom, faintly saddened by the sheer number of unpronounceable pills and other medication her parents now seemed to require just to function. What do you mean? Well, I think maybe you need to give Phil a bit of a boost, make him feel good about himself. Why should he get to feel good about himself? I don't. Don't be facetious, Samantha. He needs your support, even if it is irritating. I'm doing everything I can. She cannot keep the weariness from her voice. Well, sometimes you have to do more. When your father had that problem with his you-know-what, Mum, I told you I really don't want to know about Dad's troubles. Well, we got him some of those blue pills, and apart from that unfortunate incident in Sainsbury's after he took too many, they worked a treat. He felt like himself again, and that means we're both happy. She pauses, thinking. That said, we do have to use the Tesco over by the bypass now, and the parking spaces are much too narrow for a family car. Her mother places a hand on her arm. Look, all I'm saying is that it may well be that you're having to do more than your share of the heavy lifting just now, but if you can boost Phil up a bit, it'll make you both feel better in the end. Her mother's blue eyes are piercing. She gives Sam a reassuring smile. Just have a think about it. Then her gaze swivels. Tom, what are you doing with that wretched device? I can hear the water sloshing onto the living room from here. Honestly, do I have to do everything myself? Sam thinks about her mother's words during the short walk home. She and Phil have been, in the language of women's magazines, disconnected for months. Without any outings together, there is little for them to discuss beyond the dog. No, he has not walked him. Their daughter. No, he's not sure where she is. Or her work. He doesn't want to talk about that. Maybe this is one of those times when she really does have to try a little harder. Maybe if she focused less on how tired she is and how furious at the deficit of support coming her way, they could see a way through. She stops for a moment on the pavement and registers this. It's quite a startling thought for Sam to be taking seriously advice given by her mother. And then she thinks about her father and the blue pills, and has to sing loudly to herself all the way to the post office to get the image out of her head. Phil is on the sofa, watching some program in which couples bicker about low ceilings and storage space. Sam stops as she hangs her coat on the peg and gazes at the top of his head, where his hair is thinning slightly. She had persuaded him to get a haircut 2 weeks previously, as he had begun to veer tragically toward Mad Professor, and now at least he looks like somebody she recognizes. She has a sudden memory of the two of them, legs entwined on that sofa, Phil reaching over to kiss the top of her head, and she thinks, maybe I could make you feel better. She cooks chicken pie, mash, and greens, one of Phil's favorites, and sets the table in the kitchen so that he cannot just slide his plate from the work surface and eat it in front of the television. She opens a bottle of wine and pours them both a glass. He doesn't speak much, but he doesn't complain about the seating arrangements, and even makes a bit of an effort, telling her about their neighbor's new car. He clams up when, 2 glasses in, she tries to ask him how he's feeling. He sees his face close over as if someone has drawn a curtain. So she chats on gamely, filling the silence with tales of her parents and the briquette maker, and he does his best to look interested. The kitchen clock ticks loudly. "Nice wine," he says. "It is, isn't it? It was on special offer." "Yes, it's nice." At one point, Kat texts her to ask if either of them have seen her driving license, and there is a brief interlude when they become almost animated, discussing the missing license, how easy it is to lose the little plastic ones, how often Kat loses things she shouldn't. And then it fades, and the sound of the kitchen clock takes over, and Phil settles back on the sofa to watch the 10 o'clock news. She reminds herself that, in Phil terms these days, dinner has been something of a success. She washes up, hoping that whatever he watches does not depress him again. She eyes the bottle of wine, 2 inches remaining, and then, abruptly, picks it up and glugs briskly, letting the dark acid warm her throat, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. When the kitchen is done, she heads upstairs, showers, and, after a moment, adds a little spray of scent.
She gazes at her reflection in the steamed mirror of the bathroom. She's not too bad for her age. She has a nice neck, nothing too saggy yet. Not hard and lean like those yummy mummies, but not a bad body, given everything. Think about how you felt in those shoes, she tells herself firmly. Think about how you felt in the later meetings, how you felt on the dance floor. Powerful, magnetic, unstoppable. She climbs into bed and waits for the sound of his feet on the stairs, thinking of how he used to chase her up those stairs when they first moved in, his hands reaching for her in his eagerness to get to her. She watches through the bedroom door as he heads into the bathroom, listens to the sounds of him washing, brushing his teeth, a quick gargle with mouthwash, sounds that are as familiar to her as the boiler clicking on in the morning or the squeak of the gate outside. And then he is climbing in beside her, the bed springs creaking slightly under his weight. For some time now they have slept with their backs to each other. Phil snores, so he has learned to sleep on his side. It is 11 months since they last had sex. She had calculated it one evening, working back from the last time he had been to the pub. At work, the coffee room is full of women complaining that their husbands are all over them, joking about how they'd prefer to read a book. Sam is very tired of reading books. Sex used to be the lubrication of their marriage, the thing that stopped the small irritations mattering, the pants on the floor, the failure to empty the dishwasher, the parking ticket. Sex used to bring them closer. Sex was the thing that made them feel like themselves again, not some desiccated shadow of what once was. She lies there for a minute, thinking, then turns over silently and slides her arm around him. His skin is warm, and he smells vaguely and pleasingly of soap. When he doesn't move, she edges herself closer, so that every bit of her is pressed against him. She kisses the nape of his neck and rests her cheek on him. She has missed him, missed his touch. She wonders why she hadn't done this months ago. He shifts a little, and she feels a tiny thrill of desire. She initiated intimacy, hoping for a new start. She felt unstoppable, a female force, sexy. She was ready to deepen their connection, and his voice breaks into the darkness. "Sorry, love, not really feeling up to it tonight." It is as if she has been stung. His words hang there in the dark. Sam grows very still, then lightly withdraws her hand from her husband. She wiggles her way backward under the duvet and turns away so that she is lying on her back. She wishes she had put on her nightie. They lie in silence for a minute, and then he speaks again. The chicken pie was very nice, though. If Phil acts as if she no longer exists, the other man in her life, Simon, is, as the younger members of staff put it, all up in her grill. Some of her colleagues have begun noticeably steering clear of her at work,
as if whatever bad juju she is carrying could become infectious. Nobody wants to acknowledge what is happening, as, a job is a job and they are hard enough to come by just now. Except for Joel. She has begun sitting in her car at lunchtimes as the coffee room makes her feel exposed, and she can no longer eat in her cubicle because Simon will inevitably walk in at the exact moment her mouth is full. So she sits and listens to one of her calming classical music downloads and eats her sandwich alone, trying to avoid her thoughts. What are you doing out here? She jumps as the door opens and Joel climbs in, bringing with him the chill air of outside and a warm scent of citrus. He closes the door, and she sees he has his petrol station cheese sandwiches in his hand. He is wearing his puffy coat, and his tiny, neat dreadlocks are tied back in a low ponytail. At least run the engine and get some heat in here, Sam. Gosh, it's freezing. I couldn't work out where you'd been the last few lunch breaks. Simon sent that idiot Franklin out with us to pitch for the Cameron job. God knows how he brought that in. And I came to see if you wanted to grab a coffee, but they said you weren't in there. And then I saw your car windows had steamed up, so Franklin. Young, swaggering Franklin with his shiny suit and his perma-grin. So that was it. She lets out a slow breath. I prefer it out here just at the moment. His smile fades. He studies her face. Want to talk about it? Not really. If she says a word about it right now, she will cry. And not even normal tears. She feels as if she is permanently on the verge of huge, terrifying sobs that will engulf her and leave her red-nosed, snotty, and heaving. And Joel witnessing that will be almost the worst part. Ah, babe. He shakes his head in disgust. Ted said Simon gave you a hard time in yesterday's budget meeting. She is so conscious of the proximity of Joel in her little car, of the smooth skin on the back of his hands so close to her thigh, of the male scent of him. His wet eyelashes curl up in tiny, starry points. She has never seen an adult with eyelashes like that. She feels as if she could touch each one and she would feel its spiky imprint on her fingertip. They have known each other for 8 years, and she is not sure she has ever noticed his eyelashes before. She thinks suddenly about Phil rejecting her the previous evening, the way she had viewed her sleepless reflection in the mirror that morning, old, baggy, unwanted. It is too hard to have Joel being nice to her, because, of course, he is not sweet on her. That was just her getting overexcited in those stupid shoes. He probably sees her as some geriatric auntie figure. Let's make sure poor old Sam is okay. She is suddenly overwhelmed by the certainty that he needs to leave her car immediately. Actually, she says, I'm fine. By myself, I mean. She cannot look at him as she says this, doesn't want to see the sympathetic look, the head tilt. She keeps staring at her knees, a peculiar smile on her face. Really, I'm just going to listen to some music and chill out for a bit. He says after a moment, I could just eat my sandwiches and keep you company. No, she says, glancing over, they're cheese. I don't like cheese. They sit in the heavy silence. I don't like cheese, she thinks. Since when? Okay, he says after a short pause. I was just checking in. Just wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine. It's all good. You don't need to check on me. I'm a grown woman. She looks up then, an awful wonky smile on her face, and she sees something in his expression that makes her stomach turn itself inward into a tight knot. Really, it's very kind of you, but you should go. You should go. Her voice is harder than she had intended. He waits a moment longer, and then, without a word, he picks up his unopened sandwiches and climbs out of the car. Jasmine is off. Nisha checks the rota and sees the other woman is owed several days, perhaps because she is working through the weekend. Much as she misses cheerful conversation, she is glad Jasmine isn't there. Anger and guilt at what she almost cost her have permeated her so completely she thinks she might combust. She completes her shifts in a silent fury, powering her way through the filthy bathrooms, scowling at anyone who asks her for an extra roll of toilet paper or hair conditioner. She knows there may be complaints from guests about her attitude, so she pretends she cannot speak English, adopts a half-smile that is faintly threatening, and carries in her demeanor at least the vague suggestion that she might return to murder annoying guests in their beds. Nisha has tried 6 top divorce lawyers back in New York, only 3 of whom would take her call, and 2 who said they had already been retained by Carl. She calls her bank, and Jeff, its relationship manager, promises he will get back to her, but doesn't. 4 times. Carl.
She tries to take out a credit card so she can at least live, but the application fails because she does not have a permanent address in the UK, and the US credit card company will only send it to her home address in New York, which will clearly not be forwarding her post. Carl. She calls Ray every day and talks to him of trivial things, of what he had for lunch, his conviction that one of his roommates is secretly a Mormon, his despair at not being able to stop biting his nails, and she knows she has no vocabulary with which to explain to him what has happened to their family. Her boy, her gorgeous, fragile boy, who makes her heart ache and bleed at a distance of 5,000 miles. She will have to tell him soon, but she is afraid of inflicting this wound on him when she cannot be there to comfort him. It is too soon after the thing. She hates Carl for this, perhaps most of all. When she hides out in the kitchen for her mid-afternoon breaks, Alex is there, sometimes prepping for evening service, sometimes sitting in the corner reading a tattered paperback, usually something about food. He doesn't speak to her, but when he sees her, he puts his book down, moves to his station, and cooks wild mushroom omelets with Fine's herbs, toasted sandwiches with chicken and truffle mayonnaise. He places these in front of her and leaves her to eat, his manner unobtrusive, as if he understands that this is a woman in the middle of a raging inferno, and he merely wishes to leave her a small fire hose. He has hair that always looks as if he is just woken up, and tired eyes, and there does not appear to be an ounce of fat on his body. It's not that she has noticed this particularly, but she has always unconsciously registered people's apparent fitness or body fat ratios, and he looks fit. Tired, like all the chefs. The long hours and inferno-like conditions of the kitchen mean they seem to age at twice the rate of anyone else. "I'm not going to sleep with you, you know," she says, when he hands her a particularly beautifully cooked steak sandwich. He regards her steadily and gives a small smile, as if she has said something amusing. "Okay," he says, as if the thought hadn't even occurred to him, and she is both embarrassed and furious at his response. She lies awake in the horrible hotel room, these thoughts whirling around her head in a toxic black cloud. And when she wakes, she is so exhausted it is only bleak fury that propels her back to the Bentley Hotel again. Twice in the small hours between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., when it is just her and the sirens and the sound of the couple fighting in the next room, she has picked up her phone and typed in one of the few numbers she knows by heart, Juliana. And then she stops, gazes at the words, deletes the message, and puts down her phone. She adds up her wages and the money from Ray, and she knows her days at the hotel are numbered. And then it happens. The Tower Primavera tells her she cannot stay another night. She is walking to the breakfast room at 6:30 when the receptionist passes her in the hallway. "Oh, Mrs. Cantor, we're fully booked for a conference for the next 2 weeks. I'm afraid we'll need you to check out tomorrow morning." "But where am I supposed to go?" she says, and the receptionist looks at her blankly, as if she has never been asked this question.
As Nisha walks to work, she wonders if she will actually end up on the streets, like the formless, gray-faced men in cardboard boxes she walks past every morning. And not one person returns her calls. Not one of the women she has sat beside at society events for the last 18 years. Not one of the so-called friends. Carlo or Charlotte will have told them all, and she will now be untouchable. She feels the humiliation of their conversations about her from across the Atlantic. Well, normally I'd say how awful, but she was such a dreadfully cold person, I'm really finding it hard to care. Oh, Melissa, you are a hoot. She strides along the river, trying to work out a plan, and she hates this city. She hates the stationary cars with their foggy passengers behind the windshield wipers. She hates the blank stares of the fellow commuters as she curses at errant bicycles, hates the four-wheel drives with their tight-lipped mothers who ignore their children, hates the catcalling builders and the sly assessing groups of the younger men who congregate outside bars. She hates that she is no longer insulated from any of it, just a tiny, invisible atom free-falling in a universe of drudgery and chaos. She walks, her collar up against the damp, a decent wool scarf she has not yet managed to take to the hotel's lost property room wrapped high around her neck. And although she is not a woman prone to introspection, if she had been, Nisha Cantor would have observed that she had never been unhappier in her life. We need to talk. Jasmine appears as she finishes her shift. She is in her off-duty uniform of ruby satin padded coat and jogging bottoms, with a chain-link bag crossing her body, and her nails have been freshly painted a glittering iridescent blue. I swear I've thought of almost nothing but what happened here on Tuesday. Nisha rips her jacket out of the locker and slams the door. You forcing me to hand back my own things, you mean? But Jasmine pulls a face. Don't give me that. I'm not the enemy. Nisha shoots her a questioning look, but Jasmine is already heading down the corridor. Hurry up and put your jacket on, she says. You're coming to mine. They catch the first of 2 buses, and as it growls and heaves its way through the traffic, Jasmine asks her about her life and what has happened to it. You were actually living in the penthouse until recently? The actual penthouse? Hang on, even though you had a house here, you had a house? More than one house? How many really houses did you have? You really just moved around the globe month to month? Well, where was your home? What do you mean all of them? How come all those clothes were yours? Did he just give you money to spend every week? How much? How much? Did you never have a job? That's not a job. Literally not one of your friends has been in touch, not even to help? What kind of women are they? That one stung. What does your son think about it all? That one stung even more. Well, when are you going to tell him? Babe, you can't keep this quiet. Who are you protecting? Your cheating snake of a husband? And who the heck is this little witch who's really with him anyway? Do you know this woman? Huh, of course, of course. What are you going to do about it? Jasmine asks her questions openly and without embarrassment. She does not hold back on her opinions. Nisha is so taken aback by this way of communicating, so different from the coded conversations she had grown accustomed to among Carl's friends' wives, the meaningless smiles and the sliding glances, that the anger she has been carrying begins to dissipate, and she finds herself answering honestly, without considering what unwitting nuggets might be harvested from each answer, or later used against her, as she would normally when speaking to another woman. They have walked 10 minutes from the bus stop, still deep in conversation, neither of them apparently conscious of the rain that has started to fall. The housing project they are now walking through, Jasmine calls it an estate, is a huge, sprawling thing traversed by empty walkways and punctuated by the glow of orange streetlights, and Nisha stays close, unsure if she lost Jasmine, whether she would be able to find her way back out. "This is unreal," Jasmine is saying, reaching into her handbag. "I mean, I've heard some gosh, but this is next level." She is opening the door of her apartment by the time Nisha realizes the woman has just taken a 2-bus journey across London simply to find her.
The apartment is the smallest Nisha can remember ever being in. Every wall and surface stacked with neat plastic boxes stuffed full of clothes or hanging devices bearing drying washing. There are clothes everywhere, hanging from the backs of doors or folded into neat piles on chairs or chests of drawers. "Grace?" Jasmine motions Nisha into the little kitchen and walks straight back out again. "Did you do your homework?" A voice emerges from another room, over the sound of the television. "Done it?" "Done it, or actually put some thought and effort into it. Who's with you?" "Nisha." Nisha perches on one of the stools beside the fold-out table and takes off her jacket. The apartment is stuffy with the smells of home cooking and a sweet, musky perfume. On the hob, something meaty is stewing gently, obscuring the window pane with a fine, flavored mist. It makes her realize how accustomed she has become to the nothingy, chemically cleaned smell of the hotel room. Then she remembers that she can no longer stay there after tonight. She has a plan involving the bed beside the laundry rooms at the Bentley, but she is not sure how long she will get away with that. "Well, don't be rude, Grace. Show your face." A girl of 13 or 14 pops her head around the door. She gazes at Nisha, who gives a hesitant wave. "Oh, you're quite pretty." She hears Jasmine's burst of laughter before she walks back in. "She's training for the diplomatic corps. I meant it nicely. That Greek woman you brought in looked like she'd been run over. Did I bring you up to be this rude to guests in my house?" "Sorry." Grace is clearly not sorry at all. "Do you work with my mom?" "I do." "Are you the one who didn't know how to clean a toilet?" Nisha thinks for a minute. "Probably." "Did you put on the rice like I asked?" says Jasmine, lifting the lid on one of the pots. "It's in the bottom oven with the lid on. Thank God, I'm so hungry. Grace, clear your things off the table, please." Jasmine busies herself around her, pulling plates from cupboards and bustling past her to the living room where she lays the small table beside the television. Grace fetches cutlery, casting shy glances at Nisha as she sits in the middle of it all, unsure what to do. "You're American, right?" Grace edges past her. "Have you been to Disneyland?" "I took my son when he was your age, but he didn't like it much." "Why?" "He doesn't like rides. He prefers movies and computer games." "Boys always like computer games. My mom won't let me have them. She's smart. His shrink says they are basically crack cocaine." "What's a shrink?" A psychiatrist. A person who helps you with your head. Is your son crazy?" Nisha hesitates. Probably a little. Aren't we all?" She smiles. "No," says Grace, and fetches a tea towel. There is a small settee in the room, and an armchair on which a large pile of bed linen teeters, its corners pressed with blade-like precision. An ironing board stands on its end beside it. As Grace brings glasses and a jug of water, Jasmine places the laundry in clear plastic bags Nisha recognizes from the hotel, securing each with a small strip of sticky tape. Jasmine sees her staring at the Bentley monogram. "They throw them away after one use, so I basically think of it as recycling." "I thought I had a lot of clothes," Nisha says. "Oh, they aren't mine." Jasmine motions her to sit down at the table. "Those are ironing and alterations." "What?" "That's what I do when I'm not at the hotel. Ironing and alterations." Nisha stares at her. When Nisha finishes her shifts at the Bentley, she is so exhausted, it's all she can do to walk back and climb into a shower. The idea of starting work again is unthinkable. Jasmine brings the lamb stew to the table and dishes up. The food, rich and delicious smelling, steams gently on the plates beside fluffy white rice and greens. It is the first home-cooked meal Nisha has eaten in 2 weeks.
Once she might have picked at it, inwardly calculating protein versus fiber and pushing aside the white rice. But now she mixes them together greedily with her fork, soaking the rice in the delicious gravy, eating in huge, hungry mouthfuls. She eats fast and barely stops to speak. She has finished her plate before the other two are even halfway through theirs. "Alex not in today, huh?" Jasmine says, until Nisha looks up and pauses. "Go on, help yourself." She hadn't realized how much she had come to rely on his daily meals, or that Jasmine had noticed this. Nisha waits just a moment, then spoons more onto her plate. Jasmine chats to her daughter about her homework and what she has to do for school tomorrow, and then, when she is sure Nisha has had enough, she has, her stomach is actually hurting, waits while her daughter clears the plates and takes them through to the kitchen. Then she turns to Nisha. "So, where are you living?" "In a hotel." "But—" She doesn't want to admit it. "But what?" Nisha sighs, stretches her arms above her head. "They want the room back, and I can't afford to stay there anyway. I was going to ask you about that little back room at the Bentley, where you went when you had stomachache that time." "Oh, no," Jasmine shakes her head. "Forget that. They use it for the night shift workers. There's people in and out of there all night. 2 hours is the limit." "Well, do you think I could use a guest room? Just, sneak in? Like, if we checked whether it had occupants that day and, I'd lie on top of the covers. There's nothing I couldn't fix up in 5 minutes." Jasmine's look tells her what she thinks of that idea. "Seriously," she says, "what are you going to do?" "I have no idea." Jasmine pushes herself up from the table. "Well," she says eventually, "I guess you'll have to stay here." She says it like it's already decided. "What?" "Well, where else are you going?" "But you don't seem to have a lot of room." "I don't, but you have none. So there we are. I'm not offering you room service and a 5-star massage, Nisha. Just a bed, till you can get yourself sorted. You can help mind Grace for me when you're not on shift. Cook some meals, pay me back that way." "Huh, unless you're going to tell me you had a private chef and you don't know how to cook." There is a brief silence. They gaze at each other. "Oh no, oh no." Nisha shakes her head slowly. Jasmine's eyebrows shoot upward. And suddenly the mood shifts, and Jasmine erupts into fits of laughter. Nisha feels something quite alien. She doesn't know what to say. She doesn't know what to feel. She is in a tiny apartment with a woman she barely knows, and she is beyond grateful for a bed she wouldn't have been caught dead in a couple of weeks ago. And this woman is laughing at her. "Oh my days, you're unreal, Nisha." Jasmine is wiping her eyes. "Seriously, you are unreal." "I'm going to fix this," Nisha says seriously. "I am. I'm going to make a plan, and I'm going to make that man pay for all of it." "Oh, I don't doubt it." Jasmine leans back in her chair. She is still laughing, as if this is the best thing she has ever heard. "And I am here with the popcorn for when that happens, front row seat, family-sized carton. Oh, yes." The spare bed sits a full 2.5 feet above Grace's. Nisha will be sleeping on the top berth of a chipped blue bunk bed covered with stickers from some previous occupant, and under a My Little Pony duvet cover. Nisha stares at the little room, which is dominated by the beds, beside which a wardrobe and a small desk jostle for space under a wall covered with posters of singers she doesn't recognize. Grace turns from her desk to look at her. "You need to get your stuff off the top bunk, baby," says Jasmine, pointing. Grace turns to her mother, and her face is a mute protest. "I won't be here for long," Nisha says, trying to sound conciliatory. She imagines Ray's response if he told him a stranger would be staying in his bedroom. His expression would be a close variation of Grace's. "I promise I don't snore." Grace lets out a low, harumphing sound. Jasmine hands Nisha a towel. She doesn't like being here by herself.
So, salmon does have iron in it, but it's not a lot. There's better sources of iron. Forget Grace. Nisha wonders briefly if she'll be able to tolerate this. She and Carl had their own dressing rooms and bathrooms. She hasn't spent time in such close contact with other people since she was at school. "Oh," says Jasmine, "and I got something for you." She disappears as Nisha stands there, holding the small yellow beach towel that will be hers. She returns with a plastic supermarket shopping bag and holds it out. "T-shirt?" Nisha asks. They have discussed the fact that she will stay tonight and return for her things first thing in the morning. "Open it," says Jasmine. Nisha hesitates, then peers into the bag, and slowly pulls out 3 pairs of her black silk La Perla knickers and her dark blue Corinne Gilson lace bra. She stares at them, her fingertips registering that she knows them, that these are her things, her underwear. She runs her hand across the silk and looks up at Jasmine. Well, a woman can't feel like herself in someone else's undies, right? And abruptly, for the first time since this whole stupid mess began, Nisha bursts into tears. She's acting weird. What do you mean, acting weird? Like she's never home. And when she is home, she seems to spend as much time as she can away from me. She's always walking the dog or upstairs sorting laundry. Are you sure these aren't just things that she feels she has to do, if you're not doing them? Well, maybe, I guess. But normally when she's home, she just feels more. Phil scratches his head. Present? And there's the makeup. Dr. Kovitz waits. Sam doesn't wear makeup. I mean, a bit of mascara sometimes, yes. But mostly she just can't be arsed. She's not into all that. And I never minded, you know. I think she looks nice whatever. She's, not a bad-looking sort. And now she's wearing it, Phil thinks. Most days. I mean, I'm in the room while she's getting ready in the morning, and she's putting on foundation, eyeshadow, that blush stuff. But you don't say anything to her about it? No. Phil shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Well, I've found it's usually just simpler if she thinks I'm asleep. So she doesn't know you know she's putting on makeup? No. It sounds stupid put like this. Phil, do you have specific concerns? I mean, do you understand why this is worrying you so much? It just doesn't feel very Sam. There is a long silence. Can I ask about the physical side of your marriage? It's fine. Fine. I mean, it's always been fine. But obviously, since I've been, well, it's only normal that things... A long silence. Are you telling me it's fallen away a bit? Phil's ears have started to burn. He nods, wipes at his nose. Can you remember when you last had relations with your wife? Phil wants to die. He actually wants to die. He is regretting his decision to come back here. It's been a while. Like months, probably. Well, maybe getting on for a year. And is this a situation you're both comfortable with? He cannot tell him. The searing shame he felt when Sam was cuddling up behind him the other night, her obvious need for him, and he just couldn't. He couldn't tell her it wasn't that he didn't want to try, but that he was afraid, that if he couldn't make it happen, that was it, the end of everything. That it was easier if they just didn't try at all. Just till he got past this, whatever it was. He couldn't say any of it, not out loud. Once upon a time, she would have made him talk about it, maybe even laugh about it. But the other night, she just flopped onto her back and sighed. This big sigh. Like he was disappointing and irritating, and he wanted to crawl into a little ball and disappear. I mean, I know she probably feels a bit let down by me at the moment, but I can't. I just feel it's too much. Yes, Phil says, relieved. Too much. I just can't deal. There is a long silence. Dr. Kovitz is keen on long silences. Eventually he says, What do you think would happen if you told Sam how you feel about things just now, Phil? Phil isn't sure if he moves physically, but he feels an internal slump at the thought. I can't talk to her. She's so angry.
I mean, she's not a shouter. She's not walking around yelling at me. But I can feel it. I've let her down. She thinks I leave her to do everything. And I guess she's kind of right. But I can't. I just feel so tired. Like I just want to lie down and let it all drift away around me. And if I tell her how I feel, she's just going to think that's one other thing she has to deal with. One more burden. So, your strategy is just to wait until it all passes, I guess. Dr. Kovitz weets again. I haven't really got the energy to do anything else. What did you feel when your dad died, Phil? The words sound wrong said out loud, even now. What do you mean? You said before that when he was dying, you felt like you'd let him down. I don't want to talk about that. The words are thick on his tongue. Okay, but I suppose what is coming through from our discussions is that you feel you're letting people down. Is that a fair assessment? It's not what I feel, it's what I know. Has Sam used those words? No, she wouldn't say that. So that's your interpretation. She's my wife. I know her. Fair enough. A long silence. What do you think you'd have to do for her not to feel that way? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Get a job. Be a man again. You don't think you're a man? A real man. What a real man, Phil. Oh, now you're being ridiculous. Nothing Phil says offends Dr. Kovitz. He just keeps watching him, his expression bland, a half-smile on his lips. Can you elaborate? What's a real man to you? Just the obvious definition. Someone who has a job, looks after his family, does stuff. And you don't think you're a real man if you're not doing those things? Oh, this is just word games. Phil gets up. I've got to go. Dr. Kovitz doesn't protest. He doesn't say anything. He just waits while Phil puts on his jacket, and then, as he walks to the door, calls, "I'll see you next week, Phil." Nisha has spent 3 nights at Jasmine's flat. 2 of those days she rode the buses to work with Jasmine, familiarizing herself with the routes. They do the morning journey in silence, both half asleep from the 5:30 a.m. start and bracing themselves with flasks of coffee for what the day ahead holds. In the evening, they sit together in the packed bus and chat companionably about who got the best tips that day, the latest bizarre guest behavior, what they will eat that night. Nisha is not generally one for small talk, but she knows it is the price for Jasmine's hospitality, and does her best not to appear visibly exhausted by it. They collect Grace from Jasmine's mother and bring her back. She doesn't like being in the flat by herself since it was broken into 18 months ago. They took my christening bracelet and Grace's laptop. It took me 6 months to pay off that thing. So on any night that Grace's father cannot pick her up, the evenings contain a long diversion to get her. Jasmine works in the evenings after supper, the apartment filled with the whoosh and hiss of the steam iron and the occasional whir of her electric sewing machine. Nisha washes the dishes and clears up after dinner, so that Jasmine has one less thing to do. The most reluctant of hosts, Grace speaks to Nisha when she has to, but it's clear that Nisha's presence in her room bugs the gosh out of her. She avoids her eye, sighs heavily when Nisha gets down from the top bunk, and puts her earphones in ostentatiously whenever she is in the little bedroom. Nisha cannot blame her. She very quickly finds living in the tiny apartment with Jasmine and Grace exhausting. There is no room to move, no place to put her things, if she had any, no place to escape to. She cannot even sit in the bathroom with one of them banging on the door and demanding immediate access to hair products, toothbrushes, or the loo.
There is constant noise. The television, Grace's music, the radio in the kitchen, the washing machine on spin, it never seems to stop. The doorbell ringing day and night as people come to collect laundry or drop it off. This way of living, the relentless grind, the lack of peace, is clearly normal to them. And yet she knows she must be grateful. It is still, somehow, so much better than the awful hotel room. It is better, frankly, than anything else she can manage while she waits to work out her plan. And she finds herself in awe of Jasmine, who seems able to raise a smile for almost any occasion, who curses misfortune with a sailor's filthy mouth, then tells herself things could be worse and finds something to laugh about. Jasmine would like to open her own dressmaking business, but she enjoys her job at the Bentley and is worried she'd get lonely working by herself full-time. Really, I'd just like more space. A little shop, maybe, that I could put all this stuff in. She gestures around the apartment, so me and Gracie could have a bit more room to ourselves. Yes, she would like a boyfriend, but she has zero spare time, is picky as hell, and me and Gracie come as a package, you know? Anyone who likes me needs to get the Gracie seal of approval first. Grace had raised her eyebrows like that was unlikely to happen anytime soon. A couple of times Jasmine has begun joking about something, usually men or sex, and Nisha has unwittingly found herself laughing along with her, once till the tears streamed down her face. For the first time in her life, she glimpses the solidarity of women, and likes it. Until she sees that Charlotte Willis is wearing her coat. Her 6,700 pale tan and cream, only one in her size, Chloe shearling coat. Nisha sees the coat coming toward her down the main corridor as she pushes the cleaning trolley and feels a jolt of recognition before she notices who is wearing it. When she sees Charlotte, her face wreathed in that vaguely conspiratorial smug smile, turning to say something to the young woman beside her, she thinks she might faint with rage. She stops abruptly so that Jasmine crashes into the back of her, and when Jasmine realizes what she is looking at, she swings Nisha back round by the elbow and steers her briskly down the corridor toward the concession shop, leaving the trolley stranded where it stopped. "That her?" she says. "My coat," says Nisha, who may be hyperventilating. "She's wearing my coat. Jesus, really, Christ! What am I seeing? What am I seeing?" They pause by the service elevator, and Nisha glances over, turns back to Jasmine, straightens up, and shrugs, as if there is no alternative. "Well, now I have to kill her." Jasmine lets out a bark of laughter, then straightens her face and gives her the kind of look she probably gives Grace. "No, Nish, you are not going to kill anyone." "It's my coat." Nisha has had enough. Some things are too much to be borne. "It's Chloe, for God's sake." "Let her go," Jasmine says firmly. And then, when Nisha protests, "Let her go, Nish. Listen to me. Play the long game." "What? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Nisha's voice lifts, and Jasmine pushes her back into a doorway, her face fixed with a smile at passing guests, as if this is all some glorious joke among the happy staff. "Long game? I don't have a long game." "Babe, that's all you've got right now." Nisha watches as Charlotte steps into the gold elevator with her friend. She can remember buying that coat in the store in New York, the way it felt the first time she slid it over her shoulders in the private dressing room, the gorgeous cut, the comforting, faintly leathery scent of the shearling. The way the shop assistant smiled at her as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The softness, the beautiful, luxurious softness of it. "I hate you," she says to Jasmine as Charlotte disappears behind the sliding gold doors. "I know," says Jasmine. "Come on, let's get you a sandwich." I feel like really Cinderella. Except the ugly sister has got my really dress, my pumpkins, the really blind mice, and the whole lot. Nisha takes a bite from the sandwich that Alex has prepared, then pushes the plate away. I don't think the mice were blind, but okay. Jasmine sips her tea. "I hear you, babe. I hear you. Oh, hang on." She glances at her phone. "Sandra wants me in the office. It'll be about that carpet stain in 203. You stay here. I'll be back." Nisha is so locked into her rant of injustice that it takes her several minutes to notice that Jasmine has disappeared. She eyes the sandwich. It's prawn and mango, delicious,
but her stomach has gone into cramps and she doesn't think she can eat anymore. Alex gets up from his chair slowly. He puts down his book, something about slow cooking in the Nordic Highlands, and reaches into his pocket for a packet of cigarettes. He shakes out the package and offers it to her, flipping one into his mouth with an easy gesture. "I don't smoke," she says irritably. "I know," he says. He walks out of the back door where the bins are, and after a moment she follows him. It's not that she wants to be with him, but she doesn't think she can be alone, without someone to witness what she is going through. He has lit his cigarette and is standing by the low wall. There is a vague, cabbagey smell seeping from the huge plastic food bins, but, like the other members of staff, she barely notices it. "My husband," she says, "he's turned me over, stripped everything I own from me, and I have no really way of getting my life back. That's not good." He exhales a long plume of smoke thoughtfully. "I believe the English expression is, 'He has done you up like a kipper.'" She is so startled by this that she lets out a laugh. "Are you kidding me? A kipper? What does that even mean?" He laughs. "I have no idea. English expressions are very strange. A guest told me last week I was yanking his chain. I definitely never touched his chain." His smile is slightly too knowing for him to be completely serious. He holds out his cigarette packet again, and this time she takes one. When he lights it for her, he takes care that his scarred hands, cupped around the flame, do not touch hers. She inhales with the guilty, nihilistic pleasure that comes with every cigarette she has smoked. "So, what are you going to do?" She deflates. She takes another drag. Then she shrugs, and suddenly she is speaking, unsure why she feels she must explain. "I have no clue. I'm staying in Jasmine's tiny apartment. Her kid hates me because I'm in her room, which has barely enough room for her as it is. I'm cleaning toilets, actual toilets. It's basically all my worst nightmares, and I have no idea how I'm going to get out of it." "But you haven't spoken to him?" "Not since the day it happened. He's not taking my calls." He nods as if he understands. They sit and smoke in silence for a while. "If you cannot fix it," he says, "maybe you have to look at it differently." She frowns at him. He keeps gazing out at the alleyway. 2 pigeons are tussling over a chicken bone, snatching and tossing it, before hobbling after it on deformed claws. "Maybe you have to think about all the things about your old life that you didn't enjoy, and say, okay, so here is an opportunity to start again. Perfect freedom, no ties. Maybe this is the dream. Maybe one day you will even be happier than you were. With no money, no home, and none of my things? That's the biggest bunch of Hallmark greetings card self-help crap I've ever heard." She inhales angrily. "Perhaps, but if you cannot change your situation, then you have no choice. You can only change how you think about it. And you like working 18-hour shifts here, do you, till you're dead on your feet? Being yelled at by Michelle because some guest says you haven't cooked the bacon just right? Catching a bus home in the small hours, only to do it all again the next day with a double shift because they didn't pay the last guy properly and he really went off somewhere else?" He looks at her then, and his eyes crinkle with amusement.
"I do. Besides, I always cook the bacon perfectly." She makes a scoffing sound. "Don't give me that nonsense. I get to make people happy with my food. These guests wouldn't know happiness if it whacked them in the face with a dumbbell. The people who eat in this hotel eat for fuel or for status. The women eat with half their brain cells calculating the calorie count of every mouthful. It's something they're never allowed to fully enjoy, which is why half of it gets left on their plates. I wasn't talking about the guests." He smiles at her and puts out his cigarette. She stares at him. "I should keep calling him, shouldn't I? I think it's the only way you can sort this out. Really, I'm going to do it." She starts to tap in Carl's number. "No," says Alex, "use my phone. You do not want him to know where you are." She sees the sense in it,
takes his phone and starts to type again. "You want me to leave?" he says. Without knowing what she is doing, she grabs his sleeve. "No, no, please, stay." The phone rings. She realizes she is trembling, and then Carl answers. "Finally," she says, trying not to let her voice shake. "Nisha, how are you, my love?" Only the faintest hint of surprise in his voice. Carl is calm, in control, like he has just come back from a short business trip. "Oh, just great. Wonderful. How really do you think I am, Carl? You shut down my whole life." "That's a little dramatic, darling." "It's been pretty really dramatic, Carl." "What are you doing? What the hell is going on?" "Darling, darling, let's just have a civilized discussion." "Don't darling me. You ejected me, your wife, from my house, my clothes, my life. You cut me off without a penny. For all you know, I could have been sleeping on the very streets. Where are you? I'll send Ari to pick you up. I've been trying to reach you." She freezes. Alex is watching her. "I'm a friend's phone. Just send me some money, okay? I'll get a lawyer and we can sort this out." "No, no, we should meet, okay?" She takes a breath. "Where?" "I thought we could meet at the warehouse. I have a new building. In Dover, Kent." "You want me to come to a warehouse in Kent?" Alex is shaking his head. "No," she says, "at the hotel. We meet at the hotel, downstairs in the lobby." His tone changes, just infinitesimally. "If you like. Today," she adds. "I'll reschedule my meetings and be there in an hour." "Fine." He sounds vaguely irritated. He is not used to her dictating terms. "And no Ari," she adds. "No Charlotte, no lawyers, no anyone else. Just you and me." He ends the call. As she puts down the phone and stares at Alex, she feels almost dizzy. "Are you okay?" Alex is watching her carefully. "I think I need another cigarette," she says, looking down at her uniform. "No, no. What I need is something to wear." The walls of the laundry room are obscured by floor-to-ceiling rails with plastic-covered clothes. Victor and Jasmine stand shoulder to shoulder in the tiny, dark, chemically infused space and rifle through them, checking sizes or when they are due back in a guest's room, Jasmine shaking her head or holding up hangers for Nisha's approval. They settle on a black suit from Sandro and a pale silk blouse that Victor says he can re-clean before the guests want it back on Friday. There are no shoes. Apparently, nobody leaves their shoes out for cleaning anymore, which means she will have to wear the terrible pumps she has had to wear since this thing started. It is difficult, but then, compared to everything else in her life that is going on, it isn't the worst. While Victor gets one of the porters to polish them, she does her hair in the ladies, and Jasmine curls the ends with heated tongs borrowed from one of the executive rooms, and lends her some mascara and lipstick. The person Nisha sees in the mirror, for the first time in more than 2 weeks, looks a little like someone she might actually recognize. "You look like a boss," says Jasmine, who has offered to buy her the time by cleaning one of her rooms. "Ready?" "Ready," says Nisha. But she's not sure that she is. Carl rises to his feet as she crosses the foyer of the hotel. It's strange to look at him at this distance. She notices suddenly how jowly he has become, the way his belly bulges over his belt like dough bursting out of a bread pan. Everything about him, from his well-cut suit to his permatan, his chunky watch, Italian shoes, screams money. He looks, she realizes with a start, like a stranger. How can 18 years be wiped away so easily? He is smiling warmly, as if he is genuinely pleased to see her, and she is so taken aback when he goes to kiss her cheek that she lets him. He is wearing a cologne she doesn't recognize, and she feels a brief, residual flush of anger. "Who is buying you different cologne?" "2 coffees," he says to the waiter, who appears out of nowhere as they sit down. "Double espresso for me, and Americano for the lady. Cream?" She shakes her head. She is trying not to tremble. She has imagined this moment so many times over the past days, pictured everything from his abject apology to stoving in his head with a blood-splattered pickaxe. And now here he is, the genuine article, acting weirdly as if nothing has happened, and this is just another lunchtime coffee together. So, did you come far? No, she says. She sits very still, her ankles folded neatly under her, her eyes trained on his face. This is the man I shared a bed with for almost 20 years, she thinks, whose every need and whim I catered to. This is the man whose head I caressed when he had headaches, whose shoulders I massaged when he complained of stress, whose measurements I knew by heart so that I could order him clothes from any tailor in the world. This is the man whose beloved child I bore, whose tantrums I calmed, whose enemies I watched and reported and undermined for him, whose life I streamlined and smoothed and imbued with as many comforts as any human being could. This is the man who cut me off as if I had never even existed, who was intimate with his assistant and lied to me the whole time he was doing it. And the whole thing seems so surreal that she wonders briefly if she is dreaming. "So, how are you?" he says when the coffees arrive. "Is that a joke? You look well." She stirs her coffee. "What really is going on, Carl?" she says, and he laughs. He actually laughs, his eyes warm, as if she has said something he finds amusing. "I'm sorry, darling," he says finally. I haven't handled the last couple of weeks as diplomatically as I might have done." Diplomatically? Seriously? I was badly advised by my lawyers. I realized that this was not the way. Our way. He reaches out a hand to place over hers, and she lets it briefly rest there, shocked by the familiarity of its weight, until she snatches it away. He watches her, settles back in his chair. "You're hurt and angry. I can understand that. And I'm here to make things better. I'm not getting back with you." She throws it down like a gauntlet. "I know. I think we have probably reached the end of our road. But what a road it's been, huh?" He smiles fondly. She is frowning at him. Is this Carl, or has Ari employed some actor to take his place? All those good years. Some good times. Fun trips. Our beautiful son. I think we did okay. We should still be able to be friends, yes? You have zero relationship with our son. You haven't spoken to him in 18 months, except via the staff. He rubs a hand over his head. "What can I say, Nisha? I am a flawed human being. I'm working on it. We have had contact this last couple of weeks. And you told him what you did?" No. I thought maybe some of this would be better coming from his mother. You always were better at handling him." She shakes her head. Of course, it would fall to her to do the emotional heavy lifting. He leans forward over the table, his expression earnest. "Look, Nisha, I'm here to say I'm sorry. I've handled everything very badly. I've not accorded you the respect you were due."
But I'd like to change that. I'd like to think we can close this chapter of our lives in peace and harmony. She doesn't say a word. She understands instinctively that the best power she has right now is silence. "I would like to make you a settlement." She waits. "Okay, I will get my lawyer to talk to your lawyer and draw up something that will be fair and equitable." "I don't have a lawyer, Carl. You seen to that." "Then I will fix it, and then our lawyers will talk, and we will work out a way that you can move forward in comfort." She regards him curiously. Is Charlotte behind this? Has he been advised to say these things? He seems genuine. She scans the room surreptitiously and cannot see Ari or Charlotte or anyone at any of the other tables. She catches sight of Jasmine sweeping the lobby and glancing her way. Jasmine raises an eyebrow, as if to say, "You okay?" And she gives her the slightest of nods. She sits back in her seat and crosses her legs. "So I thought we should," he continues. "Then what are those shoes?" Carl is staring at her feet. Oh, those. It's a long story. Where are your Louboutins? Why would you be looking for my Louboutins? Don't you know her clown feet are too big for them, she wants to say, but she doesn't want him to know that she knows. He takes a sip of his coffee, doesn't meet her eye. Well, just that they would be part of the settlement. She stares at him. You want the very shoes off my feet? I bought them, Nisha. Legally speaking, they are my shoes, along with everything else, which you gave me, making them legally mine. Why would you want my shoes? Go on, she thinks. Just say it. You want to give them to your clown-footed girlfriend. I had them made specially. They're worth money. You're being weird, Carl. You have like a gazillion things that are worth more than those shoes. Sentimental reasons, then? You're about as sentimental as the Berlin Wall. Don't give me that. Don't be obstructive, Nisha. His voice holds a warning. I'm being very generous here. I'm not being obstructive, Carl, and you're not being generous. Yet, for all I know, you could be about to offer me a suitcase full of really lentils. Anyway, I don't have the shoes. What do you mean you don't have them? They were in my bag. And someone took them. Took them? You mean stole them? I don't think so. They picked up the wrong bag, the day you served me with papers. What? Who? Why haven't you got them back? You know what, Carl? In the grand scheme of things, given you left me with no money, no clothes, and nowhere to even spend the night, losing a pair of my really heels really didn't feel like my biggest problem just then. He has always been weirdly possessive about things he bought her, as if they were somehow still his own. She remembers a Gucci handbag she left in a restaurant in the early days of their marriage. He hadn't spoken to her for 4 days. Well, when are you going to get them? Believe it or not, I've been trying to work out how to survive with no money and no roof over my head. You wanted to show me how powerful you can be? Well done. You did it. You stripped me of everything in an instant. I got the message loud and clear, that you're the one with all the cards. I'm sorry if I mislaid some of your stuff in the process. He seems appalled. At his own behavior, maybe? She waits a moment before she speaks. What did you think was going to happen to me, Carl? He shrugs. I don't know. I thought you'd go stay with one of your friends. I don't have any friends in this country. I thought someone would fly you home. Why would you want to stay here? I didn't have a passport, did I? Because it was in the penthouse with all my other belongings. Oh, he says distractedly. Oh, yes. It felt kind of stupid, like the two of them had been locked in a game that, now it was over, seemed weird and pointless, a prank that had gotten out of hand. Look, she says, you send me the money for a lawyer, we'll sort out our settlement, and you can have any pair of shoes I own. Just let me have my stuff and move on, okay? No fuss, no publicity. I just want what I'm owed. But his face suddenly closes over. You get nothing without the shoes, he says. Not $1. What? You don't just lose my stuff, okay? You don't lose what I have paid for, like it's just nothing? What are you talking about? They were stolen. How the hell could I have... When he talks now, his eyes are cold, his jaw set. Get me back those shoes, and then we'll talk. Carl? What the... She yells. What about my money? The lawyer? Carl, I need my clothes, my things. Carl! But he has turned and is already walking across the foyer. Ari materializes out of nowhere, and they are shoulder to shoulder with their backs to her, already deep in conversation. Sam sits in the waiting room and watches from behind a 3-year-old copy of Woman's Weekly as the nurse tries for the 15th time to explain to the man in the wheelchair that his family, including 4 bickering women and a gaggle of chaotic children, cannot come into the room with him. She hates this place, hates the sanitized waiting areas infused with a mixture of fear and defeat.
hates the hushed conversations, the way time slips and stalls. Mostly, she hates that she has to be there at all. In an effort to distract herself, she has played 3 games of words with friends on her phone with a woman she doesn't know in Ohio, tried to call the gym twice to return the shoes, nobody picks up, and answered 14 work emails, 8 of which are from Simon. I'm very sorry, but it's the rules. A lot of our patients are immunocompromised, and we cannot risk infection. Sam gazes at the snotty noses of the children and thinks they are basically just little germ factories and trainers. But the older of the women, her hair scraped back into a ponytail, isn't having it. My dad doesn't want to be in there on his own. He wants his family. I want to go in with my family. I understand that, sir, but it won't be for long. He wants his family with him. You should respect his wishes. A child starts rocking the water dispenser beside Sam vigorously. When it looks precarious, and then as if it might fall, she puts out a hand to steady it. The child stops and watches her, dead-eyed. One of the women is staring at her in an unfriendly manner, as if she has committed some grand imposition by failing to allow him to pull it over. The nurse is still talking, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Madam, I don't have any choice here. The hospital has to protect all its patients, and the rules say no one, not friends or family members, is allowed in during the procedure. Perhaps you could wait in the canteen, and we will let you know when he's ready. He won't go in by himself. I won't go in by myself. The old man folds his arms across his chest. Then, sir, I'm afraid we cannot give you your medication. He needs his medication. That's what the doctor said. I've explained the rules, madam. No, you're just discriminating. You're meant to respect your patient's wishes, and you're just ignoring what he wants. He's not a vegetable, you know. I'm not a vegetable, affirms the man. Sam glances at her watch. She has been here an hour and 40 minutes, and in that time, the nurses have had to deal with 3 no-shows, a hysterical teenager, and endless patients who seem to feel the failure of this unit to run to their exact requirements is some kind of personal affront. She meets the nurse's eye, briefly, and tries to raise a smile, but drops it when the ponytailed woman shoots her a look. "What are you staring at?" she spits at Sam. "Nothing," says Sam, blushing. "You want to mind your own business." "Yeah," says the other woman, who might be her sister. She walks so that she is a couple of feet from Sam, her shoulders square and her chin jutting. "You want to butt out." Sam tries to think of something to say, but cannot think of anything, so just lifts up her magazine and tries to hide the uncomfortable flush that has stained her cheeks.
As she does this, the boy finally pulls over the water dispenser, which collapses in a gush, soaking her feet. Security is called. There is yelling and an attempt to mop up the water. Someone starts to cry, and eventually the man is wheeled out with his extended family, still cursing, into the corridor. It is at this point that Andrea appears. She is ghost white, her lips pinched together. Sam leaps up and puts on her mask to meet her. "How was the scan?" "Bloody marvelous. Can't wait to come back," she says. "Well, thank you again for bringing me to all the hot places," Sam says. "Don't start shouting about it. Everyone will want to come." Andrea threads her arm through Sam's, and they walk slowly to the car park. In the car, Andrea doesn't speak. Sam has done this trip enough times now and has been friends long enough to know when to leave her be and when to try to lift her spirits. Halfway back from the hospital, though, she looks at the whiteness of Andrea's knuckles and reaches behind her for the soft blanket in the rear seat. She waits until they are at the traffic lights and places it gently over Andrea's lap. Neither of them says a word, but a few minutes later, Andrea reaches across and squeezes Sam's hand. She doesn't let go until Sam has to indicate and finds her eyes welling with tears, unsure whether it was just a thank you or someone reaching for a life raft. "It will be okay, you know," she says. "I have a good feeling about this one."
She gives Andrea $740 to cover her month's mortgage when she leaves. Andrea doesn't say anything, but stares at the check, then puts a pale hand over her mouth and shakes her head. She puts the check carefully on the sideboard and holds her friend tightly. They both know that Andrea doesn't have it, that the mortgage company has refused for weeks to confirm whether they will give her a payment holiday, that the benefits do not cover Andrea's meager outgoings. Only one of them knows that it is nearly all that remains of Sam's savings. I didn't have a choice, she tells herself, to try to quell the fear that rises in a bubble in her chest as she drives away. She would have done the same for me. The following morning she is on the phone to the builder about the fact that Phil has still not moved the camper van when Simon finds her. She turns while she is in the middle of the call, suddenly conscious of someone watching her, and he is standing a few feet away, one finger tapping the face of his oversized watch, his face solemn. "Well, can you move it?" she murmurs into the phone. "If he's not answering the door, perhaps he's gone out. Look, the key for the ignition is under the wheel arch. It's not locked. I know it has a flat tire, but you only need to back it onto the street." Simon walks round, his pace slow and deliberate, so that he is standing directly in front of her. She glances up, one hand over the mouthpiece. "I'm so sorry. I'm at work. There's nothing I can do from here. Please don't do that. Look, I'll try to reach him and get it moved. Please don't go. I'm sure he can sort it." "Hello? Hello?" Simon beckons her to his office and closes the door behind her. His office is made of glass so that everyone can see when you're being dressed down. She looks round and sees a couple of coworkers glance her way awkwardly across the cubicles. They know. They all know. Simon sits down, sighing as if this very conversation causes him pain. "Sam, I'm afraid I've reached a point where I can no longer ignore your failure to do your job properly." "What?" He doesn't invite her to sit. "The thing is, you're not a team player." "What? How? I've given you every chance, but you're not up to speed. You're not reliable. Hang on, I'm as good as anyone else here." "Well, I don't receive complaints about anyone else." He sits down, not meeting her eye, and begins to click his stainless steel ballpoint pen. She notices his initials are engraved on the side of it. Who the hell engraves a ballpoint pen? Plus, we need energetic people here, dynamic. You give off a depressed vibe. You need to sharpen up your act. "Simon, I just brought in £210,000 worth of business. Your team did, and lost us a valued client in the process. He told us when he got there that he was already going with someone else. Nothing we did would have made any difference. I'm not interested in excuses, Sam. I'm interested in results." Mortifyingly, she feels tears spring to her eyes. The unfairness of it. She feels like she did when she was 10 and a teacher had unfairly blamed her for writing graffiti on the toilet doors. She hadn't even known how to spell bollocks. "Simon, I've been here 12 years. I never had a complaint about my work before you came. Never." He looks briefly sad and shakes his head. "Well, perhaps at Uberprint we simply hold higher standards. I'm trying to help you out here, Sam. I'm trying to let you know that you need to up your game." She stares at him. "Is there an or in this conversation? Well, that's up to you. But I have to tell you that we're looking to streamline the organization, to make cuts. And if that happens, we will, of course, be looking to retain the more effective members of staff." There is a short, weighty silence. She stares at him. "Are you telling me I'm about to lose my job?" He smiles. It is not really a smile at all. "I would think of it more as an incentive to sort things out, a spur to improve. And if you really can't, Sam, well," he runs his hand through his gelled hair, "it will probably be the best thing for both of us if you seek pastures new." There is a peculiar quality to the silence that greets you when you emerge from your boss's office, and everyone knows you've basically been told you're for the chop.
The faintest of lulls, and then a quiet hum of industry, as if everyone has magically remembered what they were meant to be doing. Sam walks past the backs of people's heads, slides into her cubicle, and sits at her chair, her back straight, conscious of the attention of the 30-odd people who are pretending not to notice her. She stares at her screen, her mind buzzing, seeing nothing, clicking the mouse purposelessly. What will they do if he sacks her? He is clearly making her out to be useless so that he doesn't have to pay her redundancy. They will lose their house. They will lose everything. She looks up to see Simon motioning Franklin into his office. They sit down opposite each other, Simon's feet up on the desk, and start laughing about something she cannot hear. You don't have to be John le Carré to work out maneuverings are going on. Her email pings, and she looks at her screen. Joel, you okay? Sam, not really. Joel, want to go out for a sandwich at lunchtime? I don't think I dare. He'll probably make that a sackable offense, too. Joel, quick drink after work? She thinks about the camper van that she will probably have to move herself. Sam, I don't think I can. Sam, but thank you. Sam, sorry. The offer's there, babe. Chin up and be confident, as Ted would say. Joel, and probably shouldn't. Sam, her eyes filling with tears again. Thank you. Joel, always here for you. She is not sure how she gets through the rest of the day. She hears her voice as if from afar, checking on print schedules and laminated pages. She calls up clients, conscious that her voice sounds weirdly strangled. There is a lump in her throat that never quite goes away. She doesn't look at Simon's office. When she is conscious of someone glancing over at her, she makes sure her face is a perfect blank. She leaves at 6:30. She walks out through transport so that she doesn't have to pass his office, and Joel is there going over the week's tachographies with one of the drivers. He looks up as she passes, and she tries to smile, but she suspects it doesn't reach her eyes. It is raining. Of course it is. She climbs into her car and finally lets out a long, shuddering breath.
As she starts to drive, tears are sliding unchecked down her cheeks, and she hopes that nobody can see through her rain-spattered windscreen. She drives the 20 minutes home, pulls up in the street, and stares at the camper van, which Phil has failed to move, so the builders have had to start work round it. The light is on in the living room, and the television flickers. She knows she has to tell Phil what has happened, but she doesn't know if she can cope with his anxiety on top of hers. Sam sits in her car, not hearing the radio burbling quietly, and she slowly brings her head down to rest on the steering wheel and leaves it there for a while, just trying to remember how to breathe. Her phone pings. Joel, hope you're okay. Here, adding antifreeze for another half hour if you change your mind. She watches the 3 dots pulsing, and then, Joel, everyone needs an ear. She stares at her phone. She lets her finger rest on the keys, and then, after a moment, starts to type. Sam, you're kind, but I'm fine. Thank you. X. She sits still for another moment. Then she drags her bag from the passenger seat and, with a weary sigh, climbs out of the driver's door and walks inside. The house is warm, too warm given their electricity bills. Phil used to walk around turning down the thermostats, but he no longer seems to notice. She glances in as she passes the living room. He is lying on the sofa, staring at the screen. She waits in the doorway briefly, but Phil does not appear to notice she is there. She goes into the kitchen and takes off her coat, leaving it on the back of a chair. Phil's plate from lunchtime sits in the sink, as does a pan encrusted with spaghetti hoops. She gazes at the dried tomato sauce globs on the waxed tablecloth, at the empty tea mug. A scribbled note in his handwriting says, "Your mum rang, says can you clean Thursday instead?" She stands in the middle of the little kitchen, holding it. No, she thinks suddenly. No, no, I cannot. None of it. She turns and walks back into the narrow hallway, half waiting for Phil to call a greeting,
but he is engrossed in the television. She runs nimbly up the stairs, and, almost without knowing what she is doing, she puts on the blue trousers she wore to Cousin Sandra's second wedding and a fresh jumper, and pulls the Louboutin shoes out from under her bed. She straps them on and stands, feeling immediately taller, more formidable. She puts on some makeup in the mirror, a dark pink lipstick and some mascara, pursing her lips at herself and lifting her chin. She sprays some dry shampoo into her roots to zhuzh her hair up a bit, and then, after a moment, she adds a squirt of scent. Then she walks downstairs, puts her coat back on, grabs her bag, and types into her phone. If you're still there, coach and horses, 20 minutes. She waits, and then adds, X. Joel is already at the pub when she arrives. He has his back to her, standing at the bar as he chats to the barman. Joel seems to know everyone. There is rarely a job they turn up at where he doesn't greet someone warmly. He turns 180 degrees when she opens the door, as if he knows by some internal compass that she has arrived. "White wine?" he says, and smiles. "Yes, please." She finds a corner seat, suddenly a little self-conscious in her smart clothes in the scruffy pub. Why had she worn the Louboutins? They look out of place among the scuffed boots and trainers. She folds her legs under the table, feeling oddly exposed. When Joel arrives, a drink in each hand, he places them down carefully. "You look nice. Going somewhere?" No, I just needed a lift," she says, and takes a long sip of the wine. "Probably a bit silly." "Not at all. Good move," he says. He smiles. "You brought the big guns out." She gazes at the shoes and laughs ruinously. "They just make me feel like a different version of myself, I guess. I'd wear them every day if I could." She keeps her eyes on her feet. "Simon?" says Joel. "That man." "It's not just Simon. It's everything," she says. Now she's embarrassed. "Oh, God, listen to me whining already. Bet you're really glad you came, aren't you?" "Whine away, babe," he says. "That's what I'm here for." "What are you here for?" she asks him silently. And then she pulls herself together. "I think I'd rather just drink, actually," she says, and after a moment he holds up his glass. They chink them together, and they begin. It's the first time she has felt seen or heard for ages. They talk and talk and talk, and punctuate the talking with trips to the bar. He tells her about his last breakup, the impossible demands put on him by his ex-girlfriend. "I just felt like every emotional situation was a trap by the end. Do you know what I mean?" She nods, even though she doesn't. She hates this girlfriend, even though she's never met her, and she pities her too. Imagine having a man as lovely as Joel and losing him. I mean, she was a nice woman, but man, I felt shredded. Every time I saw her, it just felt like she would look for the worst possible interpretation of anything I did. She asked so many questions about why me and my ex-wife split up that in the end I thought she was looking for deficiencies in my character. "I know that feeling," she says. "I wouldn't do that to you," she thinks, then shuts the thought down. "The thing is, I was straight with her. I don't like messing people about, but it's just exhausting, feeling you're not seen for who you are, you know?" He shakes his head and then smiles. "Of course you do. You're dealing with it every day. I don't know why Simon can't see how valuable you are." Just Simon, she thinks, and something in her constricts. Joel is so kind, so intimate and conspiratorial. She is transfixed by his mouth, so that sometimes she barely hears what he says. And after they get the third round of drinks, he moves round so they are side by side on the bench, and she can feel the warmth of his shoulder against her. Watch his strong, dark hands. They talk about their parents, and he cries laughing when she tells him a funny story about her father. My dad is quite a character. Every afternoon at 2:30, he taps his watch and tells Mum it's time for their afternoon nap. doesn't even care if we're all round watching telly. He lets out a laugh that is almost a giggle. You're kidding. Sam is agog. Nope. When me and my sisters were younger, we'd be dying of embarrassment. Now I'm like, dude, if they're still enjoying their time together, good on them. It's a nice thought, right? That you'd still be that connected to someone in your 70s? He gives her a quick sideways look, and she feels her cheeks color. They discuss work, and he glowers when she says Simon's name and curls his fists, like it's all he can do to stop himself heading back to work and punching him, and the thought of this makes her warm inside. They talk of his awfulness, how work hasn't been the same since his arrival. She tells him about Simon's personalized engraved ballpoint pen and feels a quiet sense of triumph when Joel bursts out laughing. The man has engraved a ballpoint pen. Joel urges her to stand up for herself, not to take Simon's mess, and 3 glasses in, she finds her saying, yes, yes, as if she actually will, rather than slope off with her head bowed, wishing she was anywhere else in the world. What does Phil say about it all? He says eventually. He looks straight ahead and takes a sip from his glass as he speaks. We don't really talk about it. Things are a bit tricky at home. She feels a stab of disloyalty even as she says this, but she can't help herself. We're flat broke. My daughter is pretty much the only person who says anything to me. Phil won't talk. He's depressed, but he won't do anything about it. Won't go to the doctor, won't sign up for help, won't take any meds. But it's like living with a ghost. I'm not sure he even notices if I'm there anymore. Normally, I'd talk to Andrea about it all. She's my best mate, but she's had cancer, and I don't want to put anything else on her.
Mostly, I just muddle on through. But today, with the job threat and everything, I just felt like I couldn't cope. Her voice is suddenly thick with tears, and she screws up her face, trying to stop them. Her eyes are actually closed when Joel puts his arm around her and pulls her into him. He smells of a delicious anisety aftershave she hasn't come across before, and warm, clean skin. No man other than Phil has put his arms around her like this, not since they first got together. She stiffens initially, but then it feels so nice to be held, so reassuring, that she slowly softens and lets her head come to rest on his shoulder. Can I just stay like this forever? She thinks. I'm here for you, babe, he says softly into her ear. Sorry, she says, wiping at her eyes. Stupid, isn't it? I should be able to handle this stuff. Nah, it's not easy. You're my friend. I don't like seeing you this low. She turns to face him. His lips are inches from hers. His eyes are soft, unreadable. Are we friends? She thinks. His eyes search hers. Something gives inside her. It is a moment that seems to last several years. She stands abruptly. So, shall I get the next round? He is leaning back in his chair when she returns. She feels awkward as she walks toward him, as if she has exposed too much of herself. But he smiles as she approaches. I've had a thought, he says. Okay, she says. You know what you need. She takes a sip of her drink. She realizes she is definitely drunk. Boxing. What? Boxing. It's about energy, Sam, mental strength as well as physical. You need to look more assertive to deal with that jerk. You need to look like nobody is going to mess with you. You're walking with your head down just now, like he's knocked all the stuffing out of you. You need to get your mojo back. Can you throw a punch? She finds she is laughing. I have no idea. Probably not. Tomorrow night, come to the gym. Don't look at me like that. There's loads of women do it. They love it. You can pretend the punch bag is Simon's face. I tell you, when I've had a bad day at work, I just head down there, put some gloves on, and doof, 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 doof. He mimics throwing punches at speed. An hour later, I feel great. But that would mean wearing tight gym clothes in front of you, she thinks. It would mean being sweaty and wearing no makeup, being hopeless at something while you watch. She remembers suddenly how she'd felt at the awful gym, the yummy mummies making her feel lardy and invisible. He puts his hand over hers and clasps it. His is warm and solid. Come on, you'll enjoy it, I promise. There is something about his smile that removes the word no from her vocabulary. She gazes at him. Trust me? The words stall in her mouth. Okay, she says when she can speak again. He leans back, takes a swig of his drink. It's a date, 7 o'clock. I'll text you the details. Over the next 2 days, Nisha thinks constantly about the shoes. She wonders whether they were ever returned to the now closed gym. She wonders whether the woman who took them did it deliberately. She wonders whether you can legitimately ask the police to investigate a theft when you're wearing the nasty black shoes that belonged to the person who took yours. When she is not thinking about the shoes, she is wondering at the oddness of Carl, and if it's one of those things you see clearly only when you're at a distance. He was always a little particular about what she wore. Clothes were routinely too matronly, too warish, or sometimes make you look fat. He didn't like her in flat shoes as they made her legs look dumpy. She had always assumed it was because he wanted her to look as nice as possible. But was there something about the clothes themselves that had made him want them so dramatically? Some strange fetish? Anything seems possible these days. Or did he just want them for Charlotte? Had they become some kind of symbol? She remembers, queasily, how he had insisted on her wearing the shoes on the day he gave them to her. The way he seemed to be unusually captivated by the sight of them. And this thought makes her feel so uncomfortable that she pushes it away. Jasmine is on lates, so Nisha mostly works alone, and she is relieved. Things have started to feel a little tricky in the apartment. Some days, the space actually seems to shrink, so that the three of them are forever in each other's way, arguing over bathroom time or inching round each other in the kitchen as they try to get to the fridge or kettle. Jasmine has taken on extra ironing, and the hallway is narrowed by even more piles of laundry in huge woven plastic holdalls. Her usual good humor is fraying at the edges under the pressure of it all and the exhaustion. Grace, meanwhile, is furious with Nisha all the time for taking up space in her room. She understands it, but the eye-rolling and heavy sighs are becoming a little hard to bear cheerfully. At least when she and Jasmine are on different shifts, there is a good chunk of each day when she can just be herself, when there is no need for her to put on a cheery, accommodating smile she doesn't feel. And she rarely does. What has happened to the very shoes? The thought spools and reels in her head as the hours pass. She has to find them. The sooner she gets them back, the sooner she can get her money from Carl, leave the tiny apartment, and start reclaiming her life. She is sure Ray has worked out that something is going on. On yesterday's call, he had been super quiet and finally said he'd thought she and Dad would be home by now. She'd had to make up some nonsense about Carl having to deal with an unexpected piece of business, and although she'd sounded convincing, Ray is too sensitive to be fobbed off for long. "I just need you, Mom," he said at the end of the call, and a huge lump landed in her throat that took several minutes to swallow. "I know, darling. Me too. It won't be long, I promise." In her lunch break, she heads to the bin area, and, standing by the window where she is sure she can still reach the hotel Wi-Fi, she smokes a cigarette and calls Magda. "Mrs. Cantor, you didn't answer any of my messages. Are you okay? I've been so worried." In the background, Nisha can hear the whine of pneumatic spanners as they separate wheels from car bodies. "I've been busy. Look, I need to ask you something. Do you have any idea why Carl would want my shoes? Your shoes, the Louboutins. Can you ask around? Is there any way you can ask your man if he can describe the woman who was wearing them in that bar?
I need them to negotiate with Carl. I'll ask him, Mrs. Cantor, as long as he is on the same number. Sometimes they change numbers, you know. Please, any news on my job? Turns out I am not so good at fitting tires. I need those shoes back to give you a job, Mrs. Cantor, okay? It's very important, for both of us. I understand. No, we do not have any Michelin, only Goodyear that size. You can rely on me, Mrs. Cantor. Wishing that statement gave her more confidence than it did, Nisha ends the call, stubs out her cigarette, and walks back through the kitchen. It is the peak of lunch service, and around her flames erupt from gas burners, while curses and yelling surge over the sound of pans and metal whisks. She ducks through the bodies in food-spattered whites and spies Alex bent low over a pan of scallops. He sees her and beckons her. He leans over to yell into her ear to make sure he is heard above the racket. "Come by later. I have something for you." She narrows her eyes. "You will like." "What?" she yells. It makes her uncomfortable, this constant giving of things, like she is somehow becoming indebted to him in a way she has little control over. She does not want to be indebted to anyone ever again. It's to eat. What is it? And what do you want? For the food thing? When he doesn't answer, she adds, like, what do I have to give you? He frowns, as if she has said something confusing. Then he shakes his head almost irritably and turns back to his scallops. It is a duck. Alex gives you a duck.
"The suppliers delivered too many," he says, as she gets ready to leave. The management will not notice. He hands her the surprisingly weighty bird wrapped in muslin. It is organic. Very good taste. She can make a nice meal for Jasmine and her daughter. You know how to cook duck? When she looks blank, he goes to the larder room and makes up a small package containing star anise, arrowroot, some green herbs, and a small jar of orange liqueur, placing them all in a jute bag. He doesn't look at her as he writes out instructions. He has beautiful handwriting. She doesn't know why this surprises her. It's not difficult. Most important thing is let the meat rest 10 minutes minimum when you have finished roasting. Yes? 10 minutes minimum. That way it will be very tender. Something about this whole exchange puts her on edge. He definitely wants something. Why would he do all this otherwise? These delicious daily meals and little food gifts? But she doesn't feel she can push him on this again without insulting him. This kind of confusion is new to Nisha, so that she is curt with him when she takes the package, her answers brisk and cursory. And when she heads back to the locker room, his quizzical look makes her angry with herself. Nisha does what she always does when faced with difficult emotions. She ignores them. She works her way through 6 rooms, like an automaton, fierce and thorough. She finds these days that she is oddly grateful for the distraction of cleaning. In the absence of running or a gym, she finds the physical effort it involves calms her in some strange, undefined way. The undemanding mental involvement of stripping and replacing linen, scanning for dust or dirt, eases the whirring of her brain. The physical exhaustion it brings feels necessary. She is just ending the day sitting on the bench in the locker room when Jasmine texts her. "My ex says he can't bring Grace back. Could you swing by and pick her up from my mum's on the way home? I don't like her traveling by herself." She thinks of the bird in her locker, the mindless following of instructions, the prospect of a good meal this evening. She thinks of being able to offer something to Jasmine, which will make her feel less like the recipient of charity. "Sure," she types, "and don't eat before you come back tonight. I am doing a surprise." She thinks about going back to the kitchen before she leaves to thank Alex properly for the duck, but something stops her. It's too awkward, or maybe it will somehow make her feel even more weirdly indebted if she makes too much of it. It's just a duck, she tells herself. What does she care about a duck in the grand scheme of things? The bus is heaving. Jasmine has sent her a text reminder of which numbers to catch. She thinks she will never get to grips with London's labyrinthine transport system, its huge, sprawling districts, which all look the same to her. She has mastered the art of disappearing into her thoughts while on the bus.
They tend to be pretty dark, but it's better than listening to the coughs and irritatingly loud cell phone calls of her fellow travelers. So she doesn't notice when the woman speaks to her initially, and only looks up when she is virtually sitting on her lap. "Excuse me," she says, as the woman's coat flips over her leg. "I asked you to move. I need more room." The woman is tall, dressed in a large patchwork velvet coat, and does not look at her as she speaks, as if Nisha is merely an irritation, an obstacle in her way. "I'm as far over as I can get. Hey, you're on me." The woman just lets out a humph sound and pushes further in. She has badly dyed hair and smells of patchouli. "Lady," says Nisha, "you are way over the line. Get back." "I asked you politely. You didn't move," the woman retorts. "I don't want your coat touching me." Nisha picks it up with 2 fingers and flicks it off her leg. "Well, if you moved over, I wouldn't be touching you, would I?" Nisha feels the blood rush to her head. "Hey, it's not my fault if you're too very big for this space, but I sure as hell don't have to sit here and take it while you sit on my lap with your stinking coat." The woman is actually squashing her into the seat. She is so close Nisha can smell her deodorant, and it makes her want to gag. Oh my God, she's so close I'll be breathing in little cells of this woman. "Move over," she demands. They have caught the attention of the other passengers now. Nisha is dimly aware of the low buzz of interest that passes round the seats, the wary glance of the driver in the rearview mirror. "You don't like it," says the woman, impassively. "You move. I was here first. You own this bus, do you? Go back to your country if you don't like it here." "My own country. Move yourself." Nisha cannot believe this woman. The audacity. She is a dead weight, and Nisha realizes she cannot physically move her. She elbows her hard, and the woman elbows her back. When the woman stares mulishly ahead, Nisha reaches down, grabs the woman's handbag from her lap, and hurls it toward the front of the bus, where its contents scatter, sending lipsticks and bits of paper reeling under the other seats. The woman stares at her in shock. "Pick up my bag." The 2 women are standing now. Nisha feels the woman shove her, but can tell despite her heft that she has little real strength, and so she pushes back, hard, with both arms. There is a collective ooh on the bus as the woman loses her balance and falls heavily against the seat opposite with a scream. She is scrambling to her feet when the bus stops abruptly. The driver opens the barrier between the driver's area and the aisle and looks at them. "Oi, you 2, off." "I'm not getting off," says the woman, scrabbling for her bag. "She pushed me. She sat on me. She was literally suffocating me." "Off," says the driver, "or I'm calling the police." "I'm not going anywhere," says Nisha, sitting down firmly. "I am staying until my stop. You think I'm scared of the police? You got another thing coming. This difficult person is going to get her head smacked before I—" 10 minutes later, Nisha is standing on the curb while the bus finally pulls away, her skin burning from the radioactive looks of the delayed passengers still on board. Her ears are ringing with the sound of the warning given to her by the police officers, who didn't seem to care whose fault it was, bored and possibly a little amused by the sight of 2 women going at it over bum space on a bus seat. She is already calculating how long it will be before the next bus arrives, and she will be able to pick up Grace. This country. It is 22 minutes later, as she finally climbs furiously onto the next bus, it's packed, of course, and she has to stand, that she realizes the beautiful organic duck, with all its carefully picked accompaniments and dressings, is still tucked neatly under the seat of the bus she was removed from. Grace doesn't talk to her the whole way home. Nisha doesn't even try. Grace plugs in her earphones and gets on and off the 2 buses in silence, so that they walk alongside each other without acknowledging each other's presence. When they finally reach the apartment, Grace mumbles that she's not hungry, she had something at Nana's, and disappears into her bedroom with a slammed door. Nisha has had enough. She makes a cheese sandwich out of the remaining slices of bread in the bread bin and swallows its 2 claggy halves, trying not to think about the duck, which is probably still en route to a depot somewhere. There is no hot water, so she puts on the electric immersion heater and 20 minutes later shuts herself into the bathroom, pouring shampoo into the bath in place of decent bath oils or scented bubbles. She lies there, submerged to her chin, for an hour and a half, her thoughts pinging between errant ducks, Louboutin shoes, and the annoying enigma that is Alex, half trying to suppress the desire to kill the entire world, half working out the various ways in which she could do it.
There was barely a time in Nisha's life when she couldn't remember being angry. But now, it's as if her eyes have been opened to the myriad ways in which just being female is like being dealt some infinitely crappier hand, a hand nobody else even acknowledges. She thinks of her teens, the endless daily trail of men who tried to touch her or leered at her, the many ways in which she could not go about her daily life without unwanted attention. The man at the feed shop who offered her $1 when she was 12 if she'd let him put his hand down her top. The guy at the garage who used to make obscene gestures when she bought her gas. The creeps on subways. The men who followed her back to her shared apartment. The subtler, more expensive, unwanted touches when she worked at the gallery. She thinks about the ways in which she has been expected to conform to some ideal that takes endless effort just to stay married. Keep your figure, create a perfect home environment, be interesting, have great hair every day, but none anywhere else, wear shoes that make your feet hurt, lacy underwear that was uncomfortable. Make sure your bedroom intimacy is exciting, even if your husband seems to think his arousal should be enough for his side. She tries to imagine Carl getting his body hair lasered to make sure he was attractive enough for her, and it's so unthinkable she laughs out loud. And now, because she is female and did all the things expected of her, she's been discarded for a younger, supposedly sweeter model. And then, of course, laugh off all this unfairness, or be deemed a humorless witch. These thoughts, which she has suppressed for years, what good would have come from acknowledging them anyway, are popping up to the surface, like the bubbles in the bath, irrepressible, relentless. She lies there hearing Grace's insistent music through the closed doors, until her fingers and toes wrinkle, the tiny mirror is obscured by steam, and the water becomes uncomfortably chilly. She is just emerging from the bathroom when Jasmine returns. The door slams, and she is walking up the narrow hallway, unwinding a scarf from her neck when she spies Nisha. She walks straight past her into the kitchen. "Babe, so where's this surprise? I'm so hungry, my mouth was watering the whole way home." Nisha stops at her tracks. "Oh," she pulls a face. "Yeah, the thing is, I had a problem on the bus. Some stupid woman pretty much sat on my lap. But what is it? You told me not to eat." Jasmine is opening the oven door and lifting the lids on empty pots that sit on the hob. Nisha's heart sinks. "Sorry, the food thing didn't happen." There is a brief silence. So, you made nothing?" She stares at Nisha, then closes her eyes slowly, as if she is trying hard to quell some imminent eruption. "I turned down coconut chicken curry for this." She takes a deep breath. "Okay, well, I guess I'll just have beans on toast. I need to eat fast. My blood sugar is way down." Nisha feels a sudden stab of discomfort. I think I ate the last of the bread." "You're joking." "I'm sorry. And you didn't think to go out and buy some more?" "I had a soak in the tub. I had a really bad day. Look, let me get dressed and I'll get some." Jasmine's look could cut glass. "Well, what did Grace eat?" "She said she ate at your mom's. Mom told me she ate nothing." Jasmine closes her eyes and lets out a sigh. She opens them, moves past Nisha, and opens the airing cupboard to wedge in a pile of freshly laundered sheets. She stops.
Hang on. Who put the immersion heater on? Me, says Nisha. How long has it been on? I don't know. A couple of hours? I forget. Jasmine slams the illuminated switch off. Gosh, you know how much that thing costs. Girl, you can't just forget that mess. Oh my God. She slams the door shut and turns on her heel. No food, no hot water, and a whacking great electric bill. You think this is a freaking hotel? You think you're still in the Bentley? Nish, just because you never had to worry about money doesn't mean the rest of us don't. You're just being unreasonable now. Gosh. She stomps down the corridor to the kitchen, and Nisha is left standing there in the towel. She dresses, ignoring Grace's pointed sideways glances as she hauls on ye awful trousers and a t-shirt. She lets herself out of the apartment, ignoring the sound of slamming kitchen cupboard doors, and walks quickly to the 24-hour convenience store 10 minutes away, too furious with herself to worry about the cold or the catcalling of the youths on the corner or the guys hanging outside the snooker hall. When she lets herself back in 20 minutes later, Jasmine is on the sofa in the living room, eating something that looks like packet noodles from a bowl. Here, she says, proffering the grocery bag. What? Says Jasmine, hauling her attention from the television. Bread, milk, eggs, some chocolate. Look, I'm sorry. Jasmine glances at it. Okay, she says, and switches her gaze back to the screen. And here. Jasmine sighs as she is forced to look at her again. She glances down at the wad of notes Nisha is holding out. What's that? What I owe you for staying here. I'd give you more, but I need to keep some to get my son back. You owe me what? Whatever it's cost you, this last couple of weeks. I'll pack up and be out of your way in half an hour. A weird, unfamiliar lump has risen in her throat. Jasmine looks at her hand again, then up at her face. Are you nuts? Well? Nisha's voice is formal, her neck stiff. It's quite obvious you've had enough of me being here. Jasmine stares for a moment longer, then pulls a face. Nish, I'm fed up. I was hungry. Yes, but you're my mate. I'm not going to chuck you out on the street because of some hot water. She shakes her head irritably. Sit yourself down, woman. You're making me uncomfortable. Nisha remains standing. But the bread is just bread. You never had nobody get annoyed at you before? It's obvious you've never had to share, okay? You gotta think a little before you just do stuff if we're all in the same space, you know? But don't get dramatic about it, my God. Jasmine shakes her head. She waits for Nisha to sit, tentatively on the other end of the sofa, scrapes out the last noodles from her bowl, and they sit in silence for a few minutes, watching the television. Finally, she leans over and points at the plastic bag. What chocolate did you get me anyway? Green and blacks. The bitter one. Yes, you know me. Jasmine's smile is sudden and infectious. Oh, for God's sake, relax, woman. If I have to tread on eggshells every time I get a mood on, we are not going to survive your stay here, you know what I'm saying? Go on, go put the kettle on, and we'll have this with a cup of tea. In her old life, Nisha would rarely have gone to bed before midnight. Carl would be up late answering work calls and checking screens, and he didn't like her to be asleep when he came into the bedroom. But these days, Nisha is physically exhausted by 10 o'clock, and tonight, with all its heightened emotion, has wiped her out. She climbs wearily into the top bunk, her toes making contact with the cold metal bars at the end, and feels every bone in her body sink gratefully into the embrace of the cheap single mattress. Below her, Grace finishes reading and turns out her bedside light, and she is glad, suddenly, for the sense of another human body nearby, for the laughter at the end of the evening, for Jasmine's incredulous face and hoots of laughter when she told her about Carl and the shoes. Oh my God, my darling, how did you survive this man? I guess it's like the frog in boiling water, right? Nisha says. No marriage starts off bad. I guess by the time you realize how weird it's gotten, you're up to your neck. Jasmine laughs. Jasmine actually laughs at Carl. She has never seen anyone in her life laugh at Carl or call him ridiculous. It's as if there is not much she could do that would change this woman's feeling that she, Nisha, is fundamentally okay.
Out there in the living room right now, Jasmine is doing another hour's ironing. Nisha had offered to help, but Jasmine had waved her away. "I'm all right, babe. I just watch my programs. I'm only going to do a little bit." "Nish?" Nisha is pulled from her thoughts. "Yes?" She hears Grace shift in her bed. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "For being mean about you being here. My mom told me what happened to you. I didn't know. I don't mind you sharing my room. I'm sorry I didn't make you feel welcome." A lump rises to Nisha's throat. That's nice of you, Grace. Thank you." In the silence, they can hear the thump and hiss of the iron, the distant burble of the television. Grace's voice breaks into the dark. "My mom is always letting people stay here. I get a bit funny about it. She's too nice to people. Sometimes they just, take advantage. I know. I'm not one of those people, Grace. That's what my mom says." Nisha stares into the dark. She wonders uncomfortably if she actually is one of those people. "What's your son like, Ray?" "He's great. Kind, smart, funny." "How old is he?" He's 16. "Where does he live?" "Well, he's at a boarding school in America." "America?" Grace's voice is incredulous. "You're not even in the same country?" "Not at the moment, no. Don't you miss him?" And there it is, that lump again. Nisha feels her eyes prickle with tears and is grateful for the dark where nobody can see them. "Very much." "Then why do you leave him in a different country from you?" Nisha hesitates. "Well, Ray had some issues a while back, and his dad, well, we didn't think it was a good idea for him to be moving around with us all the time. Ray's dad's work meant that we had to travel a lot. We thought he would be more stable and happier if he was in a boarding school." She adds, "It's a very nice boarding school. I mean, he's well looked after. It has a lot of very nice facilities." There is a long silence. "It has a swimming pool, and the food is really good. It has its own dance studio. And he has a very nice room, a big room, with his own television and kitchenette." Another silence. "Is he happier, though?" Nisha stares at the ceiling. In the living room, Jasmine starts to hum. In the kitchen, the washing machine moves on to its relentless spin cycle. She wipes at her eye and swallows. Well, I don't think we ever actually asked him that question." Kat sits in Colleen's bedroom and picks flakes of dark green glittery nail polish off her thumbnail while Colleen tongs her hair. Downstairs, Colleen's mum is halfway through her fitness video, and they can hear intermittent rhythmic thumps, punctuated by swearing. "But are you sure it was her? It doesn't sound like your mom." Colleen winds another long ribbon of hair around the tongs, staring at her reflection in the mirror. "It was her coat, the one with the furry hood. I saw that, and then I looked properly, and it was definitely her, hugging this guy. And why would she be outside a boxing club, unless it was to meet someone? But are you sure it's an affair, though? Well, put it this way. She was holding this guy really tightly, and he had his face sort of buried in her shoulder. She can still feel the lurch in her stomach as she rode past on the top deck of the bus, the way she had done a double take and stood abruptly in her seat to try to see more, even as the woman beside her looked up at her like she was a crazy person. My mom hasn't had her hair done since July, and I could see her roots and her handbag. And the worst thing was, she was wearing like these high-heeled shoes, like flashy shoes. Flashy shoes, Colleen repeats. She releases a long strand of hair, which bounces gently as it drops from the heated tongs.
You know, like the kind of shoes you wear if you're trying to look sexy. Red, strappy shoes, at least 4-inch heels. My mom would never wear those kind of shoes, not in a million years. Well, not normally. Her mom had kind of eased up on her toes when the man hugged her, like she was trying to lean into him as much as possible, so that the heels lifted off the ground. And he had been beaming at her, the kind of smile you do when you have a secret with someone. The shoes had been vivid against the gray of the gym car park. She hadn't seen what happened next because the bus had speeded up and she had been left shell-shocked in her seat, her head buzzing with the awfulness of it. Her mom, her arms wrapped around a man who wasn't her dad, looking like someone she didn't even recognize. Colleen puts the tongs down and turns from the mirror. So what are you going to do? Are you going to say something to her? And that's the worst bit of it. She doesn't know. Her mom, kind, constant, maybe a little frazzled, has started turning herself into someone behaving in an uncharacteristic way, and she doesn't know how to explain it to herself, let alone her dad. She's always thought of her as a bit of a wimp, a bit downtrodden. She used to feel frustrated that her mom was the kind of woman who just accepted every bit of crap that was dished out to her. Her dad was no better, really. But now she's spent 2 nights putting it all together. The late evenings home from work, the way Mum started wearing makeup every day, the way she smelled of perfume the last time Kat hugged her. Feelings of fury and hatred keep rising up like bile in her throat. She's found herself watching her mother all the time. Was she laughing more at the television? Being sweeter to her dad, like she even still cared about him? Why was she using low-fat milk instead of full cream? Was she trying to lose weight? How could you be so deceitful? How could you just be intimate with someone else and act at home like nothing was even happening? She hasn't spoken to her since she saw her, pretty much walking out of any room she walks into, or responding to questions with a curt yes or no. She could feel her mum's confused gaze burning into her back, but she didn't care. Why should she even treat her with civility, given what she had done? Everything is wrong and unbalanced, like the world she knew has somehow tilted on its axis, and Kat is miserable. She peels off the last of the nail varnish. Underneath, her thumbnail looks pale, shell-like, vulnerable. I don't know. I guess I should tell my dad, but he's so depressed. I don't know if it will just make him worse. I would, says Colleen. I mean, if it was me, I'd want to know. She turns back to the mirror and picks up the tongs again. Jesus, why are adults so complicated? You'd think you'd have sorted it all out by the time you were in your 40s. Phil sits in the chair and sips from the glass of water that Dr. Kovitz always leaves on the side table. For the last 3 sessions he hasn't touched it, but now he finds it's a useful way to gather his thoughts after a question he is not entirely sure how to answer. I mean, there's definitely something going on with her. She's never home. And a couple of nights this week she's come back late and kind of glowing. Glowing? Like she's really happy from within. It hurts him even to say the words out loud. Have you asked her where she's been? Phil takes a sip of water. No. Why not? You don't want to know the answer? He shakes his head. Not quite a no, more, I'm not sure. There is a long silence, in which Phil stares at the carpet, and then Dr. Kovitz says, I'm struck by your perceived lack of agency, Phil. It's like you feel there's nothing much you can do, not just about your wife, but about events in general. Is this something you felt throughout your life? Phil thinks. He can remember feeling quite different from this, full of plans, of dynamism. He remembers buying the camper van the way he had pictured their future together. No. Why do you think you're feeling like this just now? Phil takes another sip of water. He cannot think of what else to say, so he decides to say nothing. He says nothing for some time. I'd like to go back to your father's illness, if I may, Phil.
That seems to have had a profound effect on you. I don't really want to talk about that. Well, I could just ask you a few general questions then, about him. Was your relationship with him a good one? Of course! Phil hears his voice, too loud, too emphatic. He knows Dr. Kovitz will hear it too. He misses nothing. Of course! Did you spend much time together when you were a child? When he was off work, yes, but he worked a lot. He was always working. But, you know, he was a good dad, so he had a strong work ethic. Yes, he used to drum it into us that we should put everything into our work. And you did? I did. I mean, I was a bit different from him, as I think I was more focused on family. Different generations. Men were different then, right? Plus, it took me and Sam a while to have Kat, so I felt differently. She had miscarriages, you know. It made her feel... Dr. Kovitz waits. Well, she used to say she felt like a failure. I never thought she was. It was just horrible for her. You feel so helpless, you know. She would go through these pregnancies, and then, just when we'd start to feel like this